Chapter 49. The prince snapped his fingers lightly in his heart. Begin. Lord Hanson, Thales said hesitantly, I ran to Red Street Market that night and met a strange man in blue in a chess room. Morat nodded and smiled, encouraging him to continue. Partially true. I cannot lie. Thales repeated in his heart. He said that there was no one around him who he could talk to, so he asked me to look at his chessboard. After looking at it, he suddenly started babbling nonsense, saying that they had fought with humans and lost. Thales revealed a frightened expression. He connected part of the truth to the truth that Morat knew. Then he'll be able to avoid this human lie detector. Then he went crazy. He wanted to squeeze me into a ball. Thales shuddered and shuddered. Child, it's okay, you're safe, and then? Morat looked at him comfortingly, encouraging the boy in front of him to continue. I felt so scared and uncomfortable. I couldn't breathe. Thales' memory returned to that night in Red Street Market. That suffocating feeling was as if he was experiencing it again. It was extremely real. Up until now he did not lie. Morat sensed Thales' emotions. After experiencing something like that and surviving in the hands of that calamity, it's not easy for this child. Thales shivered and hugged his body with his arms. In the end, I vaguely heard him say that he found someone who lost control, and their numbers dwindled after the Battle of Eradication. Morat's expression finally became solemn. Lost control? It seems that the newborn mystic is only in the first stage, not yet. Who? The Black Prophet asked solemnly. Child, did he say? Who is the person who lost control? Thales trembled and shook his head. That strange man did not say. He only proudly said that he would guide that person, and that person would not be able to refuse him. Then Yodel appeared and stabbed him with his sword. Morat exhaled. The image of a smug madman talking to himself before killing someone appeared before his eyes. It seems that Yodel did not hide anything. Morat exhaled through his nose, his ugly wrinkled face twitching slightly. Thales exhaled softly. Partly true, it seems I have got away with it. No, the act must go on. But Yodel said that he won't die, and that he will come back after a dozen or so years, Thales added while trembling. Lord Hanson, they say you know the most, is this true? The weirdo will come back? Morat was preoccupied. He nodded perfunctorily. Yes, the supreme sword is not complete. It can only seal a mystic for a short period of time. But don't worry, the kingdom's secret intelligence department won't let him get close to you. The Black Prophet frowned, his mind already flying outside Mindy's hall. Tonight's goal had been achieved. First, he confirmed the information about the air mystic from Yodel and obtained an additional reward, the existence of a newborn mystic. Second, he saw the future heir of Constellation with his own eyes. 3 had left a deep impression on him, one that he would never forget for the rest of his life. Thank you for your honesty and cooperation. Morat bowed deeply. When he raised his head, his gaze was already solemn and serious. Please be prepared. Get ready? Thales was a little puzzled. Morat gave him a deep look and nodded. The timing is a little hard to grasp, but I have a hunch that it will be soon. His cold, hoarse, but old and solemn voice echoed in the aristocratic banquet hall. Your Highness Thales. The prince opened his mouth wide and his whole body trembled. Your Highness? So. But Morat had no intention of explaining. With a wave of his black robe, he turned around and left. Asterisk thud, thud, thud. Asterisk the sound of a cane hitting the ground rang out rhythmically. Thales finally came back to his senses. Wait, Lord Hanson. He stood up from his chair and yelled at the Black Prophet's back. The 3 children from downtown district and the news about the bartender. They are still alive. It seems that someone in the Brotherhood is sheltering them, Morat said without stopping and without turning his head. He had more important things to do. But can you tell me? Thales chased after him and spoke anxiously. He wanted to know more details. They are all my friends, children. Morat's voice rose abruptly, causing Thales to stop in his tracks. You are not a king, not even a prince. The Jade Star bloodline. When you become the heir of Constellation, when you are strong enough, then we can talk about protecting them. Otherwise, these past things will one day become your weaknesses. The Black Prophet approached the door. His old voice sounded as if it was filled with indignation. And my 60 years of experience in the kingdom's secret intelligence department has taught me that the only way to prevent the enemy from sniffing out your weaknesses. Morat stopped in his tracks and turned around with a sinister smile. Thales felt a chill in his heart. Morat slowly raised his hand and gently clenched his fist in the midst of his wrinkled smile. It means to completely eliminate every weakness in your body. Do you understand now? Not His Highness. Prince Thales? Thales stared at him blankly. Murat turned around again and knocked on the door. The guards outside opened the door neatly, revealing the anxious figures of Gilbert and Gines. The masked protector Yodel stood alone on the other side. The former two looked over anxiously. Gines even ignored Murat and rudely strode across the hall towards Thales. Don't worry, the three of you. Murat chuckled and pointed at the ground. Constellation has an excellent air. One day the kingdom's secret intelligence department will become his arm and be used by him. Gilbert frowned as he watched the Black Prophet limp past him. Lord Hansen. At this moment, Thales suddenly spoke from inside the hall. What about you? Have you eliminated your weaknesses? Murat was stunned. He raised his head and looked at the little boy on the other side of the hall. At that moment, Thales suddenly felt an inexplicable emotion flow through the unreasonable Black Prophet. Of course. Under everyone's gaze, the Black Prophet, Murat Hansen, said resolutely, completely. Leave no one alive. Then he left Mindy's hall. Only Yodel clenched his fists without anyone noticing. Madam Gines, Mr. Gilbert, I am fine. Smiling and shaking his head at the anxious Gines and Gilbert, Thales turned to Yodel and said seriously, speaking of which, there is something I need to do first. Under Gilbert's furrowed brows and Gines' surprised gaze, the 7-year-old boy stretched out his right hand towards the masked protector who had just returned from his departure. Yodel. I need your protector, Thales said firmly. Please escort me to Madame Serena Corleone's room. No heir? Coming from the mouth of you who only has one daughter, this is rather appropriate. King Kessel placed his arms on the table and exhaled softly. I have traveled for 2 days and 2 nights, almost only a few minutes slower than the messenger Raven. I did not come here to mock you, Kai, Val said in an unfriendly tone, filled with the straightforwardness and rudeness unique to warriors. Even though I would love to see you roll down from that damn throne. Val spoke in an unfriendly tone, filled with the straightforwardness of a warrior. If the worst comes to the worst, how are your preparations in the north? Kessel did not care about Val's tone. He lowered his head and moved his fingers on the map of the western peninsula on the long table. Broken Dragon Fortress has entered a state of emergency. Duke Arun took off his chain armor and gloves and threw them on the table. But Sonia has repeatedly emphasized that the 300 regular soldiers of the royal family and the 500 militia recruited locally are not enough to handle the great dragon's rage. She needs reinforcements. How many? Based on the battle potential of the 3 archdukes in the south of Ekstedt, she needs at least 8,000 well-equipped and well-trained soldiers to ensure that the fortress is not lost. If she also wants to ensure the safety of the road from the northern territory to the central territory, she needs 15,000 people. In addition, she needs 1,000 cavaliers who are skilled in galloping. Light cavaliers are fine, but heavy cavaliers would be the best, to ensure that they have the ability to adapt to changes outside the defense of the fortified city. Following Val's words, Kessel frowned. I know that she is asking for too much, but you have to admit that what she said makes sense. Broken Dragon Fortress has already been breached once, and Ekstedt is better at fighting in winter than we are. Ekstedt is better at fighting in winter than we are. The 3 archdukes bordering us have been recruiting soldiers for the past few years. The night before we set off, I have already gathered my vassals. Within 10 days they will lead an endless stream of soldiers to reinforce the fortress. In addition to the army directly under my banner, there are at least 5,000 people, including 300 cavaliers. Of course, the quality cannot be guaranteed. Val took off his other glove and warmed his hands on the everlasting lamp. It's not just the 3 archdukes. Kessel stood up silently and walked to the window. Looking down from the towering Renaissance palace, he could see the lights of tens of thousands of houses in the capital city under the night sky. From the Eternal Oil in Northport to the crystal drop mines in the 3 counties of South Coast Hill, ever since the Fortress Treaty was signed, they have been waiting for this day for too long. Moreover, it also involves the heir of the Cloud Dragon Spear. So, this is already unavoidable, Kai. Send out your messenger and sharpen your long sword at the same time. Val, the castellan of Cold Castle who looked more like a warrior than a noble, rubbed his frozen red hands and said through gritted teeth. So, that sentence was really left behind at the scene? Kessel V's gaze was profound. His sky-blue pupils reflected the night view of the capital city. As long as the stars exist, the Empire lives forever? Yes, it is that damned hot-blooded family motto of yours. Although I have blocked the news, you know what the secret room is capable of. I am guessing that once King Nuvan receives the news, at least on the surface, He will start mobilizing his vassals and army. Otherwise, he will not be able to appease his suzerains. Based on the war potential of Ekstedt. Duke Val Arun snorted coldly and retracted his hands from the lamp. His expression was displeased. I still suggest that you first gather the direct vassals of Central Territory, then prepare to summon the suzerains. Even the Sukater family in the faraway South Sea Islands must be mobilized. Once war breaks out, from Sacred Tree Kingdom to Sarah Dukedom, Steel City and the Alliance of Freedom, even Mane of Night in the Eastern Peninsula, mobilize all our allies. But things are far from the last step. Kessel looked at the night view of the capital city outside the window and gently clenched his fists. King Nuvan is also not a hot-headed teenager. Do you think there is still a chance for a peaceful settlement? You know, this is far from the problem of that sentence. The Duke of the Northern Territory was filled with anger. He slammed the table fiercely. There are people on both sides who want it to happen, so this damn thing happened. Both of them were silent for a while. Kessel snorted softly. He lowered his head and inhaled a breath of winter air. Say, if Meteor was still here, what do you think he would do? Why can't I communicate with you? The rude Val stood up angrily. Or have you become stupid after sitting on that throne? Now is not the time to reminisce about your elder brother the Saint Cal. Our country, our land, our people are facing the threat of war. Why do you think I rushed back? You know how much I hate you. But when Constellation is in trouble, the entire Northern Territory will stand behind you because of the oath and honor. This time, it is in front of you. Kessel stared at Val, the companion he grew up with. He did not move. I have already rushed back. I am right in front of you. I heard that Cullen's father, Sword, is also recuperating in Eternal Star City. The Covendier family's boy lives not far away. Nanchester's one-eyed dragon can rush here from Steep Forest City within a day. Only Fakenhaz and Tabark are quite a distance away from Blade City. They need to be summoned urgently. After dealing with the 6 of us, the 13 distinguished families will also rush here. Val glared angrily at the Supreme King. It is time, Cal. Issue the Constellation General Edict. 19 noble families will gather in the capital once again to fight for you. Fight for Constellation. There were also thank you for tickets and endless reviews urging for more updates. The reader's request for more updates was a sign of their love for the work and their recognition of the author. This made Swordless very happy. But Swordless scratched his head. He still felt that quality came first and earning money came second. With Swordless' style of writing, he was not used to asking for too much. He was destined to be poor for the rest of his life. In fact, Swordless felt that the last few chapters were very lousy. He was a little annoyed with himself. He could only bear with the pain and refuse the request for more updates. By _the_ way. Drooling, thank you to the Broken Cord and the Iris Pattern Glory for your tips. Please join the group when you are free. 397147168. Chapter 50. That night, the 4 city gates of Eternal Star City were not closed. Order from the king. Make way. Make way. A dozen knights held the 9-pointed star flag and the double-cross star flag at the same time and ran out of the city gate with solemn expressions. Are these all the messengers? At the North City Gate, the captain of the city defense team watched the messengers leave with a solemn expression. Not just that. The city defense officer who rushed over shook his head. There are still 3 other city gates. The messengers held Renaissance Palace's order and rushed to where the important people were. The city defense officer who knew the inside story thought. That's not all. Most of the messengers were messenger crows, nobles who were sent further away by their factions. The city defense officer, who was nearing his 50s, patted the captain's shoulder and said softly, "Something big has happened. Hopefully it won't be another bloody year." Thales, who firmly refused Gilbert and Gines' company, "I'm sorry, Sir Gilbert, Madame Gines, but this is an alliance between me and her. I must face it alone. I promise to tell you the content of your conversation." Thales, who shook his head firmly, silently walked beside Yodel. For the first few minutes, neither of them said anything. Only when they turned a corner and isolated the nearest guard behind the wall did Thales stand still and look at the masked protector. Yodel's footsteps stopped as well. "We have to talk in private." Thales exhaled deeply. Yodel walked in front of him and quietly squatted down. "As you wish," the masked secret protector said and gently placed his hand on Thales' shoulder. In the next moment they felt a strange ripple spread out. Everything around Thales and Yodel turned a strange white. It was as if they were in another world. "The realm of shadows," Yodel explained briefly. Thales nodded, but his expression was still solemn. He was not attracted by the strange pure white background in front of him. He had more important things to do. There was silence between them. Yodel. Thales organized his words with difficulty and tried hard to speak. How much do you know about me and the air mystic? As usual, Yodel said nothing. He only lowered his head slightly and looked at the black-haired, gray-eyed boy. When Morat wanted to have a private conversation with me in the study, you deliberately stopped him. Thales closed his eyes gently and slowly sorted out the sequence of events from beginning to end. He then said gloomily, you knew that the study room on the 3rd floor had a special soundproofing system that would block the Blood Clansman's hearing and voice transmissions. That was why you insisted that we stay on the 2nd floor to talk so that we could seek Serena's help and convey an important reminder right under Murat's nose? Thales paused for a moment. He slowly opened his eyes and stared at the purple mask. In the end, he said firmly, to hide my true identity. Is that so? Thales fixed his gaze on the secret protector of the royal family. The mask faced him motionlessly. After another period of indescribable silence, Yodel lowered his gaze slightly. His deep and hoarse voice came from behind the dark purple mask. I am not like Gilbert. I'm not good with words. Under Thales' complicated gaze, the masked protector said solemnly. After Red Street Market, I don't know what to say. Thales stared at him with a burning gaze. But you knew from the beginning. Yes. That night I was there all along. Yodel's voice was heavy. I heard what the mystic said. I have also noticed your abnormality. You acted strangely when you faced the mystic, the vase that cracked for no reason in the corridor, the explosion under Vine Manor. So I know you are. Thales took a deep breath. Then my father, only I, young sir, only I know. Yodel did not speak again. Thales stared blankly at this strange man who had always protected him and always hid his face under a mysterious mask. Yes, I've always known. But he kept my secret. What? The prince heard his voice rise and fall slightly. It was filled with disbelief and surprise. You know that I am those calamities. You know that those calamities are taboo existences. Why? Yodel slowly grasped his shoulders and interrupted Thales' thoughts. Child, he said hoarsely. I have seen many things more than you can imagine. From the day this country and your family were born, they were destined to be entangled with those calamities, he said softly. That was the case 600 years ago. That was the case 12 years ago. Thales' heart trembled. 12 years ago? The Jade Star family that was entangled with the calamities? It is the same now. I have seen those calamities more than once. I have a feeling. What is truly terrifying and daunting is not those calamities. It is ourselves. It is us, ordinary people, who will degenerate to what extent, how rotten we become, and what limits we will sacrifice for the existence of those so-called calamities. Yodel paused for a moment as if he was thinking about his next words. I know that you might be a calamity. For the first time, the usually silent masked protector spoke so much in front of him. He said hesitantly, but I know that many people in this country have even become uglier and scarier than those calamities. They have brought about calamities but they do not know it. Thales frowned unnaturally. Like Murat? He is just one of them. The Black Prophet is no longer a prophet, only darkness remains. Yodel raised his head. His dark lenses reflected the ghastly whiteness around him. Thales' image was isolated in it, looking thin and miserable. In comparison, Mr. Thales, I am more willing to believe in you. It seemed like Yodel had not spoken so much for a long time, but his clumsy manner of trying to find the right words and the honesty behind it made Thales feel complicated. At that moment, the prince did not know what kind of expression and mentality he should have when facing this secret protector. But why me? Thales took a deep breath for 3 seconds and spoke again, just because I have the blood of Jade Star flowing in my veins? Yodel shook his head slowly. I am not Gilbert, and I do not believe in the so-called bloodline. What I believe is that the 7-year-old boy who protected his companions with all his might in a desperate situation is an existence different from those ugly people. I am also willing to believe that you, a Jade Star of humble birth, will become an extraordinary king in this rotten kingdom. An extraordinary king? Thales asked subconsciously, just like Crown Prince Midir, my uncle? Yodel was silent for a few seconds. No, the masked protector said. His voice was low and sad. His hoarse voice was firm as he said, you will be better than him. I know that you have something in you that he does not. Thales shuddered slightly and his breathing quickened. He stared at Yodel, whose expression he could not decipher and could not speak for a long time. After a while, "Thank you." Thales, who had finally calmed down, could only say these two words. He was usually eloquent, but at that moment he really had nothing to say. The masked protector, who was kneeling on one knee, nodded solemnly and forcefully. Yodel spoke again in a hoarse voice. This time his words seemed even more sincere. "Yodel Kato. At your service." Thales took a deep breath. He did not speak for a long time. "There is one more thing." He heard himself ask with great difficulty. "If you were there all along that night, when did you start being there?" Yodel's hand sank slightly. Thales panted slightly and said slowly, "You saw quiet in the abandoned house. You saw quiet in the abandoned house?" Thales gritted his teeth and asked in a trembling voice, "Did you?" The masked protector gently let go of his hand. He did not speak. He did not speak. At that moment, Thales only felt that Yodel's mask and the pair of lenses on it were very cold. His heart suddenly felt cold. "You did not stop him. Even when he entered our house, you did not stop him?" Thales asked in a trembling voice. "Why? The prince could have been among those child beggars, right? And those children." Thales actually had a guess, but he was not sure. He had to ask. Yodel stood up slowly and cut him off. "It's time to go," Yodel said faintly. "They will be suspicious." At that moment, the masked protector was like an emotionless machine. It reminded Thales of Asda's smile. There was no warmth. Although Serena's room was not as far as Jine said it was, 100 meters away, it was not as close as he imagined either. The Blood Clansman's guest room was set up in the wide storage cellar of Mindy's hall. It was far away from the sunlight, the crowd, and Thales. "Good evening, Mr. Thales." The pale-faced Blood Clansman, the old butler who had lived for an unknown number of years, Chris Corleone, bowed slightly at the door, and flashed a dead smile at Yodel. "Welcome back, Mr. Mask. When you suddenly appeared just now, you gave us quite a fright." Yodel did not reply. Chris turned to Thales indifferently and nodded slightly. "His Highness is waiting for your arrival." Thales, who was feeling perturbed and complicated, raised his head and looked at Yodel beside him. The latter's mask nodded in a barely noticeable manner. He walked to the other side of the door and stood at the door with Chris like two guards. The prince also nodded slightly. After taking a deep breath, he pushed the door open and walked towards Serena Corleone, who had been waiting inside for a long time. His savior just now. She was also the next problem after Morat. Ah, the long-awaited ally of mine. The red-eyed lowly had a profound expression. With her black dress as a foil, she lifted her dress and bowed to him. "It seems that with my help," Serena, whose teeth were missing, emphasized the word help, and continued with an unsettling smile, "seems like with my help you have gotten rid of your troubles. Then it is time to talk about our salary and the issue of the fat report. Whether you believe it or not, I really have 2 shifts today." By Swordless with a serious expression. Chapter 51. Serena had been waiting in her so-called room for a long time. Other than the 2 everlasting lamps, it was pitch black. Thales suspected that the 2 lamps were also lit for him. Rolana and Istron were nowhere to be seen. Behind the crimson-eyed lowly was still that ridiculously large black coffin. If he had not seen with his own eyes how the Blood Clansman fiddled with a mechanism and then folded it back into the size of a normal coffin, Thales would have doubted whether the Blood Clansman had so-called magicians to move it. But at this moment, as he looked at the black coffin, Thales furrowed his brows. "What's the end?" Serena asked curiously. "Nothing," Thales said flatly. His expression returned to normal, and he swallowed back the question. "Why did you put a toilet bowl in the middle of the room?" "I came to thank my ally for her support, Serena. Can I call you that?" Serena raised her eyebrows imperceptibly and pouted with her baby fat face. "Just support, just an ally's duty, and not help that I need you to repay me? What a cunning and wordy brat." Serena thought in dissatisfaction. "I'm just conveying a few words that I don't understand. Let's just call me Madam Serena in English. I also got hold of some dirty little secrets in English." Serena tilted her head and flashed a cute lowly smile. In Maine Knox's words, "Why not? Right? Especially my dear ally who has an unclear relationship with the mystic?" There was a moment of silence between the two. As expected, the old witch won't let go of this opportunity, Thales thought. "No, your help is very important to me. I'm very grateful to you." Thales smiled bashfully. His gaze was sincere like a grateful little boy. Otherwise, in front of the Black Prophet, I might even confess to him about the internal strife of the Corleone clan and the truth about all of you taking refuge in Constellation. That is the Black Prophet we are talking about. Who knows what kind of terrible things he will do after he obtains these secrets. I do not wish to see anything bad happen to my ally. I hope you feel the same way, Serena. Serena's gaze instantly turned cold. You're not willing to lose out at all, are you, my ally? She deliberately smiled and revealed her small fangs at the same time. Also, don't call me Serene. This won't scare me now. Thales watched in amusement as Serena, who looked like she was 5 or 6 years old, curled her lips in front of him. I thought allies should trust each other, not threaten each other back and forth. Thales' smile grew brighter. He took a step forward. Our interests are aligned, my dear Serene. Since our interests are aligned, please call me Madame Serena. Please show more sincerity. For example, my subordinates and I need more blood, fresh blood. Serena's red pupils were focused. She took a step forward and looked at Thales. Sure enough, a dog can't change its ways, cough cough. Thales took a deep breath and took a step forward. He looked straight into the pair of red eyes and tried his best to chase the image of the mummy out of his mind. He smiled and said, to bind our mutual interests even more tightly. Serene. Thales took a deep breath and took a step forward. He looked straight into the pair of red eyes and tried his best to chase the image of the mummy out of his mind. Celine? Rude mortal. Serena thought in slight annoyance. When I take back the throne from that B*T. She looked at Thales' relaxed smile. So you're saying? Serena chuckled. Her small lips curled up slightly. You've finally made up your mind to propose to me? Irk? Thales felt his worldview shake. With an expression as if he had just eaten a *T, he helplessly looked at the 400-year-old witch who was smiling smugly. You win. Thales sighed. Under Serena's sparkling gaze, he rolled up his left sleeve and extended his exposed wrist in front of the red-eyed lowly. My fresh blood. This is what we agreed on in the alliance, he said flatly. Serena's expression changed, but it immediately turned into a smile. I believe in your sincerity now, my dear ally. I thought he would keep going back on his word. The Archduchess closed her eyes and took a deep breath. The curve of her lips grew wider. This boy isn't that annoying after all. Remember 1/8 of a pint, Serene? Thales' gaze was solemn and his breathing was rapid. Not more. But not less. Serena opened her eyes. Ignoring Thales' question about how he addressed her, she smiled strangely. I will control the amount of blood. The lowly's face was intoxicated and fanatical. At this moment, the anxious Thales felt that the person in front of him was an archduchess of the blood clan who was 400 to 500 years old. Blood. Can't you use another word? Thales looked at Serena, who had turned into a gourmet. He gulped with difficulty. The shadow of being a mummy lingered in his mind. Hey, can your gaze be gentler? I'm a little scared of your expression. It's giving me goosebumps. Give me a hint, sister. Don't bite me with such a big mouth. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Thales' panicked voice came from the room. Yodel's mask trembled. He was about to move when he was stopped by the old butler of the blood clan. This is the alliance between them, Chris said coldly. He stared at the masked protector in front of him without showing any weakness. In front of the blood clan's fangs, humans would always be the weaker party. Even if that cub was the heir to the second most powerful country in the Western Peninsula. But as the blood-sucking continued, it seems wrong? Thales' voice came from the black coffin again. Your mouth looks quite small. Why is it so powerful? Hey, don't be too intense at the beginning. There needs to be a transition. Ouch, my teeth. You're hurting me. Slow down, one bite at a time. Lighter? Yes, be gentle. Tongue? Don't use your tongue everywhere. I won't be able to take it. Chris' expression became more and more unpleasant. Alright, maintain this pace. Take small bites. I know you can't control yourself, but you have to hold it in and stay rational. Serena, be good. For my health, don't be so fast. Chris' face turned from pale to livid. Damned mortal. Is that brat doing this on purpose? He looked at Yodel, who was opposite him, fiercely. Yodel's hand, which was raised in the air, paused for a moment. Chris' face twitched as he saw Yodel turn his hands outwards and make a gesture that indicated that he had no choice. Yes, the masked protector said hoarsely and helplessly, this is their alliance. Yodel stood at the door with ease and put his hands behind his back again. Before Chris flew into a rage and rushed into the room, Serena finally sucked enough blood. Satisfied, she let go of the nervous Thales and licked her bright red lips. "Thank you for your hospitality," the red-eyed loli said sweetly. "You're welcome." Thales, whose face was ashen, sat on the floor with a displeased expression. He caressed the two small holes on his wrist and opened and closed his mouth. "Donate a bag of blood and save a life." He felt that she had secretly sucked a lot of blood. "Don't worry, that child is stronger than we thought." Gilbert walked down the hall on the first floor and looked at Gines, who was in a daze. At this moment, the sound of a horse galloping came from outside Mindy's hall. Gilbert's expression changed. It was a messenger on horseback. "Looks like it will be an eventful night." Gines snapped out of her daze and looked at the messenger with a complicated gaze. She respectfully handed over a 9-pointed star seal's wax scroll. Gilbert broke the wax and opened the scroll. The more he read, the darker his expression became. "Something big has happened." Gilbert put down the scroll and frowned deeply. "His Majesty has urgently summoned us to the palace. Of course, you are, after all, his most trusted attendant and former Foreign Affairs Minister." Gines sighed and turned around nonchalantly to walk upstairs. "As for me, forget it. I would rather stay here and look after that child." "No." Gilbert turned to Gines. His expression was more solemn than ever. He faced Gines, lifted the top edge of the scroll and shook it gently. Kessel Jadestar's signature and the 9-pointed star seal were revealed at the bottom of the paper. "His Majesty has urgently summoned all of us to Renaissance Palace." Chapter 52. When Thales was asked out of Mindy's hall by Gilbert and Gines with serious expressions, he did not know what had happened. "What is it?" For the first time in over 20 days, Thales stepped out of the cedar wood door of Mindy's hall. He looked puzzled as he looked at the familiar dark-colored carriage. "Gilbert will explain it to you." Gines' serious look made him nervous. She swung the horsewhip in her hand and leaped onto the driver's seat lightly. She answered briefly, "All you need to do is to get on the carriage immediately." Thales turned his head in confusion. The middle-aged noble took out a boarding stool out of nowhere and placed it gently on the ground. "Please, young sir. Madame Gines does not like to sit in the carriage. I am sorry, but you will have to endure an old man like me sharing the carriage with you." Gilbert's attempt at humor completely failed. Even the two horses could sense that he was preoccupied and intentionally avoided him. "What happened?" With uneasiness and apprehension, Thales stepped on the boarding stool and the carriage pedal. He turned around to look at the guards of Mindy's hall and saw that they had no intention of leaving with him. As if sensing Thales' gaze, the swordsmen, with Cora in the lead, bowed their heads to show respect. "They will not leave with us. One carriage, it will be more discreet," Gilbert said flatly. Thales looked at the extremely serious expressions on the two men's faces and suppressed his desire to get to the bottom of the matter. He only asked, "After we leave this time, will we still return?" "It depends on His Majesty's will." Gilbert's tone was a little solemn. "Forgive me for being rude, but we must leave as soon as possible." "Things are actually so serious?" Thales did not say anything else and simply sat in the carriage. Gilbert, who followed closely behind, gently closed the carriage door. Inside the dark carriage, there was still the same dark red sofa from 20 days ago. The glass adorned with crystal drops, the carriage decorated with the 9-pointed star emblem, and the slightly glowing paint. Gines' horsewhip was light and rhythmic, but the speed of the carriage was much faster than the last time Gilbert drove it. Of course, it was also much bumpier. As the carriage jolted up and down, Gilbert watched Mindy's hall gradually disappear outside the window under the moonlight. He looked at Thales solemnly. "Time is tight. I will only speak about the main points." Aside from the conversation in the secret chamber, Thales had never seen Gilbert so serious. This made him anxious. Extet's diplomatic group is scheduled to visit Constellation around the new year. The middle-aged noble looked at Thales seriously. Thales narrowed his eyes and tried hard to recall the history of the continent over the past 20 days. Extet. Raikaru Extet, the human hero of the Battle of Eradication, established the country in Northland. The great dragon of the north, the hero's nation, the western peninsula's blade, Constellation's powerful northern neighbor. Gilbert continued solemnly, an urgent report came from the Northern Territory. 3 days ago, the Extet diplomat group was on their way south to Central Territory. They were all robbed and killed. No one survived. Thales widened his eyes in disbelief. The victims included 6 Extetian nobles and Prince Mariah Walton. Gilbert sighed. "He is the king of Extet and the Archduke of Dragon Cloud City," the only son of Nuvan VII, the heir of the Walton family, and the next Archduke of Dragon Cloud City. Thales sucked in a cold breath. He was the only son of the king of the strongest country in the western continent, as well as the successor of his territory. Robbed and killed in Constellation Realm? Including the Constellatiate nobles who accompanied them, there were no survivors at the scene. There were no clues at all. There was only a line of blood written on the ground using the blood of the victims. Gilbert stared straight into Thales' eyes and nodded slightly with a worried expression. As long as Constellation exists, the Empire will live forever. The family motto of the Jade Star royal family? Thales was stunned. This clumsy and childish method is obviously a way to frame and sow discord between the two countries. Thales carefully thought about the nature of this matter, but he suddenly realized something. He raised his head in disbelief and asked, "Is it really useful?" "Unfortunately, it is useful and very bad," Gilbert said in a low voice. "Very bad?" Thales felt a chill in his heart. The carriage drove out of Twilight District, entered King Street, and headed towards the central region. King Street was one of the largest streets in Eternal Star City. The flow of people was second only to Star Plaza, which served as the transportation hub to the north of the central region, where merchants and shops from various countries gathered, as well as the Grand Bazaar to the side of the Western City Gate where the lower-class citizens gathered. Unlike the roads in Twilight District and Western District which were still illuminated by torches and animal oil lamps, King Street was lit with everlasting lamps that were second only to those in Eastern City District. Gradually there were more pedestrians on the road. From minstrels who performed as performers, to merchants who called out softly, some shops that did business at night such as clothing stores and watch shops were still open, to noble servants who hurried about and officials who came and went to socialize. There were even real nobles who passed by in carriages or on foot. Here their carriages were inconspicuous. King Street was located at the junction between Twilight District and the central region. The proportion of people who were either rich or noble was extremely high. Compared to Star Plaza and the Grand Bazaar that Thales had seen before, this place appeared more conservative and quiet. It lacked the hustle and bustle of the former and the vulgarity of the latter. However, even here beggars and tramps dressed in rags could be seen on both sides of the road from time to time, moaning and reaching out to passers-by. Fortunately, the carriage was installed with one-way glass, so there was no need to worry about the people outside discovering the movements in the carriage. However, Thales' mind was currently focused on Gilbert's words, and he only glanced at the scenery on the street. The former Foreign Affairs Minister's words continued to ring in his ears. The key lies in the Fortress Treaty. At the end of the Bloody Year, Extet invaded, and Broken Dragon Fortress fell. From the Northern Territory, the land of cliffs, Western Desert to the Eastern Sea, most of Constellation was engulfed in the flames of war. The army was weak, and the kingdom was almost in a hopeless situation. His Majesty, who had just inherited the throne, even considered conscripting children below the age of 14 into the army. Gilbert let out a long sigh. His gaze was absent-minded, as though he was recalling the years of war. Due to the fear of the Great Dragon in the north by the various countries in the Western Peninsula, as well as the concern of Main of Night and Hanbol in the Eastern Peninsula, we tried our best to mediate in foreign affairs and asked for other countries' interference. In the end, we forced Extet's vanguard to retreat and sign the treaty. Extet was even forced to give up a piece of barren land that they occupied in Constellation before the Bloody Year. I was one of the signatories of the Fortress Treaty back then. I'm very clear about this. Thales' eyes brightened. We lost the war but won the negotiation? Gilbert nodded, but his expression did not relax. This is bad. Rather than saying that this is a treaty, it would be more accurate to say that it is a record of humiliation. The carriage continued to move forward, and there were many beggars on the road. Some of them even extended their hands to Gines, who was the coachman. However, the cold-faced female official ignored all of them. She whipped the horse even more briskly. At the moment when we were winning and our land and wealth were within our reach, we were forced by other countries to stop fighting and even cede our land. This kind of failure was more shameful than losing the war. Many of Extet's suzerains, especially the archdukes in the south who were bordering Constellation, were extremely angry, so much so that the Fortress Treaty even shook King Nuvan's rule. Over the past 10 years, the relationship between the Great Dragon and Constellation has always been below freezing point. In addition, a large number of crystal drop mineral deposits have been discovered in the Northern Territory, and the Eastern Sea has a deep-sea whale pod that is rich in oil. Gilbert sighed. Extet, A country and a nation that is still forming, Thales said in his heart. We need war to grind out the unity of the entire country. Extet's suzerains, or at least the 3 archdukes who are bordering us, are all eagerly anticipating the war. They long for the large amount of land, resources and wealth that they could have easily obtained 12 years ago, but in the end they missed it. Gilbert shook his head and looked outside the window. There was sadness in his eyes. That is why the Extet diplomat group came to visit. They are determined to get their hands on the fortress treaty, and even more so, they want to redraw the borders between the 2 countries. And now, before the diplomat group could reach Eternal Star City, they were robbed and killed on the way. Can you imagine the scene when the news reaches Extet? The carriage bumped over an uneven surface of the road, and the entire carriage trembled. Thales furrowed his brows. You think that the suzerains of Extet planned this robbery and murder? Just to start a war and fight for territory and resources? Gilbert raised his head. At that moment his gaze was very frightening. It is worse than that. The former Foreign Affairs Minister said coldly, Extet adopts a king selection system. The suzerains vote and elect a king by consensus. In recent decades, the Walton family has sat on the throne for 2 whole generations. And Nuvan VII is definitely not a beauty who is loved by everyone. Thales came to a sudden realization and said, So, this is the common demand of some of the suzerains of Extet to demand resources from the outside and to fight for a change of king? It is close, young sir. Just one more step forward, one more step forward. Gilbert carefully guided the kingdom's only Jade Star bloodline. He said calmly, during the period of time from the assassination of the diplomat group to the aftermath, the pressure of this matter will be entirely on King Kessel's shoulders. How to decide, how to respond, whether to fight or to make peace, how to use the method, whether to be tough or soft, whether to be honorable or humiliated, all the responsibilities will be borne by His Majesty. From now on, all the nobles of Constellation will have their eyes firmly fixed on Renaissance Palace. What do you mean? Thales asked, puzzled. No matter how much of a genius he was not in the context of the rules of the nobles. He could not understand the meaning of this matter. At that moment, Gilbert's gaze suddenly became complicated and profound. Thales could not understand it. First of all, although the handling of this matter is complicated, regardless of whether to fight or make peace, His Majesty will not be able to escape the accusations of being cold-blooded, heartless, inconsiderate to the people, weak and easily bullied, and a disgrace to Constellation. This will greatly affect His Majesty and the Jade Star royal family's reputation and authority in the kingdom. Thales' pupils shrank abruptly. He began to understand what worse than this meant. Secondly, to handle this matter, regardless of whether it is military mobilization or national decision-making, it requires power that far exceeds that of the territories directly under the royal family. It requires the cooperation of all of Constellation and the suzerains. This means that His Majesty must obtain the full support of the suzerains, especially the 6 great clans and the 13 distinguished families. This is definitely not without a price. Thales' heart trembled. For example, the next candidate for the Supreme King of Constellation? Thirdly, there are pros and cons to war. Not only does it bring about a crisis, it also brings about a reshuffling of power in Constellation. After the baptism of war, the weak will be eliminated, the old will lose their positions, the strong will be reborn, and the living will become stronger. Some of the suzerains will face their doom, while the others will be reborn. Under Gilbert's burning gaze, Thales sat in the carriage in a daze, feeling the bumps and tremors. Lastly, the royal family has no heirs. Constellation has not had an heir for 12 years. Gilbert's voice suddenly rose. What else could force His Majesty to choose an heir earlier than the imminent crisis of the kingdom, and leave a way out for a possible war? In fact, if a noble family makes a move to submit to the people's wishes during this crisis and gather the support of the middle and small nobles, who knows whether they will become the next Jade Star royal family? Silence. Thales stared outside the window with a blank gaze. He understood what Gilbert meant. However, he was shocked by the fact that his brain was burning and he was thinking about it in detail. He could not get over it even after a long time. Gilbert looked at his expression and shook his head slightly. Hopefully this cruel and bloody game, which has been going on for thousands of years, will not scare this smart and talented young man away. After a long while, Thales spoke in a dumbfounded manner. So this is not just the will of Extet, war and a change of king. This is also the wish of many people in Constellation, to fight for the throne of the royal family. Thales added his final conclusion with great difficulty. Thales added the final conclusion with great difficulty. The assassination of the diplomat group is the result of many political factors working together. It is something that will inevitably happen under the tacit agreement of the ambitious people from both countries. I guess so. Thales uttered the last two words, and it was an affirmative sentence. Gilbert looked at Thales' condition worriedly. He blinked hesitantly, but in the end he still opened his mouth and said, "In view of the current situation of the royal family, your existence and appearance will make you the target of all the suzerains in the country and extant internationally. For the sake of your safety, I will suggest to His Majesty to postpone the recognition of you." Thales did not mind Gilbert's words. He spoke softly and interrupted the middle-aged noble. "Is it worth it?" Gilbert raised his eyebrows. Thales asked weakly, "Just what kind of person would look forward to the arrival of war?" Thales slowly closed his eyes and clenched his fists. "This is not a game of counting chess pieces on a chessboard." Thales slowly closed his eyes and clenched his fists. "This is war. It is two groups of living people standing face to face, taking each other's lives in a reasonable and lawful manner, until one side is completely taken away. Or, they have experienced the disaster of the bloody year. Why are there still people who look forward to war? Just for the sake of a crown? To enjoy authority and power in a broken and decaying kingdom, on a barren and hungry land, and among the numb people? Then they will rule for more than 20 years in a difficult, miserable, fearful, and paranoid manner, and then impose the same misfortune on their descendants? Is it worth it?" Gilbert wanted to answer, but he was momentarily speechless. Thales, who did not have an answer, shook his head with a dejected expression. However, this was probably history. The history of human behavior. There was another period of silence in the carriage. The carriage drove away from the bustling King Street. The number of beggars outside the carriage increased, and Gines had to use her horsewhip to scare them away. "This is not just war." Gilbert looked at his student with a worried expression and said softly, "This is politics. We are all gamblers whose goal is power. Land and people are just bargaining chips that can be used to exchange. Victory and defeat are just a matter of shifting the bargaining chips. This is the game between the nobles and the country." Thales raised his gaze and chuckled softly in resignation. "Yes, war is the continuation of politics, a game of power, a feast for crows. But I don't like this." A voice in his heart whispered softly. The prince shifted his gaze outside the carriage window. There, a beggar with a distressed expression extended his hand to touch the carriage axle. Looking at the beggars in the capital, Thales thought gloomily, "This is already a broken kingdom. Wait." The carriage passed by a bright everlasting lamp. Thales focused his gaze and instantly saw the beggar's hand clearly. It was a pair of rough and calloused hands. However, the calluses were not evenly distributed on the areas he usually saw. Instead, they were concentrated on the thumb, index finger, and the area between the thumb and index finger. His brain immediately began to work. He had seen such a unique callus on another person's hand before. Jayla Charlton. Thales was shocked. He turned to another beggar, then the third, the fourth. Gilbert. The middle-aged noble looked at him in puzzlement. Thales said without batting an eyelid, "Something is not right. These people are not beggars." The prince sucked in a deep breath. They are." Yodel's hoarse voice traveled faintly from the air and finished his sentence. "Assassins." Chapter 53. The White Eagle family reacted faster than we expected. The Iron Eagles arrived in Eternal Star 2 hours ago. This will give His Majesty a lot of time to prepare before the news spreads. Zayn sat elegantly on a carriage without a coat of arms driven by the Knight Seychelles. He said those words with a cold expression and looked out of the carriage window. Another carriage with an equally mysterious identity was parked beside them. The windows of both carriages were open so that the owners of the two carriages could converse. But so what? No matter how fast a fish swims, it cannot avoid the current. This is the current that His Majesty is destined to face. A sharp voice came from the other carriage. "But there's a problem with our intelligence," Zayn said coldly. "There's an unexpected big shot in the diplomat group. The consequences are more serious than we thought." "You want to give up?" Zayn paused for a moment and took a deep breath. "No, not at all. The plan remains the same. There's no turning back now, is there?" "That's good." The sharp voice said nonchalantly, "The general edict has been issued. The nobles will come one after another in a short period of time. By then, Extet's official response should have arrived. Mobilizing troops, demanding territory, threatening war. Guess how His Majesty will respond?" Endure humiliation for the greater good, or send our country to hell at all costs. And for you to do such a big thing, you're really willing to be ruthless? Zayn sighed softly and shook his head gently. Just as your race says, power from violence. This is a necessary step. I need to determine your attitude and stance. Your refusal to join New Star has troubled us greatly. Another voice laughed loudly. Looks like you're very confident in yourself. It's no wonder. Think about it. The young, elegant and outstanding master of Jade City, Guardian Duke of South Coast, Zayn Covendier, was made heir by His Majesty. What a beautiful scene. We are willing to promise on the honor of our family that your rule in Western Desert will not be shaken, and that you can even benefit from the decline of the Northern Territory, Zayn said seriously and sincerely. And it doesn't have to be me. Constellation can also become a king selection system, right? He leaned forward slightly and said slowly and softly, and as one of the 6, you're destined to be the king selection. The carriage was silent for more than 10 seconds. All right, from now on you have my guarantee, the shrill voice said slyly. If Constellation reaches that stage, the Fakenhas family will follow the trend. Zayn clenched his fist slightly. He suppressed the impatience in his heart. This fellow. He still wasn't willing to bet easily. Did he think that Fakenhas had a chance as well? Or did he simply lean towards the other families? Cullen? Manchester? Or the most unlikely Tabark? I will remember Fakenhas' attitude, the master of tricolor iris flowers said faintly. Although Zayn kept a straight face, he was very wary of the person in the other carriage. This fellow's threat level on his list was second only to the fat Guardian Duke of the Eastern Sea, and even higher than the one-eyed dragon of Manchester. The shrill voice laughed again and continued, It's an honor. The future King Zayn. I heard that you have been disgraced by the Blood Bottle Gang's matter? Aren't you working together to control the gang? Is that old man Cullen just going to stand by and do nothing? When Zayn heard the word His Majesty, he frowned and curled his lips without anyone noticing. Thank you for your concern. Everything is under control. Let's call it a day. I still have to rush to Renaissance Palace, and you should be in the ruins right now to personally receive His Majesty's edict. Don't worry. The shrill voice suddenly turned cold. Fakenhas is never absent. Very well, Sir Fakenhas. I look forward to seeing you again, Zayn said his last words. Yes. The shrill voice laughed and said, I also look forward to the reunion of the 19 noble families in the capital 12 years later. Ah. The 2 carriages started their respective carriages, crossed each other and drove further and further away. Zayn lowered his head and closed his eyes, gently rubbing the bridge of his nose. Sir, Seychelles' voice came through the front window, something's wrong up ahead. Zayn opened his eyes slightly. In the distance outside the carriage, a rapid and strange sharp sound came. Seychelles let go of the horsewhip with one hand and gripped the sword at his waist. He said coldly, It seems that a carriage has been attacked by assassins. Looking at the beggars who were either lying or standing on both sides of the street, Gilbert calmly leaned forward and pulled open a small window at the front of the carriage. He hesitated for a moment but still calmly and quietly said, Madame Gines, there's something strange around us. Through the small window, Thales clearly saw Gines' back tremble slightly. Assassins? She said slowly, Are they here for that child? For some reason, Thales heard some unstable emotions in Gines' words. He also noticed that Gilbert was looking at Gines' back worriedly. Not necessarily, the middle-aged noble said softly. Not necessarily? Thales checked the JC dagger at his waist. When he heard this he could not help but be stunned. But even Yodel is certain that it's an assassin. Why did Gilbert tell Gines that it's not necessarily? Be ready to speed up and escape at any time. But before they really make their move, Gines, you must be steady. Never. Remember, they are not necessarily assassins. The middle-aged noble was extremely solemn. He seemed to feel that what he said to Gines was a little inappropriate, so he immediately added, Yodel, you too. Are they here for me? Thales asked with a serious expression. The situation is unclear for now. Gilbert returned to his seat and stared at the surroundings of the carriage with a sharp gaze. He said quietly, Theoretically, it is impossible for your existence and whereabouts to be leaked, but please be prepared for the worst. At least 7. Even though they were invisible, Yodel's hoarse voice strangely rang beside Thales' ears. They are skilled in hiding, well-trained, and arranged on the road to Renaissance Palace. I am ready. I can accelerate at any time. Sit tight. Gine's voice traveled into Thale's ears, adding a chill to it. Gines, calm down. Gilbert seemed to be a little abnormal as he said this to Gines sternly. Even Thales, who was the most inexperienced among them, could sense that something was wrong with Gines at that moment. The carriage went around a corner and drove from the muddy ground to the brick ground. There were still 2 more streets before they reached the central district. At that moment, the expression of an old beggar who was moaning on the ground to their left suddenly changed. Using his hands and feet, he chased after one of the horses and extended his hand towards Gines, asking for money as an alms. Crack. The horsewhip cracked and the entire carriage began to shake violently. Without any warning, the carriage began to accelerate. Gilbert's expression changed drastically. He pounced to the front of the carriage and shouted loudly without caring about Thale's reaction, "Gines, no!" Wait. But it was too late. Gines, who was in the driver's seat, let out a furious shout. "Come on, shameless bastard!" The horsewhip cracked angrily. As Gines' wrist turned rapidly, it lashed fiercely on the old beggar's body. Crack. A huge force surged and a line of blood spurted out from the beggar's body. The old beggar flew 5 meters away with blood dripping down his body. A short machete fell from his sleeves. While the shocked Thales was still trying to understand what had happened, he saw a beggar at the back of the carriage leap up abruptly. He held a dagger with both hands and roared furiously. "It's happened." More than 10 figures pounced towards the carriage from among the beggars and tramps. Thales' expression changed drastically. There were more than 7 assassins. Unfortunately, when he counted the number of assassins, the enemies had already launched their attack. The 2 horses were the first to suffer. 2 assassins were seen rolling past the horses' abdomens. As the black horses neighed sorrowfully, blood spurted out. Under Gines' angry rebukes and the whipping, the carriage continued to move forward according to its inertia. However, the carriage immediately crashed into the fallen horses, and the entire carriage flipped to the side abruptly. Gines leaped up with force and whipped an assassin at the side, causing him to fall to the ground. She had a crazed expression as she gritted her teeth and drew out the long sword at her waist. She turned around and stabbed the assassin behind her in the left chest. Bang. The carriage finally fell to the side on the road. The moment the carriage flipped, Thales was hugged tightly by Gilbert. As the carriage flipped, they fell to the side near the window. 3 assassins leaped onto the flipped carriage. When Thales climbed up in a daze, he felt Gilbert pressing him to the side. Crack. The one who attacked was not the assassins but Gilbert. With a calm expression, he drew out his staff and swung his arm, completely shattering the window glass above his head. The glass shards flew into the sky. The 3 assassins instinctively raised their arms to protect their eyes. Gilbert's staff was like a venomous snake. A sharp blade popped out from the tip of the staff. With a precise thrust, an assassin fell while holding his neck. Thales hugged his head tightly as he felt the small glass shards fall around the carriage. 2 long swords were passed into the carriage and thrust towards Thales. However, they were deflected by the noble's rapier in Gilbert's left hand. With an ingenious move and strength, the 2 swords were deflected. Rip. One of the 2 blades stabbed into the sofa in Thales' left hand, while the other swept past his right arm and pierced through the air. Thales gritted his teeth as he felt a cold sensation coming from his right arm. One of the assassins saw the scene in the carriage. He immediately said in surprise, "No." However, before the assassin could finish speaking, he was interrupted. Yodel appeared behind the 2 assassins like a ghost. His gray short sword slashed horizontally across the back of their necks. The 2 assassins, who were dressed in rags, immediately fell limp. "Send him away!" Gilbert roared furiously. He blocked the glass shards that filled the sky, pressed on the carriage and flipped out of the carriage. Yodel grabbed Thales' belt and fished him out of the carriage. As Gines roared furiously, Thales saw the situation around him clearly. Under the illumination of the everlasting lamp, 7 or 8 assassins dressed as beggars charged towards the overturned carriage with long shadows behind them. The unrelated passers-by ran and fled amidst screams and cries for help. The street was instantly in chaos. Gilbert kicked a broken piece of the carriage towards the assassin closest to him. He then thrust his swords forward and forced the assassin on the left to retreat. Yodel's figure flashed and he slit the throat of an assassin who was charging towards him. He then carried Thales in his arms. Just as he was about to enter the realm of shadows, a sudden change occurred. Screech. An ear-piercing sound suddenly exploded in the air. Yodel suddenly let go of Thales. Screech. It was a sharp sound of extremely high decibels. At that moment, Thales gritted his teeth in pain. He felt as if his head was about to explode from this sound. Damn it! What is this sound? He subconsciously covered his ears. However, that urgent sound was like a demonic sound. It drilled into his brain without any obstruction. Screech. The sound continued. Gines and Gilbert seemed to be greatly affected. Their expressions were distorted and their movements changed. Gine's left arm was even cut by a knife while she was swaying. Kiss. The demonic sound became more and more urgent. Yodel trembled as he resisted the invasion of the demonic sound. He lowered his head. Thales knew that he was speaking, but his mind was filled with the piercing sound. He could not hear it at all. Thales narrowed his eyes and endured the pain in his eardrums. He used all his strength to cover his ears. He raised his head and was shocked to see that 5 of the assassins, who had pained expressions but could move freely, had reached behind their backs and pulled out a weapon. They aimed it at him and the masked protector. Crossbows. Thales felt a chill in his heart. He no longer doubted that this was a meticulously planned assassination. The crossbow mechanisms trembled simultaneously. The sound of the mechanisms could not be heard in the demonic sound, but 5 long black shadows appeared in Thales' vision. In the next moment, Thales was thrown a few meters away by Yodel. Kiss. Amid the tormenting demonic sound and the strong wind in the air, Thales watched in despair as the black shadows shot towards the masked protector. Yodel's figure trembled violently as he spun rapidly. No, Yodel Kato. He thought in fear. Thales fell to the ground and rolled a couple of times. Kiss. The demonic sound was getting closer. He covered his ears and struggled to get up while trembling in pain. But he ran into a ragged figure. It was a sloppy young beggar. His face was delicate and young and he was not much older than Thales. His lips were open and trembling at a high frequency. As he got closer, the tormenting demonic sound was getting closer as well. The beggar's gaze was cold as he pulled out a dagger from his waist. Thales, who was gritting his teeth and enduring the demonic sound, understood something. Following the instincts he had developed over the past month, he subconsciously pulled his right foot back, raised his left arm, shifted his center of gravity, and posed in a standard Northland military sword style. One of the 3 defensive styles, Iron Body style. Amidst the demonic sound, the dagger pierced his left arm at high speed. Pain assaulted him, but Thales gritted his teeth and knew that he had made the right choice. The young beggar was a little surprised, but he immediately opened his mouth wide at Thales. As his mouth and tongue trembled, the demonic sound became even louder. Kiss. At that moment, the feeling made Thales close his eyes. He screamed in a frenzy and futile manner, almost wanting to dig his eardrums out from his ears. In the violently vibrating air, every cell in Thales' body seemed to start trembling. He felt himself starting to heat up, just like food being irradiated by a microwave. Stop. He jerked his arms and instinctively covered his ears. Stop. The dagger was pulled out of his left arm and a trail of blood gushed out. Stop. Thales' face was drawn in pain, and he fell to his knees in the terrifying demonic sound. Stop. The dagger stabbed at his throat again. Stop. At the last moment, Thales opened his eyes in despair. He saw the young assassin's cold-blooded face gradually distort into another blurry face. It was a girl with long eyelashes. Her bright eyes were staring at him curiously. Your name is Wuxia? What a strange name. My name? Take a guess. The boy trembled and reached out to the blurry face. Excitement and boiling heat assaulted his heart at the same time. He felt pain in his left shoulder, and the demonic sound by his ears suddenly rose, covering the girl's next words. He only saw her blurry lips open and close. Stop. He mumbled subconsciously. Stop. I can't hear her. Stop. He reached out and grabbed something as if he had grabbed something out of thin air. Stop. He mumbled. Then. The demonic sound really stopped. His mind was no longer in a mess. His eardrums no longer hurt. The scene in front of him returned to normal. Thales trembled and opened his eyes. The dagger that was aimed at his throat was now stuck in his left shoulder. The owner of the dagger, the young assassin, grabbed the hilt of the dagger and knelt down weakly. The young assassin fell into Thales' arms face to face. The corners of his mouth twitched and his body trembled. Thales looked at him in confusion. The young assassin's face gradually turned pale. He looked into Thales' eyes, and his gaze was also filled with confusion and puzzlement. What? Thales could read this message from his gaze. Thales panted heavily, endured the pain in his shoulder, and looked at him in shock and bewilderment. The boy also wanted to know why there was a murderous psionic assassin just a moment ago. Wait, this is... Thales supported the young man, panted, and lowered his head. In the space created by their bodies and arms, the boy raised his warm right hand. He trembled and looked at the warm and moist thing in his hand. It was an irregular red sphere. There were many tubes in it. It seemed to be vibrating. Thales focused his gaze. He saw it clearly. His gray pupils shrank abruptly. In Thales' previous life, he did not do well in his high school biology class. When he went to university and became a postgraduate, his biochemical knowledge improved by leaps and bounds. But this did not stop him from recognizing what the thing in his hand was. It was a blazing heart that was still pulsating unceasingly. It was bright red and had a hint of liquid in it, heart. The blood vessels between its two chambers could not absorb blood, and they twitched forcefully. Thales subconsciously looked at his chest, and then at the young assassin's chest. But their chests were intact, without a single drop of blood. Asterisk thump. 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 Asterisk the beating of the heart became slower and slower. It became slower and slower. Thales was stunned for a few seconds before he trembled violently. The fresh, bloody heart slid from his hand to the young assassin's knees. The young assassin's breathing became weaker and weaker. With a pale face, he seemed to realize his fate. Lucy. He moaned beside Thales' ear, listless and powerless. These were his last words. Until he stopped moving. The sounds of fighting finally returned to Thales' ears. The trembling prince extended his right hand, which was covered in warm blood, and pulled out the dagger from his left shoulder while enduring the pain. He threw it away without looking and scrambled away from the young assassin. The young assassin's corpse fell face down powerlessly, pressing down on that heart. His own heart. What is this? Did I lose control again? Thales shuddered and thought of Yodel, who was surrounded and killed by arrows. He subconsciously turned his head, but there was nothing beside the carriage other than the assassin's corpse. Thales' ear, which was still in pain, moved. Another assassin landed beside him. The moment the demonic sound disappeared, the assassins noticed the abnormality in this corner. With Gilbert and Gines holding them back, they finally managed to free up some manpower and quickly came to help. The assassin who came to help looked at the young man lying on the ground in shock, then at Thales. Without hesitation, he swung his right hand and a hidden blade appeared under his wrist. Thales extended his hand towards JC, thinking about the possibilities of defense and escape. He glanced at the young assassin's corpse. With that power, at this moment, Thales' entire body erupted with intense pain from inside out. Thales clenched his teeth and suddenly fell limp. It was as if someone was tearing his soul apart. No. But the assassin did not care about his movements. He only coldly thrust his hidden blade at him. But at this moment, Thales did not even care about the danger to his life. He had never experienced such pain. It was as if every single molecule in his body was roaring in protest. Thales finally could not stand the torturous pain anymore. He screamed and twitched as he watched the enemy's hidden blade attack him. Is this the end? It hurts. It hurts. That power is indeed not without a price. However, rip. Just as the assassin was about to succeed, a tall and slender figure appeared behind him. Before the assassin could turn around, a long sword came from the back of his head and pierced through it. Thales, who fell limply on the ground, raised his head as he breathed his last. A well-dressed and elegant young nobleman with a round face walked out from behind the assassin. The young nobleman frowned and wiped the liquid on his sword on the latter's clothes. The pain receded like the tide. Feeling the pain in his body temporarily subside, Thales struggled to take a breath like a drowning man. He looked at the nobleman's shoulder, and his gaze immediately trembled. There was a complicated coat of arms embroidered there. Thales recognized this coat of arms. Red, blue, green, 3 petals. A tricolored iris flower. In the distance, the fanatical Seychelles knight waved his saber and stood beside Gilbert, who was lying limply on the ground. He beheaded an assassin. Come behind me, child, Zayn Covendier, the master of Jade City, guardian duke of South Coast, said indifferently and elegantly. Eternal Star City does not welcome murder. Chapter 54. The extreme pain from the inside out had already disappeared from Thales's body. Thales covered the wounds on his left arm and shoulder and panted laboriously as he looked at the young noble in front of him. Thank you. In the distance, Lord Seychelles' sword suddenly flashed and neatly disposed of the last assassin. Near the overturned carriage, Gines shrugged off Seychelles' supporting hand and walked coldly towards the assassin who was still alive on the ground. Under the knight's frown, she exerted great force and stabbed her sword between the assassin's eyes. The unrelated passers-by had already fled. Thales did not find the masked protector's figure amidst the chaos and corpses on the street. He could only hope that he survived the magic sounds and arrows. After all, Yodel was a supreme-class elite. Gilbert, who was lying on the ground, looked anxiously in Thales' direction. But from the moment he saw the iris flower emblem, Thales knew that his top priority was to deal with the young noble in front of him, who had saved his life, and his knight follower, who was obviously not a simple character, who was at ease among the assassins. Iris emblem. Gilbert had not had the time to teach Thales the art of heraldry, but this did not stop him from understanding the meaning of the emblem. When he was captured by the Blood Clansmen, the fluttering flag on Vine Manor told the prince that the family represented by the flower probably had a limited liking for the Jade Star royal family. Those people. Thales' face was filled with fear. Like a standard 7-year-old child who was still in a state of shock after encountering a crisis, he said timidly, "Those people suddenly pounced on us. This child can travel with the king's lover, his closest attendant, and the former foreign affairs minister." Zayn thought to himself. He was even assassinated on the way to the central district. Who is he? Could it be an accident that affects the plan? Child, do not be afraid, everything is fine now. The young, round-faced noble smiled and sheathed his sword. He looked at the 7-year-old boy and said elegantly, "Assassins are creatures that live in the dark. Once they leave the dark, they are no threat and useless. I am Zayn Covendier. As one of the millions of nobles in the kingdom, as long as I am present, I will not let them harm you. So, child, who are you?" Zayn asked politely and raised his eyebrows. "I am?" Thales took a deep breath under his trembling exterior and thought about the current situation. "I have yet to make my official debut and have yet to be acknowledged as a Jade Star, but I will definitely be a thorn in the side of the nobles who have the potential to be crowned." Before reaching the palace, he could not reveal his identity. Thales looked at Gilbert. Gilbert saw Zayn, who had even dropped his top hat. The former foreign affairs minister was covered in wounds and swaying, but he still managed to support himself with the help of his cane as he limped over from afar. He's still a distance away. He can't help me explain, Thales thought quietly. And in front of them, he looked at Zayn, who was waiting for his answer with hesitation in his eyes. Looking at the silent Thales, Zayn's suspicions grew. The young duke swept his gaze and saw Gilbert in the distance. Was he hesitating? Or was there really something fishy about his identity, and he was waiting for Casso to come and help him out? "Are you waiting for Count Casso?" Zayn smiled. "To be personally escorted by the most outstanding diplomat in the history of the kingdom, it seems like you have quite a story behind you, child." Sensing Zayn's suspicions, the prince knew that he could no longer bluff his way through. Otherwise, even if Gilbert helped him conceal his identity, the nobles with the iris emblem would not easily believe him. I am Thales." Thales searched for the identity in his memories and combined it with his current situation. With the fear unique to a 7-year-old child, he slowly said, "They all say that I am Lord Mon's illegitimate son." Mon? Zayn raised his eyebrows. "The hero of the kingdom in the Desert War, Lord Sauron Mon, who died at the Western Front Line a year ago? The illegitimate son of the Stormer Mon? Haven't Mon's territory and manor been taken back?" He frowned slightly. Thales' palms slowly sweated. Gilbert only told him the basic situation of Mon Manor, and did not tell him what kind of person Lord Mon was. "I don't know. They didn't tell me much about Father." Thales lowered his head and said dejectedly. Gilbert finally arrived in front of the two of them. The former foreign affairs minister's face was filled with surprise and worry. He trembled as he bowed to Zayn. "Thank you for your generous help. I did not expect to see you here, Duke Covendier." Zayn quickly stepped forward and supported Gilbert, who was covered in wounds and on the verge of collapse. This time his gaze was especially serious. "Count Casso, I would rather meet you on another occasion and talk over a cup of wine," he said sincerely, "than lend a hand in a despicable assassination." Count Gilbert Casso. Zayn silently recalled this person's identity. The cunning fox of Constellation. This was how the various countries led by Extet addressed Count Casso after the Fortress Treaty. At that time he was still Viscount Casso, who had just inherited his father's title. It was enough to prove this person's wisdom and means. 12 years ago, it was he who acted as Constellation's negotiator and maneuvered through the various countries' negotiation tables. He almost single-handedly defeated the great dragon of the North's ambition to invade the South. He was also the first noble in Constellation's history to be promoted from a viscount to a count just based on his diplomatic achievements. When the news of the victory in the negotiations spread, almost all of Constellation was celebrating wildly, celebrating the final end of the bloody year. If it was not for political reasons, he who was highly sought after in the political arena back then, would almost certainly be the next Prime Minister of King Kessel. How would it be Cullen's turn? He is a rare talent in Constellation. If there comes a day when Zayn thought to himself, he will be a powerful helper. He immediately put on a stern and serious expression. I will instruct the police station that no matter the reason for this despicable assassination, it cannot be forgiven. The mastermind must pay the price. Just like him, Gilbert was also speculating about this young duke in front of him. He was one of the 6 great clans, the Covendier family, who had just been promoted for 2 years. 2 years ago, when the old duke passed away in that regrettable family tragedy, everyone thought that the declining Covendier family and the wealthy South Coast Hill would be torn apart in the endless civil strife. Even His Majesty had written an edict and reached an agreement with the other clans to intervene in the family's internal strife in order to reap benefits. That was until this young duke, who was rumored to be at odds with his family, returned from his travels in the distant eastern continent across the sea. Facing pressure from his 3 powerful cousins, Zayn reunited Tricolor Iris Flowers and South Coast under the surprised gazes of all the nobles, becoming one of the noblest and wealthiest families in Constellation. Sir Covendier, Gilbert chose his words carefully, I will remember your righteous deeds, but before that I must. At this moment, Thales suddenly spoke up and interrupted their respective thoughts. Sir Casso. In their eyes, the 7-year-old Thales lowered his head dejectedly and said reluctantly, I do not want to inherit Mon Manor anymore. The exhausted Gilbert's gaze shifted. Thales, he is reminding me, he thought to himself. I am just an illegitimate child who has not even seen my father's face a few times. I do not have any rights to begin with, and... Thales raised his head while trembling, his eyes filled with tears of fear. I do not want to experience what happened just now again. I just want to be that Thales without a surname again. Child, I understand your feelings. Being caught in the whirlpool of inheritance is never a pleasant memory. Thank you very much, Your Grace. But, Gilbert sighed. With Zayn's support, his eyes lit up. But this is His Majesty's order. We have to rush to Renaissance Palace immediately, Your Grace. Gines bandaged her wounds and walked forward with a hostile expression, interrupting their conversation. She did not dare to look at Thales and Gilbert, and only insisted on leaving in a rude and unreasonable manner. But when she was about to pull Thales' arm, Seychelles stopped her in midair. The latter looked at the young duke expressionlessly and waited for his decision. Zayn narrowed his eyes and said in a rather gentlemanly manner, So this? Thales is the one who is going to inherit the Mon family? Gilbert looked at Thales with a complicated gaze. This is His Majesty's mission, and it should not be disclosed so easily. But since the Master of Tricolor Iris Flowers has asked, Gilbert sighed and nodded. His Majesty has ordered to bring this child to him so that he can hand over his father's inheritance, including Mon Manor. You know, Lord Mon rose to power during the Desert War and had a deep friendship with His Majesty when he was alive. After he died in battle, his land and property were all entrusted to the royal family. Gilbert continued to weave lies without changing his expression, until someone discovered his illegitimate child. Obviously, someone is not satisfied with Lord Mon's heir. Gilbert looked at the assassins' corpses all over the ground, and a worried expression appeared on his face. You must know that is a very large manor, and after Lord Mon rose to power, he gained many relatives out of nowhere. Zayn looked at Thales and his gaze froze for 2 seconds. A hero's illegitimate child and orphan? Enter Renaissance Palace? Accept His Majesty's edict and inherit his assets? At this time? And he glanced at Gines. Traveling with the chief female official of the palace, His Majesty's lover? Bustling noises could be heard from afar, as well as the sound of orderly footsteps. The city defense team and the police station finally arrived late. Anxiety was already showing on Gines' face. Gilbert's expression did not change, but Thales knew that he definitely did not want to expose himself to the public. Even if it was as Lord Mon's illegitimate child. I see, no wonder His Majesty places such importance on this. As the remaining three people waited anxiously, Zayn suddenly flashed a smile. Lord Mon was not only His Majesty's comrade in arms, but also Constellation's hero. His bloodline should not be left behind in an ugly conspiracy. Thales secretly sighed in relief. Zayn then said worriedly, "But the two of you are badly injured. Fortunately, the city defense team and the police station are here. The two of you can get medical treatment and assistance from them, and you must also clearly explain what happened before and after the assassination. As for this child, since he is His Majesty's Imperial Order, you can hand him over to me. I am about to head to Renaissance Palace," Zayn said plainly. Gilbert and Gine's expressions changed. "Your Grace, this is too much trouble for you." Gilbert's expression was solemn as he said decisively, "And this is my mission. The child's safety is the highest priority. He has already experienced an assassination," Zayn said emotionally. He knelt down on one knee, tore off a piece of cloth from his sleeve and bandaged Thales' wound. "A hero's orphan is worthy of me doing this." Thales' expression stiffened. Too clumsy, Zayn thought coldly in his heart. Sending his most trusted attendant and his lover to pick up the orphan of a low-ranking noble at such a critical moment? Even if that noble is a comrade who went through life and death with the king on the battlefield. There must be something wrong with that boy. Zayn smiled and nodded at them, showing an expression that told them not to worry. With the name of tricolor iris flowers and Seychelles' ability, there is no need to worry about his safety. Sensing Zayn's gaze, a chill ran down Thales' spine. "Zayn Covendier." Gines took a step forward angrily, but was firmly blocked by Seychelles and his sword. "Step back, madam." Seychelles did not back down from the supreme class knight. His gaze was cold. "This is the Duke's will and also my mission." Gilbert's brows were furrowed as tightly as they could. Facing a Duke and a supreme class knight, he anxiously thought of a countermeasure. "Sir Covendier, this is not appropriate. This is His Majesty's." Gilbert had never spoken in such a stern tone. "No one can doubt my respect for His Majesty," Zayn said loudly, his gaze fixed on Thales. "But it is obvious that my carriage and guards are more suitable for His Majesty's mission than you, who are covered in wounds." Zayn turned his head and his words were daunting. "Or is there something else you are hiding from me?" Gilbert was momentarily speechless. Gine's gaze was cold as she tightened her grip on the hilt of her sword at her waist. She was already prepared to risk her life to snatch Thales away. Thales became anxious as well. Leave with this guy? Impossible. But with Yodel's disappearance, using force would only be counterproductive. What should I do? Thales frantically thought of all the solutions he could come up with. He even considered the power in his body. What should I do? Child, there is no need to be nervous. His Majesty Kessel is known for being impartial and strict. Zayn saw the three people's reactions and was even more certain of his thoughts. He smiled with slight mockery. Moreover, since you are of Lord Mon's bloodline, isn't it only right and proper for a son to inherit his father's assets? You should be proud of your father. It was his decisive charge during the Battle of the Altar that saved the entire Desert War. Please allow me to escort you away as a sign of my respect for the hero. Looking at Zayn's bright smile, Thales felt his scalp go numb. He could not think of a countermeasure. The solemn Gilbert and anxious Gines also seemed to be at their wits' end. The corners of Zayn's lips curled up. He stood up and raised his right hand. "Please, this is, young Sir Thales?" Thales took a deep breath and glanced at the middle-aged noble and the female official. "Looks like there's no other way." At this moment, the owners of the orderly footsteps finally entered everyone's sight. At least dozens of elite warriors, equipped with iron armor, long swords, silver shields, steel helmets, and even portable mystic guns and special crossbows for infantry, marched in orderly steps and surrounded everyone present. Everyone's expressions changed. Seychelles was the first to see the warriors' equipment and ornaments clearly. He approached the Duke with an unpleasant expression and said in a low voice, "It's not the police station or the city defense team. It's the Royal Guards." Zayn's expression suddenly became extremely unpleasant. Gilbert and Gines saw clearly the leader of this group of murderous elite warriors. Both of their expressions relaxed. It was a short and small figure wearing a cloak. His head and face were tightly covered. With Constellation, Thales suddenly realized that the voice under the cloak was that of a young woman. The short and small figure took a step forward and scratched her head. With that supreme king, however, the voice seemed to be a little confused and out of practice. She continued to shout, Kessel, that, Canoops, that's a mouthful. Anyway, in the name of your king. Under Thales' dumbfounded gaze, the short figure placed his hands on his hips, raised a hand, and pointed at the people in the hall one by one. Get Madame Gines, that gray-haired uncle, and that brat. Send them all to his palace. Chapter 55. Thales, who was rather injured, was carried by a guard. He was dizzy from the swaying, but his speed did not decrease as he followed the group. The pain in his left shoulder and left arm snapped him back to consciousness. Where am I? He shook his head hard. The prince only realized after a while that he was being escorted by the elite royal guards, led by the cloaked woman, in a daze. They were marching forward at a steady pace. Gilbert and Gines were walking together with the cloaked woman. They seemed to be whispering to each other. Thales took a deep breath. Dragging his tired spirit, he raised his head to look. They passed through a thick, grayish-black palace wall that seemed to have no end. The wall was mottled and occasionally damaged as if it had been through a long time. The guards marched in orderly steps, arriving in front of a giant steel gate controlled by complicated ropes. Under the dozen or so city guarding giant crossbows at the top of the palace walls, the guards exchanged commands with the sentries who were on strict guard duty before they were allowed to pass. Thales opened his mouth in a daze and stared at the starry sky and the moonlight in a daze. The ground under his feet changed from muddy wasteland to coarse stone to exquisite tiles made of an unknown material. The everlasting lamps on both sides grew larger, more exquisite and more dazzling. When a magnificent pyramid-like building, which looked like a huge slope, rose from the ground and appeared before his eyes, he saw the royal guard standing guard every 10 steps, teams of patrolling soldiers, and the servants who came and went nodding at them to greet them. Thales suddenly came to a realization. They had arrived. It was the tallest, largest, most magnificent and most honorable building in Eternal Star City. Thales relaxed and lowered his head again. When he woke up again, it was already the morning of the next day. Thales found himself wearing a set of coarse pajamas and lying on a cushioned stone bed. He was slightly stunned. He moved his bandaged left hand and left shoulder. When he felt that he was fine, he nimbly jumped off the stone bed and stepped on the ground, which was also made of cold stone. The cold temperature and coarse touch came from the soles of his feet. Thales furrowed his eyebrows. He took a step forward and touched the stone wall, which was also cold. He sized up the place. The ceiling wasn't high, but it was made of the same stone material as the walls, floor, and bed, emitting a faint chill. He walked to the windowsill and opened the wooden window. The cold wind poured in, making him shiver. Fortunately, the winter sun shone into the room made of pure stone from the tall stone windowsill. But unlike the warm Mindy's hall, even daytime and sunlight could not dispel the uncomfortable feeling of coldness and dampness in this room. Just like the abandoned house. A thought struck Thales and he remembered the place where he had stayed for 4 years. He glanced out of the window. The prince instantly sucked in a breath of cold air. The moment he stuck his head out, he saw a crowd as small as ants, a carriage the size of a fingernail, a house the size of a chessboard, and a street with fine lines. Without a doubt, this room was at an extremely high place, overlooking the various scenery of the king's city below. Just like in another life, he told himself. At this moment, the only door in the room made of thick wood was pushed open. Gines Bajkovic, the first lady of the court, appeared at the door of the room. Madame Gines? When Thales saw a familiar face, he instantly felt a lot more at ease. Looks like you have recovered quite well. Gines' face was a little pale, and she did not seem to be in a good state of mind, but she still forced herself to stay upright. It's more than quite well, Gines thought. I was hit by a dagger the day before and the next day. Even orcs do not have this kind of recovery ability. She sighed. Right, Gines? Madame Gines. Thales was so anxious that he even forgot to use honorifics. He hurriedly took a step forward. Yesterday. Yodel and Gilbert. Gines extended a hand and interrupted Thales' words. She said quietly, Don't worry, Gilbert is by His Majesty's side. They have important matters to deal with. And Yodel, he is still alive. Still alive? Thales was shocked. Does that mean? Gines seemed to have realized that her words were a little too harsh. She immediately corrected herself and said, He was hit by a few arrows and is currently recuperating. Yesterday, It was also thanks to him informing His Majesty's other secret protector in time that the royal guards rushed over in time. Thales heaved a sigh of relief with complicated emotions. He remembered the conversation he had with Yodel last night. Thank goodness. That was not the last time. That masked protector. He survived. Thales immediately shifted his attention back to Jine's words. Another secret protector? Thales remembered the young woman who wore a cloak. He saved this piece of information. Before he could digest it, his mind jumped to another matter. Also those assassins and that Duke Covendier. Jine's gaze became stern. This made Thales remember the days when he trained hard. She said, "That is not a problem you should be concerned about. Everything has been taken care of. Those problems will not be problems very soon. Also, you have to believe in your father." My father? Thales recalled this unfamiliar term with great difficulty. It was not that he did not care, but ever since he came to Mindy's Hall from Red Street Market, he had only met his father in name once, not to mention his strange attitude towards him. I have asked the servants to prepare hot water and breakfast. Tidy yourself up first. We still have important things to do. Gines looked at him sternly. Servants? Thales was stunned for a moment. He quickly turned his head around and looked at the room that looked more like a coffin than a bedroom. So we are, Gines nodded tiredly. Yes, you are in the largest and most important building in Eternal Star City. The Palace of the Supreme Kings of Constellation. Gines uttered 3 words expressionlessly. Renaissance Palace. Thales opened his mouth wide and remembered the large pyramid-shaped building he saw last night. No wonder it's so high up. He then furrowed his brows and looked at everything around him. The mottled walls, the dull color, the dim lighting, the cold temperature, the hard stone slabs, the rough ground, the narrow room. Compared to Mindy's Hall, this place was like a slum. Gines saw through Thales' gaze. What? Not used to it? She crossed her arms and looked at Thales' expression with interest. No, it's not that. Thales quickly waved his hands and shook his head. He wanted to say something, but in the end he only sighed and lowered his head. In truth, he wanted to say that this was the best night he had slept in over 20 days. The hard and cold bed and the rough and uneven floor allowed Thales to regain the sense of security that the soft bed and quilt in Mindy's Hall could not give him. So, Thales sadly realized that the best sleep he had was during the 4 years when he was a child beggar in the harsh and terrible abandoned house. But obviously, Gines treated his truthful words as stubbornness. She smiled dejectedly. I know what you are thinking. That's right. The palace of the Supreme King is not as glorious, luxurious, exquisite, and magnificent as I imagined. Gines walked to the window and focused her gaze on the countless citizens of the kingdom under the tall Renaissance palace. On the contrary, this so-called Renaissance palace at the center of the kingdom is not even comparable to a normal house. Thales watched in a daze as the arrogant, domineering, and unyielding female official, Gines Bajkovic, sighed desolately in the next moment. Very narrow. Very high. Very cold. Gines turned around and looked at Thales with a complicated expression. And very dark. Thales followed behind Gines Bajkovic and stepped on the hard and rough stone floor that was unique to Renaissance Palace. They walked past the similarly narrow, cold, and dark rooms. The guards and servants they met on the way lowered their heads and bowed to Gines when they saw her. The lighting in the interior of this semi-pyramid-shaped palace was so bad that they had to use lamps to illuminate some of the more difficult corners during the day. Because they were too high up, cold wind continuously blew in through the gaps. The only good thing about this place was that it was usually very difficult to rear insects in such a place. The narrow walkways and low ceilings made the atmosphere in the palace feel oppressive and uncomfortable. Sometimes it even seemed lifeless. This place. Thales stuck out his tongue and secretly sighed. It really doesn't look like a palace. Instead, it looks like a mausoleum. Weren't the Egyptian pyramids in my previous life the mausoleums of kings with countless ancient histories buried underground? Gines suddenly stopped. She returned to her cold self and spoke slowly, We're here. We're here? Thales, who had been absent-minded just now, only noticed that he and Gines had walked into a spacious and dark stone corridor. In front of them was a stone door that opened on both sides. Go in, child. Gines did not answer him. She only nodded at Thales with a profound expression. Be polite. What polite? Before the stunned Thales could finish speaking, Gines pressed her hand against the stone door and pushed it open abruptly. Asterisk boom. Asterisk Thales stared at the scene behind the stone door in astonishment. It was a pitch-black room with everlasting lamps lit in a few corners. The everlasting lamp in the center was held by a woman with her back to him. Is that a woman? While Thales was still in shock, Giants pushed him into the room. Boom. The stone door closed. Thales managed to find his footing after much difficulty, but he realized that he was already locked in the stone house by Giants. So it's you, boy? At this moment, a mellow, pleasant, and sweet voice came from the center of the room. Thales turned his head in confusion and looked at the woman with her back facing him. The woman held the everlasting lamp and slowly turned around. Thales' eyes brightened. It was a beauty with an oval face with bright eyes and white teeth. She was in her 30s. Compared to the charming and mature Giants, she lacked a hint of valiance and cleverness, but was more gentle and charming. She wore a dark veil and a robe decorated with half a red sun. Wait a minute, half a red sun? Thales was shocked. You are the priestess of Sunset Temple? Sunset Temple? The beauty chuckled softly. However, not only did Thales not feel a hint of gentleness from her laughter, he even felt a faint coldness. Let me take a closer look at you, boy. The beauty's waist slowly moved closer to him, but Thales furrowed his brows. He could not feel any warmth or kindness from her. He could feel some sort of uncomfortable aura from this woman. As expected, the charming beauty in her 30s crouched down in front of him. She narrowed her eyes and observed Thales. You also have a pair of gray eyes, just like your mother. Thales' pupils shrank. Mother? Thales was stunned for a second. I'm sorry, madam. Do you know my mother? He asked in surprise. At the same time, he remembered Giant's reminder to be polite, so he quickly changed his tone and used honorifics. Of course, your mother, she is a ruthless character who should not be trifled with. The charming beauty curled up the corners of her mouth and her gaze was cold. Did Kessel not tell you? Thales' breathing quickened without him realizing it. No, madam. Thales said a little awkwardly, apart from her name, my father did not tell me anything else. I see. All right, you can leave now. The charming beauty sneered and shook the everlasting lamp in her hand. Their figures flashed around the stone house. Tell Kessel that I am ready. It's over? Giants or that father asked me to meet her. What does this mean? But he had to know. Because. Thales took a deep breath. He was almost 100% sure that all the abnormalities in his body were related to that suspicious mother of his. Thales took a deep breath and bowed respectfully with the etiquette he learned from Giants. Madam, if you can tell me about my mother, I will be eternally grateful. The charming beauty covered her mouth and chuckled. But her expression immediately turned cold and she said in an icy tone, Since your father didn't tell you, why should I tell you? Thales was instantly speechless. But he could not give up so easily. But that is my mother. I have the right to know. And I will repay you. The beauty only sneered and turned around. But you are not my son. I have no obligation to tell you. Besides, I do not need you to repay me. Thales was speechless again. From Yodel to Gilbert, other than his own father, he had never met someone like this. This is even more arrogant than the king. But a path seemed to be instantly connected in his mind. More arrogant than the king? Thales' brain worked continuously. He thought of something. He took a deep breath and looked at the charming beauty. I see. I know who you are. The charming beauty turned her head in surprise. I heard my father and Gilbert talk about you. Thales furrowed his eyebrows tightly. He tried to recall the time when he was just saved by Yodel and brought to Mindy's hall. I remember now, he said slowly. You are. Thales took a deep breath and raised his left hand to look at the faint scar on it. He looked hesitant for a moment but then said firmly, You are that bloodline lamp, the lamp used to search for my father's blood descendants, the caster of the bloodline divine art. You are the head ritual master of Sunset Temple. Lycia. The expression of the charming beauty, Lycia, immediately became unpleasant. As expected of your mother's son, she said slowly, you even inherited her cunning and good memory. That's right, I am Lycia Arund, the head ritual master of Sunset Temple, the only spokesperson of the Sunset Goddess in the world, and also the person who will prove your identity as a member of the royal family. Chapter 56. It seems that my mother once troubled you. Thales' expression was resolute. He was determined to find out the identity of his mysterious mother. Lycia chuckled in disdain. Troubled? The coquettish priestess walked in front of him. Her gaze was terrifying. More than that, she was a nightmare. Nightmare? Thales recalled Kessel the Fifth's coldness and disregard towards him. He could not help but be stunned. You should leave, bloodline of the kingdom. Lycia looked down at Thales coldly. I have seen you. Your mission is complete. Thales snapped out of his daze. He gritted his teeth and took a step forward. Theron Jorana. Upon hearing this name, Lycia suddenly paused. The color in her eyes changed. Thales took a deep breath and continued, This is my mother's name. I do not know what this name means to you. But no matter what kind of person she is, I need to know. Lycia lowered her head slightly and narrowed her eyes. In a split second, Thales was shocked to find that all the everlasting lamps in the room had become brighter. They lit up the dark stone house. The originally quiet and gentle flames in the lamps even started to crackle. Is this divine art? He clenched his left hand tightly. Lycia looked at Thales' gray eyes. Her frown deepened. Finally, she flung her sleeves in disgust. You are really a continuation of that nightmare. Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't ask about your damned mother. I will not tell you anything. Thales stared at Lycia in a daze. But he still suppressed his displeasure and hurriedly said, But you have already told me. You told a son that his mother was a nightmare. Thales raised his head and stared at Lycia's cold, black eyes without showing any signs of weakness. I'm curious. Whose nightmare is she? Father's? Thales gritted his teeth and asked, Or your nightmare? Lycia's eyes suddenly shone with a fierce light. It was not a description. It was a real golden light. It was so bright that Thales could not open his eyes. Thales was so shocked that he took a step back. He raised his left hand to shield his eyes and touched JC's dagger with his right hand. He felt very uncomfortable under that golden light. Is this the power of the so-called sunset goddess? Watch your words, mortal. Lycia's eyes were shining so brightly that even her pupils and expression could not be seen clearly. She had a dignified expression on her face, but she spoke in an incomparably calm tone. In this mortal world, no one knows better than me how hateful your mother is. Thales stared at her blankly. She is a cold, cruel, cunning and crazy bitch who is obsessed with power and strength. Every move she makes has an ugly motive that she can't tell anyone. Remember my words, completely forget her or you'll regret it one day. Thales absent-mindedly went up and down a few flights of stairs. He followed Gines down a path in Renaissance Palace that he did not know which floor it was. He could not let go of Lycia's words for a long time. Cold, cruel, sinister and cunning? Crazy obsession with power and strength? What kind of person was his mother? The more Thales thought about it, the more suspicious he became. Especially when it came to the abnormalities in his body. Thales gritted his teeth. Gines looked at Thales and shook her head slightly. Don't take it to heart. Gines pursed her lips nonchalantly. It's normal that Lycia doesn't like you. That woman has always been stubborn and can't let go of anything. Thales raised his head curiously and heard the female official say flatly, Before she became the ritual master, she had a marriage contract with your father. Thales was shocked when he heard this. Marriage contract? Yes. Due to many reasons they couldn't get married. Gines snorted in disdain. Lycia, that woman who couldn't live without a man, ran to Sunset Temple in a fit of anger and served the goddess for the rest of her life. So, she doesn't like me, the king's lover. The prince, who had just heard a huge piece of gossip, opened his mouth wide in shock. But so what? At that moment, Gines returned to her capable and astute self. The first-class female official curled up the corners of her lips slightly. Why do you have to let other people's gazes decide your fate? Even if those are the gazes of the gods. At this moment, Gines stopped in front of a larger stone house and gently pushed the door open. We're here. As usual, you can go in alone. As she looked at the stone house, Gines' original capable and confident expression disappeared. She sighed dejectedly. Only you can go in here, the female official said faintly. I must. Thales was puzzled. He finally noticed that there was something wrong with Gines, who stood in front of the door. However, Gines pushed him into the stone house again without any explanation. Eternal Star City, West City Gate. Wait a minute. Is that the Caribbean family's carriages in front? May I ask if Count Caribbean himself is here? Uncle? Uncle, is that you? A group of knights holding single-winged raven flags rushed over from the city gate, looking travel-worn. They caught up to a carriage that was escorted by a dozen knights. The coat of arms of 2 towers and a long sword were engraved on the carriage door. The leader of the knights holding the single-winged raven flags was a male noble in his 30s. He sped up on his horse and arrived in front of the carriage. He watched as a dignified old noble with white hair at his temples alighted from the carriage. "Derek? It's you, the young and promising Count of Wingfort from the Chroma family. You actually rode a horse here?" the old noble said gently. The young Count of Wingfort, Derek Chroma, flashed a smile. It would take at least 2 days and 2 nights for a carriage to travel from Wingfort to here. I wouldn't make it in time. I might as well ride a horse here. On my way here, I met the carriages of the Bosdorf family and the Lasha family. They should arrive in a while. This way, the people from the west of the 13 distinguished families will all be here. As for you, uncle, it's been a long time. How are cousin Cohen and aunt Kesha and Gina? Cohen has been restless ever since he returned from the battlefield. I arranged for him to work as a police officer in the capital. When he thought of his old classmate Snitch, Count Caribbean heaved a deep sigh. As for your aunt, she is still the same. She worries about Cohen's marriage every day. That pair of little demons at home are overjoyed. Every day they urge their mother to hold a ball in the name of helping their brother find a wife, the old noble said faintly. What? The young Chroma was stunned for a moment. He immediately smiled and said, Aunt has always been like this. When I came of age, she almost brought half of the girls from Walla Hill with her. Chroma immediately took a step forward and said in a low voice, So, that matter is true. King Nuvan's only son died in Constellation? The Count of Walla Hill, Tarami Caribbean, looked at his wife and nephew and sighed softly. It seems to be true. I just met Count Zamunto of the Arund family. I heard that Extet's messenger is already on his way, and their army is gathering. Right now, the ones who are the most anxious should be the Duke of the Northern Territory and the families under him. Chroma sighed. He leaned forward and said with a solemn expression, Will they fight? Count Caribbean glanced at his wife and nephew and said slowly, If there is no miracle, you should ask, how will the fight turn out? Start stocking up on food and prepare for the recruitment of soldiers in the territory. As he spoke, he stepped down from the carriage. He spread his arms and hugged Lord Lorbeck Dara, the head of the Western City Police Station, who came to welcome him. Long time no see, old classmate. Ah, you have gained so much weight. This is the Count of Wingfort and also my wife's nephew, Derek Chroma. He is one of the 19 territorial vassals who are qualified to receive His Majesty's General Edict. So it is the legendary Chroma, the single-winged savior, of the 13 distinguished families. And you must be the horse slayer Lord Lorbeck Dara who rose to fame in the fortress tragedy 12 years ago? Sigh, that damned battle. After Caribbean introduced Lorbeck and Chroma to each other, a melodious bell suddenly rang from afar. Dong. The bell rang was heavy and long, and it traveled far away. The Count of Wingfort, Chroma, who did not come to the capital city, often furrowed his brows. If I remember correctly, this seems to be the bell of Constellation? Did something big happen? Lorbeck, who had been in the capital city for many years, nodded in puzzlement. Yes, the bell of Constellation rings. Something big has to be announced in the center of each district. Usually, it is the wedding of the royal family or an important person. But recently there has been nothing, at that moment. Dong. The long bell rang for the second time. Lorbeck's expression changed. The bell rang for the second time. He said solemnly, This means that within a few hours, His Majesty will be holding a national conference in the Hall of Stars in Renaissance Palace. National conference? The national conference that is said to be open to all citizens, regardless of nobles or commoners. Chroma's face was pale. But the news of the assassination of the Extet diplomat group is still a secret. It is only spread among the nobles. The higher parliament of Constellation is also going to be held tonight, isn't it? Why is the national conference being held at this time? Yes, the matters of the national conference will be announced to the entire Star Plaza and all of Constellation. Do you still remember the declaration of war in the Desert War? Director Lorbeck thought hard. Count Derek Chroma looked at the citizens of the capital city who were excitedly rushing to Star Plaza. His expression was unpleasant. Surely His Majesty is not going to announce the news and declare war on Extet in advance? Who knows? Count Caribbean's expression darkened. But that is the Iron Hand King. It's not like he has never done something like this before. Chapter 57. The stone chamber was very big, so big that it still seemed spacious even when there were more than 20 huge stone pillars in the room. However, there were no windows. There were only a few large black holes in the ceiling that served as air vents. It was terrifyingly cold. Thales stared blankly at the scene in front of him. A sturdy figure draped in a starry blue cloak stood in front of a stone pillar with his back facing Thales. The side of the stone pillar that the sturdy figure was facing had a stone cave dug out. Inside the cave were 2 large stone jars and 6 small stone jars. "Your grandfather, 80 Jadestar, is buried here," the figure said in a solemn and dignified voice. To be honest, I did not like being in the same room with him. The way he looked at me was always full of disappointment and accusation. After my mother passed away, I tried to avoid him even more. Thales was not too unfamiliar with this voice, but he was not too familiar with it either. "Come here." Thales took a deep breath and adjusted his emotions. He walked towards his father in name, the Supreme King of Constellation, Kessel Jadestar. The Iron Hand King Kessel V wore a crown with 9 stars. He held an everlasting lamp in his right hand and a scepter inlaid with crystals in his left hand. He turned his head and glanced at Thales. This sharp gaze made Thales feel a little breathless. Starting from the second king, John I, every Supreme King and Queen of Constellation will be buried in this stone chamber after they pass away and are cremated. Kessel's voice was very deep. It was as if he was afraid of waking something up. Kessel extended his hand and placed it on the large stone jar on the left. There was a name carved on it. King of Eternal Rule, King ADL. K. Jadestar, 595 to 660. Kessel looked at the second large stone jar on the right. There was another name on it. "This is my mother. She passed away when I was 15. Queen Natalie J.F. Jadestar, 604 to 642. He, the Supreme King, touched the small stone jars again. His expression was complicated and difficult to understand. "And the children of the kings who did not inherit the throne and did not change their surnames are in these small stone jars." Thales was stunned. He turned his head slightly and, as expected, he saw a grotto on each of the 4 sides of each stone pillar. There were 2 large stone jars in each of them, and a few small stone jars would occasionally appear beside them. "This is the royal burial ground?" Kessel lowered his head and looked at a small stone urn. Thales also looked at it. "Starlight, God of War, Liberator of Zodra, Duke of Star Lake, John L. K. Jadestar, 613 to 660. This is Uncle John, the only one in the family who has traveled the world. He was my father's younger brother and was practically raised by my mother, so I insisted on putting him in my father's grotto." Kessel touched the stone urn. Thales was shocked to see that there was a smile on his face. He is knowledgeable, skilled, humorous, and witty. His jokes are unparalleled. When we were young, whenever he came back, my twin brothers and I loved to pester him and listen to his love story with Princess May Knox, until my mother exposed him with a cold expression. At that time, I thought he was the most powerful person in the world. John's marriage almost angered my father to death. My God, he actually married a supreme-class female knight. I think John should have completed the hugging and kissing part of the wedding with his feet off the ground. After John was conferred the title of nobility, he would often return to the capital to visit us, and occasionally bring small gifts for Constance. But ever since his wife passed away, I haven't seen John smile much. Thales felt the atmosphere in the stone chamber and did not dare to breathe loudly. Kessel was immersed in the past. He only turned his head around after a minute. "This is Meteor's brother." Kessel looked at another stone jar and frowned slightly. "The one who should have inherited the throne." Thales heard a familiar name and quickly looked at the stone jar. "Eldest son of the king, Crown Prince, Meteor D. Jadestar, 622 to 660. He had the best relationship with my father. He was the only one who could be on par with my father in a game of chess. He did not usually speak much and always watched us brothers play with a smile. He was very smart and popular. Everyone said that he was the best crown prince and also my best brother. But when I was 16, one night when I came back from the maid's room in the middle of the night, I accidentally saw him sitting dispiritedly in the courtyard, drinking alone with a gloomy expression. At that time, I only found it strange that he also had times when he was depressed. Now I finally understand him." Thales looked at the stone jar and thought about the rumors about Meteor Jadestar. Is this the person Giant's rescuer, Gilbert's admirer, and Yodel wants me to be better than him? The next stone jar. Sword of Reversing Light, Second Prince, Horus M. E. Jadestar, 623 to 660. This is Horus. The Tower of Eradication still has the record of his fastest sword speed when he was a student. From what I heard last time, no one has been able to break it. Kessel flicked the stone jar and snorted. He was the only supreme class elite in the family. He even had an awe-inspiring nickname. My father often lamented that after the Oathkeeper Midir IV and the enemy of the wolves Prince Kira, the Jadestar royal family finally had a third supreme class elite. His relationship with brother Midir was very poor. When he played chess with Midir, he always liked to use his power of eradication to send his opponent's chess pieces flying in the dark. But even so, he could not win against the smiling brother Midir. He often told us that if he had not been born a year later than Midir, he would have been the one to become the crown prince. A month before his death, he received an invitation from the Scions of the Tower of Eradication. If he had passed, he would have become one of the 8 Scions of the Tower of Eradication. This is Bancroft and Herman, my twin elder brothers. Kessel looked at the 2 stone jars that were placed side by side. His gaze was complicated. It was said that a careless maid mixed up the order of birth. My father could not stand the 2 doctors arguing about which baby had a bigger head, so my mother simply tossed a gold coin and used Tormund the First portrait to decide that Bancroft was the 3rd prince and Herman was the 4th. That gold coin is now placed in my mother's stone jar together with Midir's first full marks political homework, Horace's first swordsman trophy, and the baby wrapping cloth that Constance and I wore when we were born. Thales took a step closer and saw the 2 small stone jars clearly. The 3rd prince, Bancroft Annie Jadestar, 624 to 660. The 4th prince, Herman Annie Jadestar, 624 to 660. When we were young, they argued endlessly at the dining table. It was practically a nightmare for our entire family. Midir joked that Herman was probably frightened by the 2 of them and went to the Tower of Eradication to learn martial arts. Bancroft loved painting and sculpture. He donated half of the funds for the Arts and Culture Department of the National Academy of Sciences. But he was also quite vain, probably second only to his love of money. When we were young, we often said that he should marry into the Sukater family. The dowry alone would be enough for him to eat for the rest of his life. In the end, when he went to the Southern Isles, he proposed with a sketch and really married a lady Sukater. And Herman was the most handsome among the 5 brothers. He was also good at music and good at writing poems. Both commoners and nobles liked him more. Every time he went out on the streets he would attract screams and flowers. Because of this, my father appointed him as the first choice to lead Constellation's diplomatic mission to the Sacred Tree Kingdom. It was a pity that he did not marry an elf. Otherwise, my father might have passed the throne to him to strengthen the elven bloodline that has existed since Midir IV. Kessel held his scepter and looked at the light in the everlasting lamp. The 5 of us used to be so close. I still remember when we were young, we fought with the 3 princes from the main Eteinox dynasty in the palace. Horace was in charge of offense, Midir was in charge of defense, mainly to protect me, and the twins were in charge of flanking. But after we grew up, everything changed. Midir was still smiling. I had the best relationship with him, but I always felt that he was becoming more and more unhappy. Ever since Horace returned from the Tower of Eradication, he was filled with a murderous aura. He always wanted to show off in front of my father. I still remember him scolding me for 5 minutes at the Imperial Conference about my visit to Red Street Market. Banker did not care much about the matters between the brothers, but every time he saw the 4 of us, he would walk away from us. Herman stuck to Horace like a little follower, but that smile really disgusted me. But Kessel's smile froze. But all that is not important anymore. Now they are reunited here. Kessel walked towards the last small urn. Thales lowered his head and gently clenched his fists. Eldest daughter of the king, Constance Annie Jadestar, 642 to 660. This is Constance, our little sister. Kessel lowered his head. His voice was heavy as if he did not want to say more. She is the only consensus among the 5 of us. We are willing to sacrifice everything to protect her happiness and smile. Thales sighed. He closed his eyes gently and imagined his aunt, the Princess Royal, who had died at the age of 18. The Jadestar family was born to shoulder the fate of Constellation, Kessel said faintly. Thales opened his eyes and listened to Kessel's heavy breathing. He thought about the purpose of the king's actions today. The 2 of them did not speak for a long time in the empty stone chamber. Thought. The king suddenly slammed his scepter on the ground. It startled Thales. I do not know how much you know about us, nor do I know what kind of imagination you have regarding the title of Jadestar. Kessel V's voice was low and stern, but there was not a hint of fatherly emotion in it. But that is definitely not an easy title. It represents glory, history, power, and most importantly, sacrifice. Thales was speechless. He did not know what to say. It seemed like whatever he said would not be right. Are you ready? Kessel finally turned his head. His sky-blue pupils were sharp and oppressive as he stared straight at Thales. From the moment I am crowned with the title of Jade Star, I will fight for Constellation, die for Constellation, and... Kessel stared at the 6 small stone jars. His gaze dimmed. Born for Constellation. Thales' breathing froze for a moment before it quickened. Fight for Constellation. Die for Constellation. Born for Constellation? This sequence, Thales thought anxiously, so, becoming a Jade Star and living is far more difficult than fighting and dying? The king's gaze was fixed on him. I am waiting for your answer, the king said slowly, enunciating each word clearly. It was not to be doubted or disobeyed. Thales gulped. He could not stand the current atmosphere. The prince forced a smile and said, shouting about dying for a certain country or something, it really sounds like you are in a war. But Kessel continued to stare at him with a burning gaze. All right. Thales took 3 deep breaths, opened his eyes and said dejectedly, no. Kessel furrowed his brows slightly. Before leaving Red Street Market, everything I did was to struggle to survive in this damned world, the prince said disappointedly. I did not think about everything before my eyes at all. The royal family, conspiracies, heir, everything. He said sincerely, I was not prepared to play these games at all. People die at the slightest provocation, but I can still talk and laugh as if nothing happened. I am more used to a dilapidated house, a hard bed, and curling up in a corner when it is cold and hungry. I work hard for myself and my friends' survival, not to drink and eat in a luxurious room while I concoct conspiracies, deprive lives, and provoke or deal with wars. I am also not prepared to become Thales' Jade Star. The prince exhaled and lowered his head. Everything is a coincidence. I'm not prepared for anything. As this figure seemed to appear again before his eyes and smiled at him. Yes, this is a coincidence. There was a long silence. Kessel stared at Thales. But the originally dignified and inhuman king suddenly revealed a complicated and profound expression that the prince had never seen before. Working hard for myself and my friend's survival. This is probably the entire mission of a Jade Star. It is fine. Emotion seemed to flow in the king's eyes as he slowly said, I was also not prepared in the past. Thales raised his head in surprise and saw Kessel V enunciate each word in a forceful voice, with a mocking and hateful tone. And fate will help you prepare. He flung his cloak and strode away. Thales followed Kessel to the side of the stone pillar. It was also a stone cave, but it was empty. There were no large stone jars. There were only 2 small stone jars. This will be my burial ground. Kessel stooped down expressionlessly and caressed the 2 stone jars. He said calmly, this will be my burial ground. But there are already 2 stone jars. Thales' brain stopped working for a fraction of a second. He remembered Gilbert's words about the bloody year and looked at the 2 small stone jars. King's eldest daughter, Lydia GK Jade Star, 656 to 660. I still remember when Lydia was just born, I carried her in my arms and was even more bewildered than she was. After she grew up a little, she ran around everywhere and refused to be quiet. King's eldest son, Luther K. Jade Star, 659 to 660. Kessel put down the everlasting lamp and hid the expression in his eyes in the shadows. Only his lips moved and the corners of his lips curled up slightly. Luther is very obedient and quiet. He never cries or throws a tantrum. This is bad because we do not know when he is hungry. These 2 children have always caused Kia and Gines to worry about them. I have always been happy to be free. The Supreme King of Constellation placed his hand on Thales' shoulder. Thales was shocked. Fortunately, Kessel's words were chilling. They no longer have to worry about the children. Thales listened to Kessel's words in horror. Because they will always be here. They will not cry or run around. Always. The king suddenly tightened his grip and gripped Thales' shoulder tightly. His injured left shoulder was still in pain, but Thales endured it and did not speak. Look, this is what fate has prepared for me. Looking at the 2 small stone jars, Thales gritted his teeth and clenched his fists lightly. These are my sister and brother? At this moment, outside the stone room where the kings of Constellation were buried, a long and heavy bell suddenly rang. Go. King Kessel Jade Star let go of Thales. Gilbert and Gines are waiting for you outside the door. The king stood up and regained his dignified and oppressive aura. With a cold expression he said, They will prepare everything for you. Just like how fate has already prepared everything for you. Thank you for the 588 Chidian coins reward from my beloved minister Don't Go. Thank you for the 100 Chidian coins reward from Book Wasteland 1. Chapter 58. When Thales walked out of the stone room with complicated and indescribable feelings, he already had some guesses about the long chime and what was going to happen next. Today. He calmly looked at Gilbert and Gines, who had been waiting for a long time in front of him. How sudden. Gilbert's gaze was filled with sighs and sadness, while Gines' cold expression seemed to be a little hesitant. Shouldn't they be cheering? Why do they look like this? Thales thought helplessly. His mind was already filled by the stone room and what was going to happen next. For some reason he could still maintain his composure even though his heart was heavy. Is this what it means to not show one's emotions on one's face? Gilbert said bitterly, "Please forgive me, this was not my intention. Extet's emergency envoy will arrive in Eternal Star tonight. Whether it is a declaration of war or a compromise at this time, His Majesty." Gilbert furrowed his brows tightly. He wanted to say something but stopped himself. However, he still sighed deeply and kept his mouth shut. Don't waste any more time. The national conference will start at 3 in the afternoon. His Majesty wants us to send him to the waiting room before 1. Gines interrupted Gilbert with an indecipherable expression. The former Foreign Affairs Minister and the first-grade female official had already changed into dark and solemn formal attire. Behind them were 8 plain-looking female servants holding 8 full trays. They were lined up orderly and quietly on both sides of the corridor. Dong. The bell rang for the second time. Gines walked forward with a complicated expression and led the troubled Thales into another room. The 8 female servants entered one after another. At the first sluice gate on the outer wall of Renaissance Palace. The place Thales had just passed through last night was maintaining order despite the guards' rude and merciless reprimanding. The nobles, the people of all walks of life, and those with reputable positions all had different expressions on their faces. The crowd formed a long line and fought for a place to enter Renaissance Palace. In front of Renaissance Palace, at the first heavy and mottled sluice gate, under the strict inspection of nervous guards, the qualified participants were allowed to enter one by one. I am the Vice President of the Iron Smelting Guild. I am qualified to listen in. What? The Iron Smelting Guild has 25 vice presidents? Sai, you don't understand. They are just there to make up the numbers. I am the only one who is special. Let me tell you, look at my black hair and black eyes. Do you understand? My family's craftsmanship was inherited from the Far East, the Dawn Dynasty. Before the Battle of Eradication. All right. A gentleman uses his mouth, not his fists. I won't go in, okay? I am Eros Kata, a fabric merchant specially licensed by the royal family. I can go in. Look. This is the late King Adi's signature, and His Highness Meteor's signature is also at the bottom. I also have the invitation that Mindes III sent to our family back then. Although it had a long history, it was only 150 years ago. Hey, don't do anything, I'll walk by myself. Go by yourself. Sai. Do you still remember me? I am the coroner of the Central Police Department, Raisin. We have been colleagues for half a year. Are there any seats left in the Hall of Stars? I'm on duty here, so I don't know. However, my cousin, who was a palace guard, told me that the hall was already half full. If you're not a viscount or a noble, you won't be able to enter. So, we can only go to the Star Plaza and listen to the guards passing down the decisions of the big shots? That's right. Forget it. 4 people of our identity, even if we enter the Hall of Stars, we will only sit at the bottom and the outermost level and listen to the big shots on the top and the innermost level in silence. It is impossible for us to interrupt at all. Oh my God, that's the single-winged crow and the twin-tower longsword flag. Chroma and the Caribbean family's carriages. Get out of the way. You won't have a good time if you offend them. So what if they're nobles? Nobles also have to abide by the basic law. I know, it's the Constellation Treaty. What a joke. They're not ordinary nobles, they're high-ranking vassals who were appointed by the royal family, have over 1,000 private soldiers, vast territories and countless vassals. As a coroner, you need to improve your posture. Do you know about the 13 distinguished families? They talk and laugh with the royal family and the 6 distinguished families. How do you know so much? I'm ashamed, I used to teach the family's 3rd son martial arts in the manner of the Kisen family in Eastern City District. Ignoring the pushing and shoving from the crowd around them, Count Derek Chroma's cavalry and Count Tarami Caribbean's carriage weaved through the crowd and arrived at Renaissance Palace half an hour after the bell rang for the second time. As two of the 13 high-ranking vassals known as the 13 Distinguished Families, who were second only to the royal family and the 6 great clans in the country, Derek Chroma and the old Caribbean Count passed through the crowd effortlessly with just the emblems and flags of the single-winged crow and the sword of the Twin Towers. They passed through the first palace wall and the palace gate under the respectful gazes of the guards and the officials at the palace gate. There weren't so many people before the national conference. Director Lorbeck sighed softly in the carriage. During the national conference during the Desert War, only the heads of the various industries, rich merchants, and those stinky, prestigious scholars attended. Only 2 of the 6 great families were present, and only 5 of the 13 distinguished families were present. But it was enough for His Majesty to win the war support he wanted. The 19 nobles had no choice but to obey the national conference's decision. Caribbean stared solemnly at the growing crowd outside the carriage window. The few nobles who refused to carry out the decision were besieged by the angry citizens. They even suffered in various industries. Even though they were just vassals of the great families, this was not a good sign. The young Count of Wingfort, Derek Chroma, rode close to the carriage window. His expression was unpleasant. Sirs, we should hurry up. Even though the 19 nobles have their own designated seats for the conference and won't be driven to the Star Plaza below the palace to listen to the conference, we might have to fight with those nouveau riche nobles and commoners for a while. Northwest of Renaissance Palace, Star Plaza, diagonally below the Hall of Stars, was currently bustling with noise. The Virtuous King's Initiative, known as the National Conference for All Citizens, was the only national conference where commoners and minor nobles could listen to the supreme power struggle of Constellation. It was about to begin in the afternoon. Every topic, every discussion, and every decision in the conference would be conveyed to the entire Star Plaza by someone specially assigned to inform all the citizens of the capital. Jennett frowned as he looked at the bustling crowd in the plaza. He and his city defense team had just been seconded from Eastern City District in the morning to maintain order in Star Plaza together with the people from the police station. God have mercy on us. How is this possible? The Star Plaza could accommodate tens of thousands of people. Even Duke John's Starlight Brigade in the past could not maintain such order with just over 1,000 people. The people's gazes were all focused on the conference venue above their heads. It was the hall that faced the Star Plaza, the Hall of Stars. The crowd pushed and shoved against each other. Indifferently, under the loud berating of the thousands of guards in the plaza and the giant city-guarding crossbows on the walls of Renaissance Palace that were on standby, the people passed back and forth the news of the king's sudden national conference. I guess it's because of the Red Street Market explosion a month ago. Tiske, could it be that the Blood Bottle Gang was beaten up so badly by the Blackstreet Brotherhood that they became so anxious that they started to go crazy? How can a small gang fight alarm the big shots up there? Where did you get this news from? What do you mean by orderly? What Blood Bottle Gang? What Blackstreet Brotherhood? How can there be gangs in the capital? We are a civilized society. Our lives now are so blissful. Why do you want to spread these words that will destroy the environment? You look shifty-eyed. You must be a spy from a foreign power, right? You can't go wrong if you listen to me. The Baron Bone people must have rebelled again. The ones behind this must be the merchants from Camus Union who are greedier than vampires. They seized my family's merchant group last month. They want to collect tithe. Do you believe it? 50% out of 10. Damn those Baron Bone bastards. Why is the legendary Wing so soft-hearted? You should learn from His Majesty and capture them all like the orcs and bury them alive at the desert god's altar. Do not insult the legendary Wing. He is so handsome, but he is in existence who can unify the Western Peninsula with just his face. My aunt is a maid in a viscount's house in Morning Star District. She told me that something happened to Exted in the north. Oh, why hasn't their diplomat group arrived yet? How is that possible? The Fortress Treaty is valid for 20 years. Besides, we have the Fortress Flower guarding Broken Dragon Fortress. We also have a Rund in the Northern Territory, as well as powerful families like Zamunto and Fries. How can it be like 12 years ago? Don't forget that the kingdom's wrath is still in the capital. He alone, with that bow, can destroy 200,000 extensions. Extet doesn't even have 200,000 soldiers, right? Anyway, that's what I mean. I think it's most likely Sarah Dukedom in the southwest. A relative of mine who came to seek refuge with me said that evil witches have been spreading a plague there recently. The neighboring Enlenzo dukedom and Norton dukedom have sealed their borders. Wait, did the plague spread to Constellation? Did the nobles in the southwest not come? What about the Tabark family? What about Caribbean and Lasia? Did they all die from the plague? So, the price of herbs will rise? I have to hurry and stock up. You're all talking nonsense. My secret source told me that His Majesty wants to choose one of the 6 great clans to be the next king. What? What about the Jade Star royal family? Our family has the royal family's furniture franchise. What else can we do? Can you even force His Majesty to give birth to another son? I think Duke Covendier is a good choice. Last year he came to the Grand Bazaar for an inspection and even held my hand. With a duke like this, our country will never have to worry about not doing well. But I think the young lady from the Tabark family is also not bad. Let's learn from Alumbia Kingdom. Think about it, a beautiful young queen. Oh my God, my heart is about to melt. Stop joking around. That's a countryside like Alumbia. Our great constellation is the successor of the empire. How can we let a woman be the king? I'm not discriminating against women, but we have to acknowledge the objective differences. Young man, stop making wild guesses. I'm concerned about politics. I think you're a keyboard, no, a verbal warrior. You have to believe in the country, believe in His Majesty, believe in the Imperial Conference. How can they not know something that even you know? Thales stood up slowly and looked at the young noble in the mirror, who was dressed luxuriously and had a cold expression. His hair was no longer messy. Instead, it was neatly trimmed and combed into a simple but pleasing style, making him look spirited and handsome. Gines did not even care about his expression and pinned a slightly reflective crystal earring on his left ear. The thickened, dark blue, sparkling crystal long-sleeved jacket with a white lining, pleated sleeves buttoned with crystal drop buttons, and specially processed tassel shoulder pads made his originally thin and weak figure look tall and straight. He raised his hands. His pure white leather gloves were tight and shiny. His every move seemed to be more convincing. The black, tight-fitting aristocratic trousers with a belt buckle in the shape of a star, and the expensive leather boots that made him 2 inches taller made him look like a noble when he walked. The 9-pointed star emblem that represented the Jade Star family was embroidered on Thales' back. There was also a gold and silver 9-pointed star pin on his chest, which shone under the light. The maid sprayed some men's perfume on him. It was almost undetectable, but it made his aura more similar to that of the upper class. Thales laughed bitterly and sighed. Fashionable adornments, elegant mannerisms, established etiquette and limited knowledge. These are the best tools to separate and categorize people of different social classes. This is the circle of nobles. This damned evil cultural capital. Even Gines and Gilbert, who were watching from the side, could not help but nod slightly. It's about time. Gines sighed and said in a bitter tone, Kessel? His Majesty hopes that you will go in as soon as possible. Thales knew that their emotions were a little off, but since they had already come to this, he cleared all thoughts in his mind and slowly left with Gilbert and Gines. I need to confirm some things with you. Thales raised his head and looked at Gilbert. Your name. I mean, His Majesty originally planned to give you a name that is more in line with the Jade Star tradition, such as John and Midier, or Kessel and Tormund. After all, the name Thales is used by the commoners. It is the first time it has appeared in the royal family's genealogy. It will also allow people with intentions to investigate your past. Thales turned his head back and walked forward step by step. Without changing his expression, he said, Thales. What? Just call me Thales. I will not change my name. Those are the past. I will not forget them at all. I cannot give up on them at all. Thales looked at the endless corridor and clenched his fists. He did not care about Gilbert's hesitant gaze. I will obey your will. Under Gines' murderous gaze, Gilbert sighed. It was a very long corridor. Thales did not bat an eyelid. He took a few dozen steps forward and stopped. Before his eyes was a large black door. The Hall of Stars is right in front. You will go to a hidden room at the innermost level. Do not be nervous. When the time is right, I will open the door. You just have to follow my instructions, Gilbert said with his head lowered. However, he immediately looked to the side of the door. The middle-aged noble looked puzzled. Ida? You should be protecting His Majesty at this time. Thales looked forward and saw a petite figure leaning against the side of the door. It's her. Thales recognized her. It was the cloaked woman who led the royal guards and saved him from Zayn's hands last night. Her face was still covered by the cloak. Under the gloomy light, her face could not be seen. The cloaked woman crossed her arms and left the wall that she was leaning against. "Hey kid, that masked man asked me to give you a gift." A young, pleasant, and lively voice traveled into his ears. The cloaked woman handed something over. Thales was stunned. He took the item, not even bothering about the overly fair, smooth, and tight skin on her hand. It was a black dagger sheath with a buckled belt. A row of words was carved on one side: "A king is not respected by his bloodline." Thales resisted the urge to subconsciously touch his chest. With complicated feelings, he drew JC from his belt and inserted it into the sheath. The size was just right. "Thank you. Yodel, is he all right?" Thales calmed his breathing and buckled the sheathed dagger at his waist. "Don't worry, that kind of man will not die for the time being." The cloaked woman chuckled. "I know him very well." Thales nodded, walked past her, and stood in front of the door. The prince looked at the black stone door in front of him and gritted his teeth. Just one more step. Behind him, Gilbert's frown deepened. Gines bit her lower lip, and the cloaked woman twisted her neck without a care. Thales did not turn around. He only looked at the gray stone floor in front of him. He said faintly, "Gilbert, once I take this step, can I no longer turn back?" Gilbert was stunned. But Thales did not intend to let him answer. The prince raised his head and forced a smile with difficulty. "No. Perhaps, when I opened my eyes for the first time in this world, there was no such thing as turning back. I can only keep moving forward." When she heard this, Gine's gaze was obscure and hesitant. She extended her hand but was held back by Gilbert, who shook his head. "Don't worry, cheer up. This is a good thing. Mr. Gilbert, Madame Gines, and this cloaked woman, a good person, told me before." Under the illumination of the everlasting lamps on both sides and the sunlight from the windows on both sides of the corridor, Thales turned his head around. He gave them a thumbs up and grinned brightly. "Just treat it as another game." Before the three of them could react, Thales pushed the door open and stepped in. A gust of cold wind gushed into the stone door. There was not enough light in front of him, and it seemed to be endless darkness. Thales' figure disappeared into the darkness. Gilbert sighed and lowered his head. Gines turned her head around and did not say a word. Only the woman in the cloak snapped her fingers happily. "Ah, I like this kid." Gines raised her head and chuckled bitterly and helplessly. Her face was full of sorrow and pity. "Yes, this boy is just a child. How can he bear such a heavy burden in future?" There was a moment of silence. Then a hoarse voice suddenly rose. "He can." The cloaked woman tilted her chin. "He recovers really quickly." Gilbert and Gines looked behind them in surprise. There, the masked protector's figure appeared in the air. However, the strange thing was that Yodel's figure was erratic and extremely blurry, as if he was covered by a veil made of air. "He can bear that kind of responsibility," the blurry Yodel said with determination. "I understand him. He has a quality that all the people in this world, all the gods, all the demons, and even all the mystics do not have." There was another moment of silence. Gilbert shook his head and snorted softly. He raised his hat slightly to show his respect. "Forgive me for taking my leave. There are still 2 hours left in the national conference. It is time to see His Majesty, Madame Gines." Gines nodded and left with Gilbert. As the sound of footsteps echoed, their figures disappeared into the distance of the corridor. Only the masked protector and the cloaked woman were left. 3 blue vine grass arrows pierced through your chest. It has only been one night. It is impossible for you to stand up. The cloaked woman looked at the blurry Yodel and sighed deeply. "You made a deal with that mask again? I have warned you many times. The collapse of the ancient elven kingdom is not unrelated to that mask. As for you, what did you pay this time?" Yodel did not respond. He only remained silent and touched the purple mask on his face. Yodel's figure gradually disappeared, and only his hoarse voice remained. "No matter what I pay, it cannot be compared to 1/10,000th of what that child will pay. To all the good names are taken by others too. If I have time, I will update during the day. If not, I will update at night. However, there have been many things recently, but I will try my best to fix my update time. Thank you for your support. The climax is almost here, huh? All kinds of requests for my collection and recommendation." Chapter 59. Thales did not have any distractions in his mind. He focused on walking into a dark room. Outside the hidden room, there was a buzzing sound that was unique when a crowd gathered. It was noisy and disturbing. This reminded him of the football team he once supported in his previous life. It was probably the same feeling when he first entered the stadium. Amidst the buzzing sound outside the hidden room, a young and cheerful male voice suddenly came. "Hey old man. Director Lorbeck. I'm here. Hey mister, you look a little familiar. Wait. You're Chroma family's cousin Derek. God, I haven't seen you for so many years. How did you end up like this? Kesha and Gina will definitely cry." Thales suddenly reacted. He took a few steps forward and looked outside through the one-way glass in the hidden room. Indeed, diagonally below him was the entire Hall of Stars. The Hall of Stars was a semi-open-air oval hall. It was at least a dozen meters tall and could accommodate at least 1,000 people. There were no walls in the direction of Star Plaza. There was only a protruding balcony, which made the hall look like an irregular wide cylinder with one side cut diagonally from the top to the bottom. Or rather, it looked like a half-covered oval trash shovel. When he thought of this, Thales could not help but smile. At that moment, the hall was already half filled with people. They were either sitting or standing. There were at least a few hundred of them. The closer it was to the center, the sparser the crowd. They were dressed in expensive clothes, quiet and composed, and basically all had seats. These were the nobles. In the center of the hall was a spacious round platform. Around it were 7 stone seats of different sizes. The unique stone seat was the throne, and the 6 seats around it belonged to the 6 guardian dukes. Surrounding the 6 stone seats were another 13 stone seats, which belonged to the 13 distinguished families. They formed a semicircle. The 6 stone seats were still empty, but the 13 stone seats were already occupied. They were all men between the ages of 20 to 60. They wore different emblems and had different expressions. Behind each seat stood a few attendants with tense expressions. The voice he heard just now came from the 13 stone seats. Behind one of the stone seats stood a handsome blond man dressed in an astral blue police uniform. He was handsome and had a defined face. Compared to the feminine mystic Asda and the pretty boy, Ishtron, he appeared more energetic and masculine. However, this handsome man was viciously hit on the head with his cane by an exasperated middle-aged noble with grizzled hair who was walking towards him. The middle-aged noble's clothes were embroidered with the symbol of 2 towers and a long sword. "Cohen Caribbean, where is your noble upbringing? Do you know how to speak human language?" Derek is not only your cousin, he is also the master of the Chroma family, one of the 13 distinguished families. The Lord of Wing Castle, a count of the kingdom. Show some respect. The stunned Thales looked at the kingdom's police officer, Cohen Caribbean. Gritting his teeth, he covered his head and roared at his father. "Old man, the stage of eradication is right in front of us anyway. Knock one more time and we'll fight on the stage." Many people turned their heads in that direction, but when they saw that it was the seats of the 13 distinguished families, they shook their heads and ignored them. Why is this noble family so weird? "Ah, Cohen and I are familiar with each other. This is the best way to show our closeness." Derek, who was standing at the side, seemed to know about his uncle and cousin's daily life. He quickly waved his hand to smooth things over. On the other side, Lorbeck was busy holding back the old Count Caribbean, who was about to swing his staff angrily a second time. "By the way, Cohen, although you are the eldest son of the Caribbean family, your father is not here yet. How did you get in?" Lord Lorbeck Dara, the head of the Western City Police Department, quickly changed the topic. "I'm not too sure either." Cohen scratched his head and frowned. "I just recovered from the injuries I received in Red Street Market a few days ago." "Old man, put down your cane. We'll talk about this when we get home. I received the order to be on duty." When I arrived at the gates of Renaissance Palace, the city defense team and the police saw that I was one of them, so they let me in. When the palace guards heard that I was Caribbean, they led me into the Hall of Stars. His father, the suzerain of Walla, the old Count Caribbean, was stunned when he heard this. The old count did not ask any more questions. He and Count Derek Chroma sat down on 2 stone seats respectively. A few attendants, knights, Cohen, and Lorbeck stood behind him. Thales listened to their conversation and roughly guessed that these 2 families were members of the 13 distinguished families. At this moment, the noisy crowd suddenly fell silent. Thales shifted his gaze in another direction. In the distance, 2 unforgettable figures walked into the Hall of Stars on the blue star-patterned carpet, escorted by 2 groups of attendants. The people on the road naturally made way for them. They either bowed to greet them or whispered to each other. Among the 2 figures, a plump and noble-looking old man smiled honestly and occasionally responded to the people on both sides. A sword and a shield were embroidered on his back, intersecting against the background of the red sun. That was the Prime Minister of the kingdom, the suzerain of splendid port city, and the guardian duke of the Eastern Sea, Bob Cullen. Beside him was a middle-aged noble dressed in martial attire and exuding a murderous aura. He did not even look at his surroundings. He only strode forward with a cold expression. On the middle-aged noble's chainmail shirt, a sharp-eyed falcon could be seen clearly. It held a branch in its beak and spread its wings against the white background. This was the suzerain of Cold Castle, the guardian duke of the Northern Territory, Val Arund, who had arrived at the capital a day ago. The sun sword and shield and the white falcon, their emblems respectively represented the two most powerful families among the 6 great clans. National Conference? This is child's play. The Duke of the Northern Territory, Val, who had a scar on his chin, had an indignant expression. He did not bother to hide his volume. He said angrily to the plump old man beside him, he personally signed the general edict. But he suddenly, let those people get involved. This is a betrayal. As the Prime Minister, you should stop him. Around them, the middle and small nobles who heard the conversation between the two dukes quickly lowered their heads or turned to leave. What a joke. Who would dare listen to the 6 great guardian dukes criticize the supreme king of Constellation? The white-haired, broad-minded, and plump Duke of the Eastern Sea, Bob Cullen, puffed up his red cheeks. He wore an expensive mink fur shawl and had a protruding belly. He said in resignation, although I also feel that it is inappropriate, I am powerless to stop His Majesty's will. Val snorted in dissatisfaction. He was very dissatisfied with the Prime Minister's evasions. The fat old man who rode on the fence and swayed with the wind, how did he become known as the Sword of the Bay when he was young? They walked past the 13 stone seats. Every noble sitting there stood up and bowed to show their respect. Even the old Caribbean and the young Chroma were no exception. Even if he is the king we swore to serve, he cannot humiliate us like this. Val landed on the ground and flung his cloak down. He tossed it to the attendant behind him, who was obviously a warrior. Then he sat down on the seat with a flourish. This was a man with a scar on his chin who had gone through the vicissitudes of life. The white eagle on his chest exuded a chilling aura. Dressed in a chainmail military uniform, he propped up his left hand in a grand manner. His entire body exuded a sharp and unapproachable aura unique to Northlanders. He did not hide his disgust towards the king. I really want to knock that bastard's front teeth out. Just like 40 years ago. Cohen whispered behind his father's seat, even if he is the Duke of the Northern Territory, how can he speak of His Majesty like this without hiding it? Count Caribbean replied in a low voice, if you grew up with His Majesty and almost married your sister to him, you would be able to speak of His Majesty like this. Be careful with your words. The guards will soon start passing down the message. At that time, every word from the 20 stone seats will be passed down to Star Plaza. The old Duke Cullen watched and sighed softly. With the help of his attendant, he sat on one of the 6 stone seats. After all, he is our king. We can only hope that our remonstrations will be effective. These Northlanders. It has been 50 years and they have not improved at all. The old Duke shook his head in his heart. At this moment there was an uproar in the crowd. The noise formed by the gathering of whispers grew louder and louder. Gilbert's familiar voice rang out. In the name of the Supreme King of Constellation, Kessel Jadestar, subjects of the kingdom, pay your respects to His Majesty. Thales raised his eyebrows. A group of people walked in from the other side door of the Hall of Stars. Like a rolling wave, the crowd knelt down on one knee and only stood up after the king was far away. The robust Kessel V still held onto his scepter with one hand. His expression was cold and dignified as he stepped into the Hall of Stars. 8 members of the royal guards guarded closely behind him. The king instantly became the center of attention. Even though he was kneeling on one knee, the whispers in the crowd did not decrease. Instead, it became more intense. The Duke of Eastern Sea patted his plump face and said with a smile, His Majesty is here. Why don't you raise your suggestion to him in person? Humph, the Duke of the Northern Territory snorted in disdain, as if he will listen to me as long as I speak. King Kessel strode towards the stone seat. At this moment he suddenly raised his head and glanced at the secret room, intentionally or unintentionally. Thales clenched his fists lightly. He adjusted his breathing and calmed his mood. Calm down, Thales. The main show has not started yet. Behind the Iron Hand King's cape, a group of people led by Gilbert entered. The mature and tall Gines was among them. Thales only saw Gilbert's family emblem now. It was a book with two sides open. "Ah, it's our constellation's cunning fox, Count Casso." The big-bellied Duke of Eastern Sea, Cullen smiled and said, "There's also Count Godwin, Viscount Kenny, Baron Garce, Lord Croppen. They're all the kingdom's future hopes, and our alert and intelligent female official, Lady Gines. The king's partisans." Val shook his head in disgust from the stone seat. "I hope they understand soon that the best way to support the king is to think of ways to prevent their king from doing crazy things, and not to attack the 19 nobles who are the kingdom's arms. As for that B*Tisich, every second she's in the palace is an insult to the Arund family. Who? Who? King? King?" At this moment, an even louder cheer surged into the Hall of Stars from the open air outside. The hall was instantly filled with deafening cheers that came from afar. Many of the nobles' expressions changed. Many of the commoners with status whispered excitedly to each other, some even cheered along. Thales came to a realization. These are the cheers of the people in Star Plaza. Duke Cullen pursed his lips. "I'm guessing that the guards have already begun to pass the message down to the plaza?" Val turned his head, his face ashen. Kessel arrived in front of the 13 stone seats and looked at his vassals. The 13 distinguished families got up early and lined up in front of him. One by one they knelt down on one knee to prove their loyalty. Kessel expressionlessly extended his right hand and passed it to the first noble with a pentagram as his emblem, allowing him to kiss the ring on it. "Bern Talon, you are the first," the king said flatly. "You are still the first. You are always the first. Blood is thicker than water, your majesty. The Talon family is a branch of the Jade Star family, just like how the pentagram will always be a part of the 9-pointed star." That nobleman in his prime lowered his head respectfully. Kessel's brows furrowed imperceptibly, but he still nodded and walked to the next noble. "Smith Sorrel." His dignified voice spread and gathered everyone's gaze. "I heard that you and your territory have been persistently opposing the Border County Expansion Tax Exemption Order?" "Of course, your majesty." A middle-aged noble with a golden sun emblem kissed the king's ring and shook his head firmly. "How can the blood of nobles be tarnished?" Kessel snorted softly. "Louis Bosdorf." The king extended his hand to a noble who had a black lion on his chest, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. "Will the warlike black lion still fight for the pride?" The noble kissed the king's ring, smiled and answered cunningly, "I swear to fight to the death, your majesty. As long as the lion remains wise and brave, it will remember the pride." Kessel nodded and continued to walk forward. "To Rami Caribbean." Kessel walked up to Count Caribbean and showed a nostalgic expression. "I remember that you were once a member of the Starlight Brigade and risked your life for John." "I risked my life for my hometown," Count Caribbean said solemnly and kissed His Majesty's ring. "Everything is for the stability of Constellation." Kessel nodded while deep in thought. "Derek Chroma, you look smarter than your father." Kessel continued to walk forward and said meaningfully to the young Derek, "Is the crow that wants to save its master even if it only has one wing? Is it still in Wingfort?" Derek Chroma, who had a tattoo of a single-winged crow on his body, cleverly enunciated each word and kissed the king's ring. Expressionlessly he replied, "That crow has been saved and nurtured by its master. That is why it risked its life to save its master. Of course, that crow will forever remain in Wingfort." Kessel patted his shoulder and walked towards a half-bald noble. He extended his right hand. "Haj Dostan." This time, the noble had 2 long swords embroidered on his body, forming a cross. Kessel said coldly, "I still remember that your clan's motto is forward or backward, survive or fall. Have you chosen the direction you should take this time?" "The direction has always been there." The half-bald Haj Dostan lowered his head and kissed the king's ring so that no one could see his expression clearly. "But those who stand too high cannot see clearly." Kessel snorted coldly and angrily. He did not hide his dissatisfaction towards this person at all. "Wilkos Zamunto polite Fries." This time, the king extended his hands and faced the 2 resolute nobles with white bears and iron-colored long walls as their emblems. "Wilkos Zamunto polite Fries. Will Overwatch City and Lonely Old Tower be able to withstand the northern cold winds?" "Cold winds?" The bearded Count Wilkos Zamunto kissed the king's ring and said heroically, "For Constellation, Overwatch City can even withstand the great dragon's wrath." The bald Count Porat Fries was not to be outdone either. He kissed the ring and his eyes shone. "Although the Lonely Old Tower stands in the howling cold winds, no matter how bitterly cold it is, the furnace in the tower will still burn without end. Under the king's signal, the two northern nobles slowly stood up. Kessel walked past all the 13 distinguished families present and walked towards the two dukes. He waved his hand and stopped Bob Cullen, who was swaying and trying to stand up. "Forget about the Prime Minister, your stomach is practically heavier than my scepter." The Duke of the Eastern Sea was all smiles, as if he did not understand the hidden meaning in Kessel's words. He only nodded and thanked him. Gines, who was beside him, took off Kessel's cloak and let the king sit on the highest stone seat. Kessel glanced at Val and shook his head nonchalantly. "As for you, I guess that you have a strange disease that prevents you from bending your knees?" "Yes," Val Arun said carelessly. His eyes were burning with anger. "Regardless of whether I am facing Extet or Constellation's royalty, I have this strange disease." Kessel shook his head. "It has been 40 years, but your sense of humor is still as bad as ever." After greeting each other with a slightly deeper meaning of their allegiance, the nobles of the 13 distinguished families returned to their seats. 2 of the 6 guardian dukes are present, while 8 of the 13 distinguished families are present, Gilbert reported with a solemn expression. "Your Majesty?" "Wait for a while more," Kessel said calmly. Once again, deafening cheers rose from Star Plaza. Amid the cheers, Val said disdainfully, suddenly announcing that the higher parliament will be changed into a national conference and convening it ahead of schedule. "Do you think those nobles who are too far away will be able to make it in time? At the very least, we can forget about Blade City's Tabark family." Kessel shook his head with an expressionless face. This is the chess game of the heroes of Constellation. The players have long been determined and the game has long begun. Looks like that crown has not only turned you into a king, it has also turned you into a third-rate bard. Val Arun said indignantly, gritting his teeth. Only the Duke of Eastern Sea smiled and tried to smooth things over. Thales, who was in the secret room, felt his heart clench. He saw an old man in a black robe holding a cane, standing at the very end of the king's supporters group. The people around him tried their best to avoid this old man. Only a young man in a white robe, who was similarly dressed in a simple white robe, followed behind him. "That is, Murat Hansen. Why is he here?" Beside Cohen, Lord Lorbeck looked at the figure in the black robe and frowned. "I feel cold all over when I see that poisonous snake. He is the kingdom's chief of intelligence and attends the imperial conference. Of course he has to come." Cohen also frowned, obviously not too fond of this person. But according to what the director said, His Majesty and Prime Minister Duke Cullen, who see him every day, have long frozen to death. Cohen raised his eyebrows, revealing a look of disbelief. "That is?" Under the astonished gazes of his father and the director, the golden-haired police officer Cohen Caribbean suddenly strode forward. With an angry and indignant expression, he walked towards. Chapter 60. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Cohen strode towards the young man behind the Black Prophet. Raphael. The nobles around the 13 stone seats all turned to look at him. Cohen held back his emotions and called out to the young man, "Raphael Lindbergh." The young man in the white robe also saw Cohen striding towards him. He flashed a frivolous smile, whispered something in Murat's ear, then walked towards Cohen. "You've been missing for 3 whole years." Even the king and the 2 dukes on the high seats noticed Cohen's anger. "Cohen." The young man's voice was brisk and bright, just like his appearance. He opened his arms towards Cohen. "You're still so energetic." Cohen unceremoniously slapped the young man's arm away. "Why did you leave without saying goodbye?" He looked at the king's supporters in the distance, as well as Lord Murat Hansen, who stood alone at the side. No one dared to approach him. He said in disbelief, "You're now with the Black Prophet? Do you know how much blood and sin he has on his hands?" "That's a misunderstanding of the world," Raphael said with a smile. "Lord Hansen's contributions to Constellation and sacrifices are far greater than any of the lords here." Cohen was stunned. For a moment he could not find the words to refute. He could only say, "We'll talk about this later. For the past 3 years, what exactly? I've been by Lord Hansen's side, listening to and following his teachings." Raphael's expression was still as calm as ever. "Teachings?" Cohen was stunned for a moment. His expression changed from surprise to anger. "Is that the reason? You abandoned Miranda for 3 whole years for no reason at all. The reason was to listen to that poisonous snake's teachings?" "Lady Miranda?" Raphael gently crossed his arms and suddenly became cold. "She never belonged to me. How could you say I abandoned her?" Cohen looked at his old friend in disbelief, as if he was seeing him for the first time. Are you crazy? Miranda is still waiting for you to find. For her own good, ask her to give up those unrealistic thoughts. Cohen widened his eyes and then sighed. If you think you're not good enough for her, then I can tell you right now that she doesn't care. That was in the past. People change, Raphael interrupted him coldly. I used to like her a lot, but I don't anymore. That's all. The white-robed young man noticed the gazes from the 6 stone seats. He said softly, "This is not a suitable place for reminiscing. Forgive me for taking my leave." But when he turned around, his shoulder was grabbed tightly by Cohen. You haven't finished speaking. Cohen suppressed his anger. Damn it. What's wrong with you? It's impossible for a person to change so quickly. With a cold expression, Raphael grabbed Cohen's hand. That's because you've never seen my true colors. I'm the heir to the sword of the Twin Towers, Officer Caribbean. Cohen pressed down hard on Raphael's shoulder, his eyes filled with anger and bewilderment. He knew that the young man in front of him was a genius swordsman with a photographic memory in the Tower of Eradication. In fact, he was the first awakened to the power of eradication among his peers in the Tower of Eradication. And in the final assessment before leaving the tower, he came in second place, second only to Miranda and 1 place higher than Cohen himself. A swordsman of eradication with a bright future. But why? Cohen gritted his teeth with a determined expression. The Raphael I know would never make such a choice. You left the tower that day and then there was no news of you. What happened? What happened? Raphael sneered. I've seen the true side of this world. In the next second, a cold and violent power of eradication swept through Cohen's hand. In an instant, the starry blue power of eradication in his body resisted fiercely. The surging power of eradication forced him to let go. But Cohen did not care about this. He cared about something else. Cohen looked at his old friend in shock and asked in disbelief, Raphael, your power of eradication. I remember it was the sword's death, but why did it become like this? Raphael raised his eyebrows and revealed an incomprehensible smile. He said briskly, compared to the original me, I have sublimated. Cohen could only watch in a daze as his old friend from the Tower of Eradication turned around without hesitation or reluctance. With his back facing him, Raphael tilted his head and revealed a cold gaze. Let me give you a word of advice, Cohen Caribbean. Be careful today. Raphael walked back to Murat Hansen's side coldly. The police officer frowned and clenched his fists. His eyes were filled with confusion and surprise. That feeling? Could it be? The flash of swords and blades that night in Red Street Market appeared before Cohen's eyes. The swordsman dressed in red and black, and his murderous, frenzied sword momentum. More importantly, it was his raging and out-of-control power of eradication. Cohen took a deep breath. No way? A few seconds later, he exhaled and slowly walked back to his father's side. Don't ask. In the face of his father and the director's questions, Cohen, who was filled with doubt and anger, ended it with 2 words. When the 13 distinguished families, the Javia family with the sunshot bow as their emblem, the Amon family with the dark blue wave as their emblem, and the Lasha family with the 4-winged lizard arrived, there was another commotion in the crowd. But it could not be compared to the commotion caused by the Covendier family's arrival. This time, there was more enthusiasm. In the dark room, Thale's eyes were very sharp. He saw the person who caused the commotion in the crowd. The well-mannered and amiable suzerain of Jade City, the guardian duke of South Coast, Zayn Covendier, accompanied by a solemn old man, nodded and smiled at the people around him as he slowly walked over. As he approached the 13 stone seats, many nobles stood up and bowed to pay their respects. Zayn patiently returned their greetings one by one. Zayn walked to the centermost stone seat, knelt down on one knee towards the expressionless Kessel V, and kissed the ring on his finger. Covendier, Kessel frowned slightly, I heard that you had a small misunderstanding with the royal guards yesterday? It's just a small matter. Zayn put on a friendly smile, Your Majesty need not worry about it. Kessel nodded and glanced meaningfully at Zayn's smile. I hope that it will be the same today. Zayn froze slightly. As expected, something must have gone wrong. It should have been a show of the nobles forcing the appointment of an heir, but His Majesty seems to have prepared for it? The guards passed down the message to the square outside the hall layer by layer. Then, from the bottom to the top, deafening cheers once again rang out. Who, Kevin, Covendier, Iris Flower, Tricolor Iris Flower, Thale's heart sank. The Duke of Iris Flowers is so popular? Listening to the cheers coming from below Renaissance Palace, the young duke stood up calmly without batting an eyelid. The butler behind him took his cloak without batting an eyelid. Zayn sat on one of the 6 stone seats and smiled at the other 2 dukes, who had different expressions on their faces. The smiling Duke Bob Cullen raised his hand and introduced the cold-faced Iron Eagle. "Val, this is young Zayn." But the Duke of the Northern Territory, who was coldly sizing up Zayn, nonchalantly interrupted the fat duke's words. "Iris Flowers, you are the youngest Duke of Constellation?" Duke Cullen, who was interrupted, did not take it to heart and smiled, rubbing his belly. Zayn was stunned. He felt that the other party's gaze was as sharp as a sword and could not be looked at directly. "This is Iron Eagle Val? It's just like the rumors say, but I wonder when Extet's vanguard points straight at the Northern Territory." "Nice to meet you, Master of the White Eagle, Duke Arund." Zayn chuckled and bowed with his hand on his chest. "The youngest Duke, forgive me for being undeserving of the title. As far as I know, the Master of the Tabark family is much younger than me." But Val's expression did not change, and he said in a tone that allowed no rebuttal, "It's all right. Since you're sitting on that seat, it means that you have the right to participate in this game." At this moment, a discordant, shrill voice pierced through the crowd and interrupted almost half of the hall. "What a pity!" Thales heard a shrill and abrupt voice coming from another side door, piercing through the crowd. "Every time I step into this city, this so-called capital," the crowd dispersed. The nobles' gazes were rather complicated, containing both hatred and excitement. "I can smell the unique scent of city people. That stench of pampered life is simply nauseating." On the carpet, the owner of the shrill voice limped towards the nobles, accompanied by his entourage. "It's like an old man who's about to die of old age but still enjoys his position without doing any work, and a pretty boy who's still wet behind the ears. He can actually sit on the thrones of the 6 great dukes." As soon as these words came out, many nobles immediately burst into an uproar. On the 6 great stone seats, Zayn's expression stiffened slightly, while the plump Duke Cullen laughed out loud. Val Arund narrowed his eyes and clenched his fists. Thales was surprised to find that the person walking towards him was a middle-aged man with sparse hair. He had a haggard and bloodless face, and even his lips were sunken in, making it seem as if he was missing the upper row of teeth. Only a pair of intelligent and sharp eyes proved that this was a living person. One of his feet was obviously crippled, and he relied on a crutch for support as he stepped on the starry blue carpet step by step towards the 6 great stone seats. Val Arund clenched his fists and said with an unfriendly expression, "I haven't seen you for many years, damn old bones." "Cyril." On the throne, Kessel V actually revealed a hint of a playful smile. "You're here, very good. Otherwise, the title of most unpopular person in this meeting will be snatched away by our Duke Arund." The Duke of the Northern Territory snorted coldly. "Ah, this haggard middle-aged man, the suzerain of the ruins, the guardian Duke of Western Desert, Cyril Faken, has let out a long and sinister laugh and limped towards the king. With one hand on the crutch, he half knelt down and kissed the king's ring. With a cold and sharp voice, he said, "Faken is never absent, your majesty." The 3 dukes present had different expressions, but none of them made a sound. Thales frowned. The moment Cyril bent his back and lowered his head, a terrifying skull pattern appeared on the scarlet cloak behind him, and there were actually 4 eye holes on the skull. Faken, the wealthy family with the 4-eyed skull as their emblem, had always been mysterious. They were at the front lines of the battle against the Baron Bone tribe and the orcs in Western Desert. "It's 3 o'clock. 4 of the 6 dukes are here and 11 of the 13 nobles are here. Your Majesty, it's time." Gilbert looked around the entire hall and nodded solemnly towards Kessel. Kessel nodded slightly and did not speak. He flipped the scepter in his hand in the air and smashed it hard on the ground. Thud. For some reason in Thales' eyes, this smashing sound actually spread throughout the entire hall, as if a heavy hammer had been struck in everyone's hearts. The voices in the hall gradually became softer. "Everyone, it's time." With the ingenious design of the Hall of Stars, Kessel's deep and dignified voice spread clearly and unmistakably. "Constellation, year 672 of the calendar of eradication, National Conference. It shall begin now." The noisy Hall of Stars immediately quietened down. Everyone's gazes were directed towards the center. There, the king, 4 dukes, and 11 counts were in a strange silence, until the guards transmitted the king's words out of the hall. Hence, under Renaissance Palace, the cheers and commotion in Star Plaza exploded once again. However, it was completely different from what the citizens of the capital had imagined. The National Conference was started by a noble who questioned the National Conference itself, as well as the 13 distinguished families' mutual attacks against each other. Sorrel, what do you mean by this? Bern Talon, a noble in his prime from the Pentagram Star, asked furiously. Are you questioning His Majesty's authority to convene the National Conference? I am not questioning His Majesty's authority. He is the king, of course he can do whatever he wants. The person who questioned the legitimacy of the National Conference, Smith Sorrel, who had a golden sun as his emblem, replied rudely, what I am questioning is whether he maintains the most basic respect for us, the 19 noble families. King Kessel stroked his own scepter and did not say a word, as if he did not hear what Smith said. Sorrel snorted coldly and continued, what we have received is Constellation's general edict. It is the place where the wise nobles gather together in the higher parliament to control Constellation's future. Not this messy, crappy national conference where anyone can come and go. There was a wave of protest from the civilians who were listening at the periphery, but it was immediately suppressed by the nobles' voices in the center of the hall and the angry glares of the guards. It is not without reason. Louis Bosdorf of the Black Lion stroked his stubbled chin and said thoughtfully, in this situation, no matter what we discuss, there will not be a good result, not to mention that important matter. It is more appropriate for the higher parliament. We should immediately move to the small meeting room. Bosdorf, do you mean that we should disperse and have a small meeting of 19 people? Count Zamunto, the Count of the North, who had a white bear as his emblem, the Castellan of Overwatch City, said coldly, things have already come to this, and you are still dwelling on this matter. Did your mother not give you a brain? In the hall, the crowd burst into an uproar because of this undisguised insult and attack. Even Duke Cullen and Zayn, who were sitting on the 6 stone seats, frowned. Only the Duke of the Northern Territory sneered. My mother has a very good memory. She should not have forgotten this. Bosdorf was not provoked at all. He chuckled and replied, but Count Zamunto, you... But his words were interrupted by another noble of the Northern Territory. Shut up, Black Lion. We are not really concerned about your mother or whether you have a brain. The suzerain of the lonely old tower, Fries, who had the iron-colored long wall as his emblem, knocked on the stone seat again and again. With an ashen face he said coldly, we came to the south to deal with that important matter. We are concerned about Constellation's safety. And you southerners, you sons of B** cheese, are still concerned about whether the invitation you received was written with the correct title? Constellation's safety? Hodge Dostan, the nobleman with crossed swords, interrupted. He shook his head. Don't be arrogant. All of you are only concerned about your own safety. But I do not want to blame you for this because I am not nobler than all of you. He leaned forward and swept his sharp gaze across every noble. But this is not about the title of the invitation. It is about whether His Majesty is using the National Conference to kidnap the will of the people and coerce the suzerains. This concerns the safety of all of us, not just the northern noblemen. The audience burst into an uproar again. There were even people shouting, "Scram! Selfish nobleman!" But Dostan was still in the midst of the chaos. With a ferocious expression he shouted loudly, "Don't forget about the Desert War. Don't forget how you were forced to conscript the people of your territories just to avenge the royal family." It was only then that Kessel V furrowed his brows. But he had to admit that his words were very convincing. Thales also began to think about the purpose of this national conference. We can talk about the procedure later, but that matter is imminent. Count Talon propped his hands up and furrowed his brows. We must make a decision on how to deal with that matter today. Decision? How do we make a decision? Count Sorrel punched the stone seat and widened his eyes. Under the watchful eyes of the public. Under broad daylight. In front of so many civilians and even the eyes and ears of the enemy, we cannot even mention what that matter is. How do we discuss it? Simple. Black Lion Bosdorf smiled and said, everyone knows what is going on. Tell us, what price are you willing to pay in order to solve that matter? At this moment, a sharp and shrill laughter came from the 6 archdukes. Aha, that matter? I say, after talking for so long, why are all of you still hiding it? What are you all afraid of? Of Ekstedt? Of the king? Of us dukes? Or are you afraid of this hall, afraid of the civilians in the plaza below? Everyone's expressions changed. They looked at the haggard Cyril Falkenhass. The guardian duke of Western Desert, whose family crest was the four-eyed skull, smiled terrifyingly. Let's be frank. Ekstedt's diplomat group and their prince were killed in Constellation. Everyone was shocked at the same time. Although the 19 nobles knew about this through the general edict, this was still an undisclosed secret. How dare he, how dare he? Duke Cullen frowned. Duke Arun slapped his thigh and shook his head. Zayn pursed his lips tightly and did not say a word. Sir Faken has. Count Derek Chroma tried to stop him with an unpleasant expression. We do not have to discuss this matter in the national conference. Shut up, boy. Sir is speaking. Faken has rudely cut him off, making the Count of Wingfort, who knew him a little, stop. The old Count Caribbean, who had always been close to the Chroma family, could not help but frown. Cyril Faken has gritted his teeth with a gloomy expression and continued to reveal the secret that should have been taboo. All of you are well aware of it, but only the civilians do not. Those barbarians will not let go of this opportunity. That broken treaty. They have been rubbing their palms and waiting for it for 12 years. Everyone in Constellation, be it the king, the nobles, or the civilians, listen up. Constellation and Ekstedt. Western Peninsula's shield and blade. Chapter 61. The commoners and minor nobles in the Hall of Stars immediately became restless in fear. The guards could not help but berate them loudly. You really have the guts to say that, Cyril? Val, the Duke of the Northern Territory, gave Cyril a profound look. Thanks to you, no one should be talking about returning to the closed, small meeting room now, right? The appointed counts on the stone seats responded in silence. It will happen sooner or later. Duke Fakenhaz's gaze was dark. Even as he laughed, his shrill voice was still audible. Hee, I merely removed your hopes and fears. Duke Cullen sighed. The unwelcome guest, at the banquet, really lives up to his name. Zayn, like most of the counts from the 13 distinguished families, wore a gloomy expression and did not say a word. More than 10 seconds later, from Star Plaza to the Hall of Stars, the crowd's panicked buzzing noises became louder and louder. The news of the impending conflict between Ekstedt and Constellation was made public. Count Sorrel's gaze was hostile as he stared straight at the king. Your Majesty, you have achieved the effect you wanted by announcing this impending disaster to the people. The question is, how do you want to end this now? Kessel V, whose face was as cold as ice, did not speak. He only glanced at Sorrel, who was still stubborn. That's easy. Count Talon stared at Sorrel bluntly. Do you want to fight or negotiate? If you want to fight, everyone will return to their respective territories and sound the conscription horn. We still have a chance to negotiate. We have allies. Just like 12 years ago, we can ask them to mediate. Zayn slowly raised his head and looked at the suzerains. War may not necessarily break out as long as we pay a certain price. The one who died in the diplomat group was the prince, King Nuvan's only son, the only heir of the Walton family. Fakenhaz interrupted the young duke and said in a strange tone, pay a price? That's right. Give that northern territory to Ekstedt and it will probably be done. We will not give up an inch of the northern territory, Count Zamunto said coldly. That is the land our family has guarded for generations. But that prince did die in your territory, didn't he? Dagestan sneered. This is your responsibility. Of course you have to pay the price. If you're not joking, Dagestan. Count Fries raised his head, his gaze fierce. Then we can duel on the stage of eradication right now. All right. How about we give them 20% of the eternal oil supply in the East Sea? Duke Fakenhaz pretended to be deep in thought. He first looked at Duke Cullen, then at Zayn, and smiled nonchalantly. Or how about the crystal drop mines in the south? There's a limit to joking, Cyril. Duke Cullen was unusually serious. Zayn gave him a friendly smile and shook his head slightly. At this moment, Kessel V tapped his scepter lightly. All the nobles quietened down and looked at him. Under the king's gaze, Gilbert nodded and took a step forward. According to the channels of the Secret Intelligence Department, Dragon Cloud City already knew about the prince's death in Constellation yesterday. He frowned and said, and the Archduke of Black Sand region was even faster than their king. 2 days ago he began to recruit soldiers and mobilize the army. The other 2 archdukes in the south of Ekstedt were half a day slower than him, but they were almost the same. The hall immediately burst into an uproar. Silence, Gilbert said loudly and sternly. Amidst the complex emotions in the hall, the Supreme King said in a deep and sonorous voice, if the 2 countries go to war, the royal family and the Talon family will do everything they can to support the Northern Territory. Count Talon nodded with determination. The king looked at the Duke of the Northern Territory with a calm expression. Val, how many soldiers and supplies can you provide? How many soldiers? Are you joking? Val Arund replied solemnly, I have already gathered all the vassals, 15,000 infantrymen, 1,000 archers, 500 heavy cavalry, and even a small number of mystic guns. They will reinforce Broken Dragon Fortress in the shortest time possible and listen to Lady Sonia Cecier's orders. That is our territory. Once war breaks out, even the women and children will take up arms. As for supplies, it will depend on how much land we can defend. The two counts, Zamunto and Fries, nodded firmly in agreement. The 3,500 people from Overwatch City will fight to the death. The lonely old tower only has 2,000 infantrymen, but we will fight to the last man. We can withstand the pressure from the 3 archdukes of Ekstedt, but if it is the entire Ekstedt. The Duke of the Northern Territory straightened his back and swept his piercing gaze across every noble. We need the power of all of Constellation. Cohen, who was standing behind the old Count Caribbean, scratched his head and whispered in puzzlement. Isn't this a national conference that is open to all the people? Why is the deployment of the military forces revealed just like that? The old Count Caribbean closed his eyes gently and let out a barely noticeable sigh. Can't you see? He lowered his voice and told his son with an exhausted expression. The northern noble's attitude is a show for Ekstedt. Do you believe that Duke Arund can gather 10,000 people? Constellation has yet to recover from the bloody year. I suspect that it would be good if the suzerains could even gather a third of their military forces. Cohen was instantly stunned. He looked at the top of the hall in disbelief, at the pattern of 2 stars the size of a silver cross. As the descendant of the Empire and the shield of the Western Peninsula, has Constellation become so weak? Kessel V nodded slightly, then turned to the frightening Cyril. What about the suzerains of the Western Desert? Cyril Fakenhas tilted his head back and closed his eyes. The ruins can only send 1,000 infantrymen. The Baron Bone tribe has been in a commotion recently. As for the mystic guns, we don't even have enough for ourselves. The young Count Derek Chroma muttered, Wing Fort is not known for its vanguard, but we can send our best 100 Raven Whistle Light Cavaliers. Bosdorf also frowned. Brave Souls Fort has been in a state of unrest recently. An orc is being worshipped as a leader. He is gathering the forces of various clans. The Black Lion family can only send 200 people. The stingy decision of the Western Desert nobles caused the nobles present to start whispering among themselves. Cohen frowned. He had served at the front lines of the Western Desert during the purge after the Desert War. But as far as he knew, the military strength of the Western Desert was definitely not that weak. Val stared coldly at Fakenhas. You were quite proactive when you revealed the secret just now. When it comes to recruiting troops, Another wave of cheers traveled to the Hall of Stars from Star Plaza. This time, it was an excited cheer and there was no lack of fanatical voices. Sigh. Count Talon stroked his pentagram brooch and sighed. I'm willing to bet that the guards have just passed down the message regarding the military strength of the Northern Territory. They haven't had the time to pass it down to the Western Desert yet. Kessel V remained calm and collected. He turned to Cullen and asked, What is the attitude of the Sun Sword and Shield family and the entire Eastern Sea Hill? Your Majesty, most of the people of Eastern Sea depend on the sea for their livelihood. We do not have enough military strength, but we can fork out money and summon mercenaries to battle. The plump Duke grinned. If a full-scale war breaks out, as long as it is not winter and the coastal waters are not frozen, our fleet can still harass Ekstedt's east coast. On the stone seats beside the Duke of Eastern Sea, Count Noah Hawea and Count Clark Amund exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Duke Fakenhas said darkly, Thank you for reminding us. It is December now and winter has arrived. Kessel V knocked on his stone seat and asked meaningfully, So there are no people, only money? I remember during the Desert War the Prime Minister told me that there was no money but there were people. It was just that it was a little far to transport troops from Eastern Sea to Western Desert? 5 years ago, people didn't know how to go out and earn money, so there were people. But now, people have all gone out to earn money, so there are no people who have money, Duke Cullen answered with a straight face and a smile. The king snorted softly, while the Duke of the Northern Territory's expression was extremely unpleasant. There are no usable cavalry in the entire South Coast Hill. The Covendier family can gather 2,000 infantrymen from around Jade City, and they also have some mystic guns, Zayn answered worriedly before His Majesty could ask him, But the long march to the north will be a problem, and my vassals will definitely not be happy. There is no way to guarantee the quality of the soldiers. The old Count Caribbean's expression was also solemn, and he spoke in a timely manner. It is the same for Walla Hill. Even with the vassals, I am not confident that I can even recruit 300 soldiers. Behind the count, Cohen lowered his head and sighed softly. He still remembered that the last time his two sisters went out to visit friends, his father directly sent 500 soldiers to escort them. Count Lasha was even more straightforward. The soldiers from the swamp are not suitable for fighting in the north at all. Kessel V did not speak again. He only exhaled softly. The Guardian Duke of the Land of Cliffs and the Guardian Duke of Blade Edge Hill have not arrived yet, but I reckon that they, as well as the remaining 4 families, probably have the same attitude? As nobles of the Land of Cliffs Hill, Count Sorrel and Count Dagestan both turned their heads and did not speak. Instead, the chiefs and merchants who were listening by the side started whispering to each other. They were more worried about the impending war. Is this how you report to Constellation? The Duke of the Northern Territories' face was ashen. He stood up abruptly, pointed at the double-cross star above his head, and said angrily, "This is the country you swore allegiance to, and it was once the greatest country in the history of mankind. Even though the Northern Territory is not your territory, the double-cross star flag is still flying above it. It is the same as your land. Your Grace, I also fought for Constellation 5 years ago," Count Dagestan said coldly. "In the end, I lost my eldest son forever in the Western Desert. I guess you who do not have a son will not understand. Bulsh *T. Val's eyes widened in anger, and he turned his head abruptly. "My only daughter, the heir of the White Eagle, is now at the Broken Dragon Fortress at the border between the two countries. She is under the command of the Fortress Flower, Lady Sonia Cecere. Her life depends on the outcome of the war between the Great Dragon and Constellation." Upon hearing this, Cohen could not help but lower his head and sigh. He looked at Raphael, who was behind the Black Prophet. Duke Cullen shook his head and sighed. "Perhaps there is no need for war. We can choose to negotiate. Even if Extet sends out troops, it is only for benefits. And then force the Northern Territory to give up its territory?" Val was like a predatory eagle, his sharp eyes staring intently at everyone who replied. "Now we all know the bargaining chips and the number of troops in our hands." At this moment, Zayn raised his head with a resolute gaze and looked at the king. To fight or to make peace, it will depend on His Majesty's will. Everyone's gaze instantly shot towards Kessel. Val's gaze was eager and intense, Cullen's gaze contained a complicated smile, Cyril's gaze was playful, and Zayn's gaze was as calm as still water. "So, this is my country?" Kessel slowly raised his head. His gaze was as sharp as a knife, cutting through every suzerain. The king can only bring his own regular army and direct vassals to face the entire army of another country? Or else, I have to represent Constellation and accept their possible conditions and humiliation? Cyril Fakenhas laughed sinisterly. "Hee, without military strength we can't fight, but the dignity of the royal family we can't even talk about it." Kessel V sighed. "It seems like it is indeed as Mane of Night said. Kings are all lonely people." At this moment, a loud and furious voice came from the main door of the Hall of Stars. "Your Majesty, please take back what you said. With us around you will never be lonely. As the nobles of Constellation, the descendants of the Empire, how can we retreat even the slightest bit?" Amidst the commotion in the hall, a nobleman in his prime, whose left eye was covered by a terrifying scar, and dressed in a yellow-black cloak with a rearing deer, walked up to the 6 stone seats with a cold and arrogant expression. Some of the nobles in the hall, including the commoners, began to applaud enthusiastically, while others either snorted or shook their heads and sighed. Duke Cullen, on the other hand, smiled helplessly. Val and Zayn looked at him solemnly. Cyril Fakenhas laughed and said, "One-eyed dragon of Nanchester, I thought you would only arrive at night." "The Castellan of Steep Forest City, the guardian duke of the Land of Cliffs," Koster Nanchester said with a stern expression. "Compared to this, look at what you have done." He kissed Kessel's ring but did not sit on the stone seat. Instead he turned to Val and said, "Sir Arund, please do not worry. The entire army of Steep Forest City will be mobilized north to Broken Dragon Fortress." But under Val's surprised and complicated gaze, he immediately changed the topic and looked at Kessel V. "In the face of this war of the entire nation, as long as your Majesty can make your followers feel at ease, I can't think of any reason to retreat." Almost all the nobles in the hall frowned. Make his followers feel at ease? Koshter, Kessel V said slowly, what do you mean by this? Your Majesty, do you still not understand? Koshter said sternly, an all-out war is imminent, but the nobles are panicking and making excuses. In this situation, only you as our king are enduring the torment of whether to fight or to make peace. This is not fair to you. But why do you think this is? Koshter shut his single eye tightly, took a deep breath and then said firmly, the Iron Hand King, your Majesty Kessel. The suzerains and nobles do not dare to follow you. The whole of Constellation is panicking and uneasy. 12 years have passed since that tragedy, and the late king's remains have been buried. But we still do not know what you are thinking. We do not know what kind of king we are following. In an instant, the nobles were silent. Gilbert and Gines furrowed their brows at the same time. Kessel, on the other hand, gently tightened his grip on his scepter and looked at Koshter with a complicated expression. But Koshter still did not back down and said, we are all afraid of you. No one knows what a king who lives alone in the world without any scruples, the last person of the Jadestar family, will do. Moreover, this is war. Koshter turned around. His single sharp eye swept across every suzerain, and he enunciated each word clearly. Your Majesty. The color of blood has faded, but Constellation still exists. But why do you have to bear the suspicions of the nobles even for an obvious choice of war? Kessel V's gaze became colder and colder. The four dukes avoided his gaze at the same time. Koshter pointed at the double-cross stars at the top of the hall and said loudly, Your Majesty, for the interest of Constellation, for the dignity of the Jadestar royal family, we cannot hesitate in this crisis. Therefore, Your Majesty, please put the heavy burden of Constellation on our shoulders. Whether it is war or peace, let all of us bear the price of this decision. If Constellation is stable, the future is bright and the royal family is not cut off. I think no one will back down in the face of such a national war. At this moment, many people had already sensed something. Murat Hansen lowered his head and silently curled up the corners of his mouth. It's coming. So fast. Zayn pinched the bridge of his nose and closed his eyes. It's coming. I hope it goes well. Cullen, on the other hand, watched Koshter's performance with a smile. It's coming. Interesting. Val stared blankly at the guardian duke of the Land of Cliffs, gritting his teeth. This is their goal? Both Guy and I are prey? The counts whispered to each other on their stone seats. Some were worried, while others nodded frequently. Only many civilians who were listening were still whispering in confusion. But everything in the Hall of Stars was still going on. Your Majesty, you will soon be 48 years old. On the eve of the war between the dragon and Constellation. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Koshter flung off his cloak and waved his arm at the nobles in the hall with a cold and stern expression. Please choose the heir of the kingdom among us nobles. Use your actions to tell the nobles that you still care about the stability and survival of this kingdom, and that you still trust these suzerains who are your arms. At that time we will fight for the dignity of Constellation. For the glory of the Jadestar royal family. Absolutely no complaints. Absolutely no retreat. Dead silence. Absolute dead silence. Suffocating silence. No one dared to be the first to speak after these words. Until a sharp and presumptuous laughter broke the deathly silence. Ha! Duke Faken has opened his mouth wide. Under everyone's shocked and bewildered gazes, he laughed maniacally. His scattered teeth made him look especially terrifying. What is that saying from the Far East again? Spread out the map and the dagger will be revealed. Chapter 62. Thales calmly watched the nobles quarrel openly and covertly, and lowered his head gloomily. Power, procedures, war, military strength, and the throne. He sighed softly. Is this the future I have to face? He suddenly felt that the unknown and strange world that had piqued his endless curiosity had become a little boring. Cyril. Duke Cullen glared at Fakenhaz in dissatisfaction. Do you have to be so straightforward every time? In Star Plaza, a deafening roar came from afar. It was noisy, mixed with anger and fanaticism, and could not be heard clearly. In the Hall of Stars, the civilians and minor nobles who were listening immediately erupted in a flood of protests. Shameless suzerain. This is usurpation. But we need an heir. Something happens to the king at the front line. Die, traitor. Jadestar is our king, that is a sacred oath. This is all for Constellation. We must stand together and fight against Extet. The dukes exchanged glances in silence, while the counts whispered among themselves. Silence, silence. Gilbert tried his best to maintain order, but to little effect. Until the eyes of the Supreme King of Constellation, Kessel V, shone brightly. He gripped the mysterious scepter that shone with starlight and stood up from the throne. He shouted angrily in a dignified voice, "Heir?" The Hall of Stars fell silent in an instant. Everyone stared at the king's robust figure. This is a good time. Of all times, when Constellation is in trouble, and we must work together to fight against the enemy. The king rested his hands on his scepter and stared sharply at Coaster Nanchester in front of him. The one-eyed dragon slowly raised his hand to his chest and knelt down on one knee before the king. "Forgive me, your majesty, but this is a test," Coaster said steadily and seriously, making others feel the sincerity in his words. "I believe that the originally weak and scattered power of Constellation will once again gather as one in the confrontation between the dragon and Constellation. Everyone knows that the first speaker who forces the appointment of an heir will be blamed by the public. But am I doing this for myself so that Nanchester can ascend the throne?" Coaster raised his head, the gaze in his single eye clear. "Your Majesty, you can exclude Nanchester from the list of candidates. Everything is for Constellation. Please appoint an heir, or at least decide on the method of choosing an heir. That way, Constellation will definitely return to the peak of the Western Peninsula, and even the glory of the Empire will be reborn." Kessel slowly walked up to him and sneered. "Coaster, sometimes even I can't tell if your sense of righteousness is sincere or not. But it is beneficial to Constellation," the one-eyed dragon duke replied calmly. "What is sincerity or hypocrisy? I have also imagined this situation before, but it was during the higher conference and it did not have to be so ugly." Count d'Augustan's voice rang out. He stood up steadily, walked behind Coaster and knelt down on one knee as well. "But your Majesty, your national conference has turned this legitimate admonition into a conflict in public. It's as if you are forcing the king to abdicate. But we all have enough legitimate reasons." Count Sorrel walked up from behind, knelt on one knee and said solemnly, "For the revival of this once great country, which is now riddled with holes." "Just by changing the king?" Gilbert was so angry that his face contorted. "Constellation can become an empire if all of you wear the crown? It's not that simple." Count Bosdorf also walked forward gloomily and knelt down firmly. "It's to turn the king, who was originally high and mighty and could do whatever he wanted, into one of us, think what we think and do what we do. The king and the nobles were originally one, separated due to the difference in power. Now we are one again." Zayn lowered his head deeply and said sorrowfully, "Covendier has followed Jadestar since the Battle of Eradication. His words and vow will never change. But I think that protecting Constellation's safety and future is also King Tormund I's wish. You will understand." The Duke of Tricolor Iris Flower stood up resolutely and joined the kneeling crowd. Fakenhaz's untimely laughter rang out again. "You mean to implement a king selection system? Ha, it really is. Let us share His Majesty's burden. Just like Extet?" Count Lasha of South Coast Hill glanced at Duke Zayn with a complicated expression and went forward to kneel. "Better than Extet. We have the foundation of the empire for 1,000 years." Cohen watched in disbelief as his father, the old Count Caribbean, also silently followed Count Lasha and knelt down. Kessel V looked down coldly at these dukes and counts. One by one they knelt down on one knee. "This is not the Jadestar royal family's fault, but the crown's fault, the throne's fault and the scepter's fault." At this moment, Duke Cullen sighed. "Since the royal bloodline has been severed, for the sake of Constellation, it is not necessarily a bad thing for His Majesty to choose an heir." The two counts of Eastern Sea Hill, Javier and Amand, also silently went forward to kneel after Duke Cullen spoke. One of the king's partisans, Count Godwin, gritted his teeth and said, "This is obviously a shameful attempt to force the king to abdicate. How did you do it so boldly and righteously? Can't you see?" Count Derek Chroma calmly left his seat and knelt down. "This is the general trend." Below Renaissance Palace, the noise from the crowd grew louder and louder. Asterisk thud. Asterisk Val punched the armrest of the stone throne, his gaze cold. "Sometimes I really feel disgusted for all of you." He clenched his fists tightly, lowered his head and said, "An unbelievably coincidental war, an unbelievably coincidental admonition, and the Northern Territory that was sacrificed." Kessel V stared straight at him. His gaze was unique and difficult to understand. Under the king's unreadable gaze, The Duke of the Northern Territory shut his eyes tightly and inhaled. His brows furrowed as though he was in a fierce struggle. Finally, as though he had made up his mind, he opened his eyes at Kessel. But Val did not look at the king's eyes. The heroic Duke of the Northern Territory said desolately and disappointedly, "But if this can be exchanged for the Northern Territory, for the stability and safety of Constellation, Kai, perhaps you should consider it." The two counts of the Northern Territory under him both lowered their heads and remained silent. Kessel V's gaze dimmed. He turned around and no longer looked at his old friend. Seeing Val's hesitation and guilt, Duke Cyril Fakenhas laughed shrilly again. "It seems that your Majesty's only choice is to directly choose an heir or establish a king selection system." Only Kessel V stood expressionlessly above the group of vassals. He only held a scepter tightly in his hand. Thales suddenly felt that his father was so lonely. If he did not find me, what would the situation be like today? Thales, who was watching all this, suddenly felt dizzy. It's happening again. A memory from the past appeared before his eyes. Wu Qiren sat in an extremely small classroom and reported to a professor and two students in front of him. Paji inherited Weber's German academic tradition. It revolved around power and examined the formation of feudal countries. No, not now. Thales pressed hard against his temples and suppressed the flashback of the memory. But when Thales' attention returned to the Hall of Stars, Kessel V's dignified voice finally reached his ears. "It seems that if I do not appoint an heir, I will not even be able to fight a war." "All right. Then I will appoint an heir." Zayan's brows furrowed slightly. That sense of unease grew stronger. Kessel V did not look at the nobles on the ground and slowly sat down. The words that Thales had been waiting for all this time finally rang. "Let him meet everyone, Gilbert. It's here." Thales' mind went blank. He forcefully swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He looked at Gilbert and waved his hand. In the dark room, a secret door opened abruptly. Inside was a long flight of stairs that led to an unknown place. A flurry of discussion began in the Hall of Stars. The dukes and counts remained calm, but when they looked at each other, they could see the doubt in each other's eyes. Thales adjusted his bow tie. "Thales." The prince called out the name of this world. "It's time." Thales decisively stepped down the stairs. "Just treat it as another game. One step. Another step." "Forgive me for not understanding what you mean, Your Majesty." On the ground, Count Dagestan raised his head and looked straight at Kessel. "The heir you chose is not among the nobles in this hall?" The Supreme King only looked at him coldly and said nothing. In the narrow passageway, Thales clutched his forehead tightly. His memories flashed again. But he still gritted his teeth and walked forward with determination. When he opened his eyes, he was in the Hall of Stars. When he closed his eyes, he saw another version of himself, living in the fragments of his memories. The bond between the Lord and his vassals was filled with strong personal feelings and emotions. The struggle for power gradually deteriorated. Order collapsed and the coordination became unstable. Chaos and violence broke out periodically. The unified feudal system was eventually scattered and shattered. But the rise of the feudal system is still a valuable effort for us to try and stabilize public rule. Paji also believes that in this process, the legitimacy of power, the limits of the king's rule, the country's responsibilities and traditions, and even the importance of law have entered the field of vision of history and have been acknowledged. This is the most valuable legacy that the feudal system left to the subsequent countries. But we still have to ask, what exactly did Paji's observations and analysis miss? What exactly did he miss? Your Majesty, have you chosen your heir? The one-eyed dragon, Koster Nanchester, raised his single profound eye and looked around. It seems that the Tabark family and the two prominent families in the southwest are not here? The Supreme King still ignored him. Thales came to a side door. He could already see the civilians outside the Hall of Stars. No, not the side door. He realized that the door in front of him led to the center of the hall, the 20 stone seats. It's the main door. The guards' expressions were solemn, but some of them could not help but look at him and the badge on his body. The moment they saw it clearly, many people's breathing quickened. Some even lost their composure and leaned forward. However, a guard who seemed to be the leader sternly rebuked them. He then bowed respectfully to Thales and made way for him to enter the hall. However, just as Thales was about to take a step forward, "Go. You will be better than him." Thales raised his head abruptly. He saw that the guard had already turned and left. He could only see the back of an armored figure in the air. Yodel. Thales clenched his fists. "It's you?" Similarly, the civilians outside the hall had already seen the little boy outside the door. They began to whisper and gesture to each other. The flashbacks of memories faded away like the tide. The prince felt as if there was an additional force in his body, making him more energetic. Thales took 3 deep breaths. It's just another game. It's just another thesis defense. Thales got rid of all emotions, all expressions, and stepped on the starry blue patterned carpet. He began his journey. He moved forward and stepped past the ordinary civilians at the outermost area. A suburban squire dressed in a somewhat rustic manner poked a friend beside him who ran errands between the city and the countryside. Who is that? A child can come in too? Maybe a noble? So young? Hey, did you see that? That child is dressed so beautifully. He's almost as good as the young lady of the baron's family. Thales did not look sideways. He moved forward and stepped past the seats formed by merchants, craftsmen, farmers, and the leaders of the line. A fat carriage merchant was a little surprised. He pulled the arms of 2 people in the same trade. Look at that child. Is he a noble who is late? His attire is not as simple as that of a minor noble. Do you recognize the badge on his body? It's a little familiar. I had a group of customers before, and the scrolls they were holding had that mark. Why did he come at this time? Thales did not stop walking. He moved forward and stepped past the seats formed by honorary military soldiers and government bureaucrats. An inquisitor from a small village in the suburbs saw him. He frowned and lowered his head to whisper in the ear of another signatory from the city hall. Look at that clan emblem. That's... Oh my God. How is that possible? I think it's impossible too. Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? I've dealt with hundreds of warrants from the king. How could I make a mistake? Thales ignored him. He moved forward and stepped past the stone seats of lords, barons, and other low-ranking nobles without any support. A baron who was smoking a pipe had a glint in his eyes. He almost bit the pipe in his mouth. He leaned forward and patted his good friend's shoulder. Could that be the 9-pointed star? What? Do you think the same as me? More or less. Then now, yes, as expected of the Iron Hand King. Thales did not care. He moved forward and stepped past the stone seats of viscounts, counts, and other middle-ranking nobles. An honorary count opened his mouth in disbelief. He did not need to inform the others. Many nobles had already seen Thales. That is, by the king? How is this going to end? No, there hasn't been any news for so many years. Could it be an illegitimate child who was wandering outside? Then the suzerains? Sigh, the waters are too deep. Let's wait for a good show. The discussions, noises from the crowd became louder and louder. In the end, it turned into a commotion and an uproar. People stood up one after another and leaned forward to look at the mysterious boy with the gold and silver 9-pointed star. In the center of the stone seat, Cohen turned his head to look at the source of the commotion. A boy dressed in noble attire with a 9-pointed star pin walked forward with a solemn expression. Cohen looked at the 9-pointed star and froze on the spot. That boy. Why does he have the Jade Star clan emblem? The prince stepped onto the 13 stone seats without changing his expression. Gilbert winked at him. The 3 dukes who were seated saw the boy walking towards them. They could no longer remain calm. Val stared at the boy in shock and clenched his fists. This. Are you joking? Cullen frowned and leaned forward with his plump body. That boy, the emblem on him. Cyril ground his terrifying teeth. His eyebrows twitched as he spat out a few words. This is really unexpected. The Supreme King raised his head slightly. His gaze was cold and amused. He chuckled. Everyone come and meet Thales. The suzerains who were kneeling on one knee turned around. The moment they saw the boy's face clearly, the guardian duke of South Coast, Zayn Covendier's pupils immediately contracted. Kessel started to stroke his scepter again. Once again he spoke words that were filled with authority and dignity. He is my son. The only blood descendant of the Jade Star royal family. Thales placed his right hand forward and his left hand behind his back. He bowed deeply to the king. He turned to the suzerains on the ground. Good day, my lords. Thales heard himself say so. Chapter 63. The suppressed commotion in the Hall of Stars officially turned into an uproar. Be it the commoners, officials, or nobles, everyone rushed forward, wanting to catch a glimpse of the Jade Star descendant who had not appeared for 12 years. Under Gilbert's command, teams of guards who had been prepared since a long time ago, hurriedly entered the scene. They formed a human wall and raised the anti-charge shields and electric batons that were borrowed from the police station in an emergency. They tried their best to block the crowd and maintain order. Step back. Otherwise, you will be punished for disrespecting the royal family. Many guards shouted with all their might. Even though these guards frequently turned back to look at the boy of only 6 or 7 years of age with a special identity, Thales stood calmly. Thales stood calmly in the face of all the gazes in the hall. This is what I have to face, everything I cannot choose. He could not muster up any energy. Even though he was under countless gazes, he was extremely calm. Especially the gazes of the dukes and counts. Doubt, surprise, anger, indignation, contemplation, and obscurity coexisted. Then they turned into scrutiny and vigilance in unison, cutting at him like a sword. And the complicated gaze from Zayn Covendier. Zayn felt as if all the blood in his body was flowing against the flow and pounding against his brain. Trembling slightly, he slowly stood up and looked at Thales in disbelief. It's that boy. How? That so-called illegitimate son of Lord Mon. Him? What's more ironic is that I just saved his life from the assassin yesterday. If I had insisted yesterday, or simply not intervened and let him die under the assassin's sword, he clenched his fists tightly and gritted his teeth. No, they haven't lost yet. There's still a chance. However, louder, noisier, and more deafening cheers came from Star Plaza. The news of the Jade Star descendant was finally announced to the entire kingdom. Return to your seats, my lords, Gilbert said coldly. I believe His Majesty will humbly accept your advice and accept your suggestion to appoint an heir. Why does this boy have the 9-pointed star? It's been 12 years. Your Majesty. Count Sorrel could not hide his astonished expression and sat back on his stone seat in a daze. We have never heard of Queen Kia having a third child? Who is this unknown child? Count Dagestan muttered. He sat back on his stone seat and frowned in deep thought. Your Majesty, we still need an explanation. The one-eyed dragon Duke of Nanchester, Koester lowered his head so that no one could see his expression under the shadows. However, his tightly clenched fists never loosened. He suddenly raised his head and glared at Kessel V with his single eye that was filled with rage. At this moment, a boy wearing the 9-pointed star emblem appeared. Are you making a fool out of us? Kessel V did not even spare him a glance. He only stared in another direction. Yeah, I understand. That's why you're here. Val furrowed his brows and exhaled softly. He said in a low voice, just like this group of disgusting people, you've also planned this a long time ago. Today's national conference was not held to deal with Extet, but for this child. The Duke of the Northern Territory leaned back and looked at the expressionless Thales, then at the silent king. He said dejectedly, all of you take me for an idiot, don't you? Ha, after all this time, no one cares about Extet and the war except for the Northern Territory itself. He laughed sarcastically. Look, this is the glory of Constellation, the afterglow of the Empire. Kessel V ignored him. The suzerains also avoided his gaze. The plump Duke Cullen furrowed his brows, which was a rare sight. He pondered seriously and solemnly without saying a word. Don't be surprised. This is the Jade Star royal family and the 19 nobles. Duke Fakenhas laughed dryly. He did not care if he was also scolding himself. He mocked, the pillars of Constellation. Zayn Covendier, who had calmed down, exchanged a glance with Koester. They tried to communicate with Duke Cullen, who was sitting on another stone seat. However, the latter only lowered his head and pondered, as if everything in the outside world had nothing to do with him. Damn old man. The young Duke of South Coast and the one-eyed Duke of Land of Cliffs cursed in their hearts at the same time. He was the initiator of New Star, and the one who approved the plan, but he was always the fastest to retreat when an accident happened. Gilbert watched the counts and dukes return to their seats and replied coldly, everyone has heard His Majesty's words. Today at the National Conference, His Majesty will recognize this boy as his bloodline. The middle-aged noble took a step forward and tried his best to suppress his excitement. The Jade Star royal bloodline will be reborn here. Wait. The Duke of Land of Cliffs, the one-eyed dragon Koester, seemed to have just recovered from the shock of losing his composure. He loudly interrupted Gilbert. We all know that His Majesty had 2 children who unfortunately died 12 years ago, but we still do not know where this boy came from. Perhaps it will have little effect, but we must stop this no matter what. Otherwise, after planning for so long, Thales sighed and looked at Koester. Are they the ones who, like Gilbert said, look forward to a sudden crisis to change the situation of the kingdom and seize power and benefits? He swept his gaze across Koster, Zayn, and the counts. Thales lowered his gaze and shook his head slightly. It's like a farce in a market. But it decides war and peace and the future of countless people in this kingdom. Count Godwin, a member of the king's party, said loudly in dissatisfaction, "Who gave you such power to interrogate His Majesty's son's identity in front of him at the national conference?" Count Lasha received Duke Zayn's gaze and slowly said, "This concerns the succession of the throne and the future of Constellation. Every noble in Constellation has power. How can this be treated as a child's play?" Fakenhas clapped his hands and laughed sinisterly. "Great, just now the Jadestar royal family was a historical antique that was about to be swept into the trash heap. Now everyone is concerned about the future of the kingdom." Koster and Zayn simultaneously glanced at Fakenhas in dissatisfaction. Let this damned farce end quickly. Val held his forehead and suppressed his anger. No matter what the outcome is, the Northern Territory is still facing the threat of war. Although I know that all of you do not care and even this crisis is... Anyway, let it end quickly. At the end of his sentence, the Duke of the Northern Territory, whose eyes were burning with anger, shook his head slightly and said mockingly, "Whether it's the king or the suzerains, the Northern Territory should never have counted on you." The suzerains looked at each other and were silent for a while. The voices in Star Plaza grew louder again, spreading all the way to the Hall of Stars. But this time the reason was unknown. Kessel V tapped his scepter lightly, attracting everyone's attention. The Iron Hand King's expression was calm and indifferent. "Thales, let everyone see who you are." The king's tone was calm, but his words shocked everyone. "Sooner or later they will all kneel before you, swear allegiance, and become your arms and the pillars of the kingdom." A few counts turned their heads without batting an eyelid, completely giving up on the idea of speaking. "Yes. If this boy really becomes the supreme king of Constellation in the future." Zayn clasped his hands together without batting an eyelid, quickly calculating the day's situation. "If the higher parliament, formed by 19 nobles, does not recognize this child's identity, then, even if it will damage our popularity, this damned national conference." The sound of footsteps rang. Everyone on the stone seats turned their heads and watched the boy walk to King Kessel's side. The boy who looked thin and pitiful under the gaze of everyone present, but his expression remained calm, even a little absent-minded. He sighed. "I am Thales." In the noisy background the prince said softly. So, the people in the hall quickly quietened down to hear his words. This was also a technique he learned from giving speeches in his previous life. When speaking in a noisy place, to make others quiet down, not louder than them. Instead, it was to make others have no choice but to shut up so that they could hear him clearly. "I am a bloodline descendant of Jadestar. My father is the supreme king of this country, King Kessel Jadestar. My grandfather is the former king of this country, the king of eternal rule, King 80 Jadestar." He swept his gaze across every suzerain in front of him. He saw the Duke of the Northern Territory sitting alone with a gloomy expression and his head hung low. Valerund. And the 2 counts of the Northern Territory sitting behind him. He also saw the aggressive one-eyed Nanchester, Zayn, who was staring at him and shaking his head slightly, Fakenhas, who had a contemplative look in his eyes, and Duke Cullen, who was smiling with his head lowered. All the counts had different expressions, but they all had ulterior motives in their hearts. Even Kessel V, who was holding his scepter with an indifferent expression. Thales suddenly came to a realization. His identity, the succession of the royal family, and even the upcoming war and the safety of Constellation. These were probably never in the consideration of this group of people. As for the casualties in the war, the sense of powerlessness and boredom in the prince's heart grew heavier. Logically speaking, he should follow the instructions and finish talking about his life experience, in Mon manner, then wait for the king and the king's party to finish the rest. But Thales only felt that he was a little dispirited. He did not want to follow the routine anymore. He had had enough of all this. The prince's brain began to spin. The formation of a feudal country, the king and his vassals, strong personal feelings and personal color, the struggle for power, the gradual deterioration. Then he slowly opened his eyes and looked at the suzerains. The corners of his lips curled up. Everyone saw the boy close his eyes. A second later he opened his eyes and chuckled. Gilbert saw Thales sneer and the fact that he stopped talking. His heart instantly turned cold. Could it be? Although this young man often gave him quite a few surprises, it was better to have fewer surprises on such an important occasion. Thales blinked and spoke slowly. I can prove that I am of Jadestar's bloodline, but, forget it. Thales swept his gaze over the nobles who were eyeing him covetously and said quietly, anyway, even if I can prove that I am a descendant of Jadestar, all of you will still have reasons to object. Child, Koshter said coldly, do you know what you are saying? If you can't prove that you are the guardian duke of the land of cliffs, Koshter Nanchester, Thales said coldly, isn't everyone well aware of the reason why all of you object so fiercely for Constellation and the royal family, or for your people to be able to wear that crown? This is the national conference. Everyone in the capital city is listening. Who do you think you can fool with your righteous I am doing this for Constellation, look? The crowd in the hall immediately burst into an uproar. Gilbert began to panic. This was not what he had planned. He was about to speak, but Gines pulled him from behind. Gines stared at Thales and said in a low voice, let him finish. He doesn't look like he has no plan. Koshter, who was sitting on the stone throne, glared at him with his single eye. However, Thales could feel that the Duke of the Land of Cliff's breathing had begun to quicken. Thales strode towards Koshter and stared fearlessly into his single eye. You entered the Hall of Stars with the slogan of supporting the Northern Territory and uniting the kingdom. However, you asked for an heir of your own kingdom as a prerequisite. Otherwise, you refused to send troops and would rather watch the Northern Territory fall. Of course, perhaps the decline of the Northern Territory is a good thing for all of you. Val, who had his head lowered all this while, raised his gaze and looked at the boy. Koshter's single eye was still fixed on Thales, like a mamba observing a snake before it launched an attack. However, Thales had not finished speaking. His eyes were ablaze as though they contained the deepest anger within. But everyone knows that this is not about righteousness but about a deal. What you care about is not Constellation, the royal family or the people, but yourself. You are not a lone hero who is willing to suffer criticism for the sake of the kingdom's interests. What you want is a satisfactory heir of the kingdom, but you insist on using righteousness to cover up your desires and interests. Thales coldly concluded with the knowledge he had learned over the past 20 days. In the Far East they call this saying what one desires to do, one must do. When translated it means, one-eyed dragon, you are a hypocrite and you disgust me. There was only coldness left in Koshter's single eye. The suzerains looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Even though this was an inside story that all smart people knew, to say it in public. This was too, wow. Fakenhas clapped his hands as if he wished for the world to be plunged into chaos. He laughed sinisterly and said, at least your eloquence is not bad, child. Kessel V stroked his scepter lightly, his gaze deep. A few seconds later, the crowd began to stir. There were even people shouting from the seats where the commoners and minor nobles were seated. Are you done speaking? Gritting his teeth, Koshter stood up abruptly. He walked to an inch in front of Thales and looked down at him condescendingly. With an oppressive force he said, damn brat, you think you can change the topic by spouting nonsense? Shut up, hypocrite. Thales suddenly raised his head and interrupted him coldly, I am not done speaking. The one standing in front of you is the Jadestar bloodline, the descendant of Tormund I. You and every generation of your ancestors have knelt down and sworn loyalty to the bloodline. Thales stared straight at the Duke of the Land of Cliffs without showing any weakness. Thales stared straight at the Duke of the Land of Cliffs and said mercilessly, even if you want to usurp the throne for the sake of your ancestors, show some respect. Koshter's single eye widened as he stared incredulously at the child who was only 6 or 7 years old in front of him. The child had used the Jadestar status that he had yet to obtain to humiliate him in front of him. For a moment he even forgot to retort. A loud cheer came from the square again. The words Jadestar and Prince could be faintly heard. This is bad. It seems that the message has been passed down, Thales sneered and repeated mercilessly, hypocrite Duke. Without waiting for Koshter's reaction, he turned around abruptly and swept his gaze across the suzerains. You have a private deal, don't you? The prince said calmly and loudly. A group of nobles whose goal is to become the next king. They intercepted the Extet diplomat group, instigated a war and caused the fall of the Northern Territory. Some received territories and resources, some received promises and benefits, and some. Thales slowly turned around and looked at the young Duke of South Coast. He enunciated each word calmly and said, perhaps get that crown. Is that so, Duke of Iris Flowers? Many people turned their heads in unison and followed Thale's gaze to look at Duke Zayn Covendier. Under Thale's and the crowd's gaze, Zayn felt very uncomfortable. The fact that he inadvertently saved and let go of the boy yesterday only to spoil his plan made him very angry. But his long-term strict upbringing and aristocratic manners allowed him to maintain his best demeanor without showing his emotions. "Child, random guesses will not help confirm your identity," Zayn flashed a friendly smile and said calmly, "If you do not intend to explain your background and provide proof, then we need to send an investigation team to spend some time to thoroughly investigate your past, and then—" Thales abruptly changed the topic and interrupted him. "When I was on my way to Renaissance Palace yesterday, I encountered an assassin." Thales looked at the suzerains seated in the hall and saw the changes in their gazes. He said calmly, "Thanks to you, Guardian Duke of South Coast Hill, Zayn Covendier, who intervened midway, I managed to escape." Gilbert and Gines looked at each other and saw the worry in each other's eyes. Hearing the news of the assassin, the crowd started whispering again. Thales nodded at him with a serene expression. A life was saved, but someone lacked a word of thanks. Zayn suppressed the anger in his heart. "This guy knows that I let a big fish like you escape, so is that why he purposely came to anger me? You're welcome." On the surface, Zayn smiled and nodded gracefully. "Every passing noble is obliged to lend a hand. Besides, you already thanked me yesterday. But even if you were assassinated, it does not prove that you—" But Thales did not let him continue. "No, Sir Covendier." Thales raised his head coldly. "You misunderstood me." Thales walked towards Zayn step by step and spoke slowly. Words spoken this way could give people the greatest sense of oppression and persuasiveness. "I remember very clearly that the moment those assassins saw me, their leader was very surprised. He even shouted, 'No.'" Thales walked to Covendier's stone seat and said slowly, "Gilbert might have always been wondering why I would encounter assassins. Gilbert might have always found it strange. My whereabouts were not leaked, so why would I run into an assassin?" Zayn looked at Thales in front of him, puzzled. What is he trying to do? As their assassination target, I was also very puzzled. At that time, almost no one knew who I was. Even if you, who were promised that crown or related benefits, encountered me, you would not stab me without explanation. Until just now, when I saw Sir Covendier and your accomplices speaking in unison about choosing an heir, I finally understood. Thales lowered his head and sighed deeply. They were not here to kill me. They were here to kill someone else. Zayn's expression finally changed. Thales looked at Zayn's doubtful and then shocked gaze, and enunciated the rest of his words. Their target was another important figure who was also heading to Renaissance Palace and was destined to pass through that street. He was also traveling in secret, keeping a low profile, and had few guards. Zayn was so shocked that he could not speak. "Yes, Duke Covendier." Thales' gaze was steady and his words were cold. He looked at Zayn, who was already stunned in his seat, and grinned. "Yesterday, it was my passing that alerted them to the assassination attempt." In a corner where no one was paying attention, Gines lowered her head and closed her eyes tightly. "Your Grace, it's me. It's me. It's me. It's a group of 10 or so professional assassins. They're well-trained, well-coordinated, and well-hidden. They have psionic humans with them and they're equipped with military crossbows. They're protected by supreme-class elites and they're professional assassins." Thales narrowed his gray eyes and spoke softly. "Saved your life." He placed his last chess piece. "So, you owe me a word of thanks, Duke Covendier." Checkmate. Zayn seemed to have figured something out. His face gradually turned pale, and his back subconsciously leaned against the stone seat. Chapter 64. But Thales had yet to finish his sentence. "Since the assassin's target was you, then who would want your life? Your Grace, why don't you think about it?" Thales' voice was like a hammer covered with iron spikes, pounding on Zayn's heart. "What were you going to do that day? Who were you meeting? Who knew of your whereabouts?" Zayn exhaled deeply. He did not reveal his emotions, but the scene of that day uncontrollably appeared in his mind. He saw that Gilbert was among the people who were attacked. In order to buy people's hearts, he helped. Those assassins. That boy. And those people who knew he would go there. Thales coldly enunciated each word. "Was it those people who you thought were your allies? Those who worked together for a better constellation? The ones who promised you a bright future?" Thales turned his head and sighed. "That's true. Among those who are qualified to sit on the throne, You are the youngest, the best image, the most popular, and the most likely candidate. Did they also tell you that? Thales turned his head around and sighed. The breathless crowd finally began to make a ruckus. Everyone in the field had different reactions to Thales' performance. Behind Count Caribbean, the young police officer Cohen stared at the boy in surprise. Is he really only 6 or 7 years old? When I was 7. Forget it, let's not talk about it, lest I get sad. But the wind would not stop blowing. The old Count Caribbean turned his head and looked at Cohen with a scrutinizing gaze, then at Thales. Under Cohen's increasingly puzzled expression, the old Count's gaze darted back and forth several times. Finally, the old Count looked at Cohen and sighed in disappointment. He then turned his head and looked at Thales. Only an innocent Cohen was left. At first, he had a sudden realization, but then he lowered his head dejectedly. Old man, do you have to do this? You can't compare people like this. The Black Prophet, Murat, exhaled softly and looked at Thales with a complicated gaze. I seem to have underestimated him earlier. The notorious head of the Secret Intelligence Department whispered to Raphael behind him, This child is really unexpected. This child is really unexpected. If he is the king you will serve in the future. The good thing is that you don't have to worry a lot, but the bad thing is that you won't be able to. Raphael nodded solemnly in the face of this seemingly contradictory statement. He understood. Kessel V looked at his son with sparkling eyes. He turned his head slightly and whispered to Gines, who was beside him. That child, did he learn eloquence and speech from Gilbert, or did he learn reasoning and observation from you? No. Gines stared at the center of the field, at the boy who was explaining in a calm and composed manner. She revealed a bitter but gratified smile. That child is rather special. Kessel V thought deeply for a while and snorted softly. His expression was gloomy and complicated. Yes. Just like his mother. Gines' expression froze. Kessel's gaze returned to Thales. Enough. Koster angrily hammered the armrest of the stone throne, interrupting Thales' words. He angrily looked at Kessel, who had a contemplative look in his eyes. Your Majesty, it's time to end this farce. Our main topic is Nanchester's one-eyed dragon. Why are you so anxious? Everyone turned their heads and were shocked to see that the person who spoke was the Duke of the Northern Territory. Val raised his head coldly. Will it be disadvantageous to you if you continue listening to him? Koster was speechless for a moment. And you, Faken, has old bones. Val's eyes were burning with anger. He turned his head and looked at the haggard man with a terrifying face. His words were profound and extremely sharp. In this kind of situation, you actually didn't take pleasure in my misfortune and didn't say anything sarcastic. How rare. Thank you for reminding me. I was just about to speak, ha. Cyril Fakenhas, who was a beat slower, pointed at Zayn and laughed. But only those who knew him the best knew that his laugh was a little dry. Looks like you've been made a fool of, you inexperienced young Duke. As for you, Duke Cullen, our Prime Minister, Val looked at the plump Duke opposite him and said disdainfully, You're still as steady as ever. Duke Cullen responded with a simple and honest smile. Zayn clenched his fists, maintained his remaining demeanor, and tried his best not to look at those people. Those people. If I die. Among those people who will benefit. He could not suppress the suspicion in his heart and began to consider these things. All right, child. The rather pale Zayn forced a smile and said weakly, No matter what you say, there's no evidence. Your Grace. Thales looked at the young Duke with a cold gaze. He deliberately avoided the topic of evidence, and deliberately guided his and the audience's thoughts. What is your position in the group that is aiming for the throne? Yes, it doesn't sound reasonable. Your group has more than one person. If you're killed, everyone will be in danger and the alliance will naturally fall apart. Why would the mastermind assassinate you and do something that would ruin the plan? Unless, Thales sighed again, there's a more terrifying possibility. Zayn closed his eyes and lowered his head slightly. He was not an idiot. That is, everyone in the group knows that you're the one destined to be sacrificed. Thales walked around Zayn and put on a sympathetic look as he patted the shoulder of the master of iris flowers. Your death is part of the plan. You're the one who's being betrayed and the only one who's being abandoned. That's true. You're young and promising, skillful, wealthy, and highly popular. If you ascend to the throne like this, even if it's a throne that's subject to a king selection system, Covendier will become another Jadestar royal family in a few years, and begin to keep the suzerains in check, and even if it's a matter of lifespan you'll still live longer than all of them. Then what's the difference if they change the royal family or not? If the master of tricolor iris flowers is assassinated in the capital city, the nobles will only be more terrified, the pressure of war will only be heavier, and the blame on His Majesty will only be greater. The plot to force the appointment of an heir may be smoother. That crown will also be placed on the head of someone they favor more. Zayn's expression was indifferent, but everyone could see that his gaze had not moved for a long time. You were already betrayed before you wore that crown. Thales shook his head comically like a little adult. At the end of the day you're still too young and careless in making friends. They probably borrowed a lot of power from you and the Covendier family and prepared for a long time. But no matter what they promised you, Thales walked back to Kessel's side and said coldly, they're not prepared to fulfill their promises. Please think carefully and reconsider your position. You're a smart man. Who would you rather choose as an ally? Who is going to be the king, and who is going to be the most beneficial for the flourishing of the iris flowers? Zayn did not speak again, nor did he look at Thales. He just stared at the floor in front of him, as if he was particularly interested in the patterns on the floor tiles. At this moment, Thales suddenly turned around. He looked at the lords on the stone seats and shouted in a strange voice, "Kill them all! Don't move!" Many of the suzerains frowned. Thales' gaze carefully swept across each person's face, as if he did not want to miss even a single pore. He said coldly, "Don't move, those who betrayed Zayn, don't turn your head, don't shift your gaze, look into my eyes. I can smell your guilt and fear from your expressions." Zayn also raised his head abruptly and looked at the suzerains. Some of the suzerains held their breaths for a moment. But in the next moment, Thales suddenly relaxed. He spread out his hands and said with a smile, "Don't be nervous. I'm joking." Some of the suzerains breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at Thales, they either secretly gritted their teeth or clenched their fists tightly. Was he doing it on purpose? But when you see the example of iris flowers, you'll understand. Thales looked at the suzerains and his expression became serious again. Once the Jadestar heirs die out, no matter which rich or distinguished family ascends to the throne, whether they are weak or powerful, the new royal family will eventually become the suzerain's next target, regardless of whether they are weak or powerful. Without external enemies, all of you will kill each other on the unbalanced scales of power until Constellation is destroyed. I don't care who among you hatched this conspiracy, this plan, and I don't care who wants the throne. After all, in the eyes of many, since the end of the royal family is a foregone conclusion, they naturally have to choose the future that best suits their own interests. But I'm already standing here. For the stability of Constellation, and for your own interests. The continued existence of the Jadestar royal family is the stability of Constellation, and the greatest hope. Everyone for everything, please be like your ancestors and support Jadestar, support me. The crowd's discussions grew louder, and many people began to applaud. As if by coincidence, the cheers from the plaza also came in waves. No one knew where the guards passed the words in the hall to. Thales did not look at the suzerain's expressions. In fact, he enjoyed imagining their expressions. Gilbert finally let out a long sigh and said softly to Thales, who was walking back, "What a deep impression, young sir. The threat of iris flowers has been eliminated amid suspicion, and the power of the great antler deer has also been greatly reduced." Gilbert lowered his head and asked quietly, "But how are you so sure that those assassins were after the iris flowers?" "Of course I can't be sure." Thales smiled at him and looked at Zayn, who was deep in thought in the distance. His eyes shone brightly. "But he doesn't know either, does he? Everything has to be focused on the main point. The important thing is not those assassins, but that Zayn saw those assassins with his own eyes." Sensing Kessel the Fifth's solemn gaze, the rather pressured Thales tried his best to maintain his breathing. He said briskly, "Just like just now, the important thing is not whether my identity can be recognized, but who is not willing to recognize my identity." Under Thales' puzzled gaze, Gilbert could only heave a long sigh and whisper, "I still have to say something. Even though it was satisfying, what you did just now was not a wise way of governing. You will understand in the future. Stop spouting nonsense here. This is meaningless." The furious one-eyed dragon, Duke Nanchester, slammed his stone seat hard and swept his gaze across the crowd in an oppressive manner. "Have all of you forgotten? Up until now he has yet to prove his identity. His Majesty has not had an heir for 12 years, and a 6 or 7-year-old child suddenly jumped out and said that he is a descendant of the royal family? He even spouted nonsense during the national conference. Duke Koster Nanchester, why are you still bothered about my identity? Thales sighed and interrupted him loudly, do you still not understand? My father has prepared everything a long time ago. Thales lifted his head slightly and flashed an innocent smile. I thought that a hypocrite like you, who worries about the country and the people, would be overjoyed by the return of the Jade Star bloodline. An ominous feeling assaulted the one-eyed dragon's heart. At this moment the crowd began to clamor again. A new person stepped into the Hall of Stars. Thales turned his head and his eyes immediately lit up. A graceful, gentle, and alluring lady draped in a dark-colored priest robe with half a red sun draped over her shoulders. Accompanied by a nervous little female priestess, she slowly walked out of the passage that the guards had forcefully blocked off. Many commoners knelt down devoutly and lowered their heads to pray to the lady. The moment the nobles saw the half-red sun, many of them understood something. Very good. Faken has narrowed his eyes. The king, the nobles, and the gods. The three pillars of constellation are all here. The moment the Duke of the Northern Territory saw the newcomer, his pupils shrank abruptly and he could not help but lean forward. Count Caribbean solemnly stuck his head out and whispered to his wife and nephew, Count Derek Chroma, who was equally shocked at the moment, from now on be careful with your words and actions. Things have already gotten out of the suzerain's control. I'm afraid that the gods are also involved. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the spokesperson of the Sunset Goddess on Earth, the head ritual master of Sunset Temple, Wuxia Arund gracefully stepped onto the stone seat area. Wuxia. Val Arund was stunned. His originally desolate expression gradually became complicated after he saw his sister. It's been so many years, but the head ritual master did not look at her own brother. She only walked forward slowly. Koster's expression was unpleasant. He wanted to exchange a glance with Zayn as usual, but he realized that Zayn's gaze was cold and did not even look at him. The one-eyed dragon felt bitter in his heart. Head Ritual Master Licia, Kessel V stood up solemnly, Sunset Temple, spokesperson of the goddess. The authority of the king, the vow of the nobles, and the witness of the gods. These are the three most important pieces of proof when Constellation was founded. Today, after more than 600 years, please allow the Sunset Goddess to witness the continuation of the royal bloodline of Constellation. The entire hall was in an uproar again. The expressionless Licia bowed and nodded slightly. But she did not reply immediately. Instead, she knelt on her back and closed her eyes. Thales looked curiously at the head ritual master who did not seem to like him very much. Is she communicating with the gods? But suddenly, an indescribable feeling assaulted Thales' heart, making him feel very uncomfortable. A sound that sounded like ringing in his ears suddenly rang. Asterisk beep. Asterisk he was horrified. Resisting the desire to cover his ears with his hands, he looked around. But the people in the hall, whether nobles or commoners, did not make a sound, nor did they show any signs of impatience. Could it be, until the ringing in his ears disappeared, the people around him were all normal? It seemed like he was the only one who heard the ringing in his ears. The transmigrator had never known what kind of existence the gods of this world were. But now, Thales had one more doubt in his heart. After a while, Licia opened her eyes gently, stood up and said, "The goddess has agreed, your majesty." Duke Cullen sighed. He already knew the outcome of the matter. Koster clenched his fist tightly, a cold glint flashed in his single eye. Faken has laughed dryly. Zayn, on the other hand, looked thoughtfully at Thales, who was the center of attention. Kessel V nodded lightly. Suddenly he grabbed Thales' hand. The transmigrator was shocked. "Come with me," Kessel said in an unquestionable tone. "Your bloodline should be seen by all the people of Constellation." Thales was dumbfounded as he allowed Kessel V to pull him down from the round platform formed by the stone seats, and towards the balcony overlooking Star Plaza. To be honest, he was really not used to it. Perhaps it was because, from the bottom of his heart, he had not yet regarded this strong man as his father. The other 19 nobles and suzerains on the stone seats stood up one after another and followed the king and his son to the wide balcony. Many of the surrounding nobles wanted to follow, but were mercilessly forced back by the defense shields and electric batons of the guards. Thales walked to the edge of the balcony and looked down. It was afternoon, the sky was just right. He immediately held his breath. People. So many people. Densely packed people. The entire Star Plaza was filled with people. At least tens of thousands. Like ants, they covered the entire ground in his field of vision. It was not that Thales had never been to Star Plaza before. He had also stood in the plaza and looked up at the magnificent Renaissance Palace. But he had never stood on the balcony of the Hall of Stars in Renaissance Palace and looked down at the entire Star Plaza. Even the transmigrator who had lived 2 lives could not help but open his mouth wide when he saw this scene. Soon the people in the plaza noticed that there were 2 more people on the balcony. After confirming that they were the king and his bloodline, unprecedented cheers sounded from the crowd in the square, covering the sky and covering the earth. King, king, long live Jade Star, constellation, constellation, do you see it? Kessel continued to hold Thales's hand and said slowly, this is our subjects, our burden, and our responsibility. The Supreme King asked meaningfully, are you ready to live for constellation? Without waiting for Thales to answer, Lycia walked up with a cold expression. The young priestess seemed very nervous. Under Lycia's signal, she trembled as she brought over a plate with an expensive dagger on it. Bloodline ceremony? Supported by 2 attendants, Duke Cullen walked to the balcony and shook his head. I have not used this ceremony for almost 200 years. When was the last time? Prince Kira's bloodline recognition ceremony? No one answered him. The Duke of the Northern Territory stared blankly at his sister, whom he had not seen for many years. But Lycia did not even look at him. The charming high priestess slowly walked between the king and Thales. Under the gaze of the entire plaza, Kessel gently picked up the dagger, cut his left index finger and put the dagger back. The priestess placed the plate in front of Thales. She was only 11 or 12 years old, but it seemed to be her first time in such a situation. She was so nervous that she trembled. Don't be nervous, it's okay. Thales smiled at her, picked up the dagger with the red sun symbol, and cut the palm of his left hand. Lycia expressionlessly reached out with both hands and grabbed the king and Thales. Then she raised her head. It was completely different from the long prayer ceremony that Thales had expected. Because in the next moment, Lycia's eyes instantly erupted with a strong light that was exactly the same as the one in the stone house. The people on the balcony and behind the balcony who were fighting to watch immediately quietened down. More commoners began to kneel, closing their eyes and praying towards the light in the middle of the balcony. The light became stronger and stronger. Even the people in the plaza could see it clearly in broad daylight. Almost all the commoners in the plaza had no right to enter the Hall of Stars. Almost all the people in the plaza knelt devoutly and began to pray in the direction of Renaissance Palace above their heads. The pious kneeling of the believers caused the entire Star Plaza to change color and surge like waves from the balcony of the Hall of Stars. But Thales did not have the energy to look at this spectacle. The prince was shocked to see that the blood on his and Kessel's hands were floating under the light in the eyes of the high priestess. Then they connected to form a red light. This is? Thales looked at the light in confusion. Chapter 65. Beep. Thales heard the strange ringing in his ears again. This time, Thales lowered his head in pain, his face contorted. Compared to before, the ringing in his ears this time was especially loud, almost as loud as the demonic voice of the psionic assassin yesterday. What exactly is this? Thales endured the pain, but he knew that he could not make any mistakes at this time. Everyone in the capital city was witnessing this moment. Lycia's glowing eyes looked at him in puzzlement. The light grew brighter. It was so piercing that everyone on the balcony raised their hands or turned their heads. Even the 5 dukes who stood closest to them could not see or hear what was happening in the center. Under the strong light, Thales gradually could not see what was happening outside. Amidst the painful ringing in his ears, Thales could barely see Lycia and Kessel's figures. He had already started to grit his teeth, enduring the torment of the ringing in his ears. The abnormality of the transmigrator was soon discovered. Lycia's eyes, which shone with a powerful light, narrowed and widened. Then she spoke in puzzlement. She then asked in puzzlement, You? Why are you? What's going on? Thales felt inexplicably nervous. At this moment, Thales clearly saw King Kessel's robust figure suddenly turn his head in the light. Lycia. The king spoke softly. Only Lycia and Thales, who were closest to him, could hear him. For some reason, Kessel V did not have his usual dignified and cold demeanor. This time his tone was actually pleading and powerless. I beg you. At this moment, the dignified Supreme King of Constellation begged in a submissive voice. This is Constellation's future, and also Meteor's long-cherished wish. Lycia's hands, which were holding onto both of their hands, trembled for some reason. But she then turned her head and looked at the king. Lycia asked in disbelief. It's her? But the king did not answer her. In the next second, the light disappeared. The ringing in his ears also disappeared. Thales breathed a sigh of relief when his ears were freed. He took deep breaths. What exactly is going on? The ringing in his ears, the head ritual master's suspicion, the king's pleading. He snapped out of his daze. The people on the balcony returned to his line of sight. There was only a ray of red light left in the air, connecting Thales and Kessel's wounds. After being scrutinized by everyone's surprised, delighted, disappointed and complicated gazes for more than 10 seconds, the red light finally disappeared. At this moment, Lycia looked extremely tired. She raised her head and gave Kessel a deep look. Kessel V did not speak. He only calmly accepted her gaze. Lycia glanced at Thales again. This time Thales clearly saw surprise, disgust and fear in her eyes. The surrounding nobles all held their breath as they watched all of this. Thales knew that the current situation was not right. He could only grit his teeth and bury his doubts and the pain of the ringing in his ears at the bottom of his heart. It was just like the countless other puzzles. The head priest of the Sunset Divine Hall announced in a weak voice, "That's right. The goddess has issued a decree." She turned her head and gave Kessel a complicated and painful look. "These two are father and son. Our bloodlines are linked, our fates are linked." As soon as the high priestess finished speaking, she left decisively towards the side of the hall. Under the pious worship of the people, she walked down from the balcony. She did not look at anyone or anything in the hall. She did not linger. Only the silent Kessel and the shocked Thales were left. The little priestess glanced at the two of them nervously and hurriedly followed with the plate. The next moment, the Hall of Stars, which had quietened down because of the bloodline ceremony, suddenly erupted into cheers. Under Gilbert's urging, the guards passed the message down to the plaza. After 12 years, the Jadestar royal family finally had a new bloodline. The commotion on the balcony then turned into a carnival of tens of thousands of people in the plaza. Jadestar! Jadestar! The cheers almost resounded through the sky. Koster and the few counts' faces turned ashen. Gilbert and the king's supporters exchanged glances excitedly. Gines was the only one who looked at Lycia's back. Other than joy, there was an even more obscure and complicated emotion in her eyes. "All right." The fat duke exhaled. His face was full of joy. "Since the Sunset Divine Hall has acknowledged this child's bloodline, I believe that he is indeed His Majesty's blood descendant." Beside him, Koster looked at him coldly. What a cunning fellow. What a quick turnaround. According to this sacred constellation covenant, after the royal family and Sunset Temple have acknowledged his identity, the next step is for Constellation's Higher Parliament, which is an organization formed by us 19 nobles, to acknowledge his identity and that this child is a prince of Constellation, Duke Cullen said with a smile on the balcony, amidst the cheers in the square. "Wait." Koster gritted his teeth and said his next sentence. "I remember that no matter who this child's mother is, it is not Queen Kia?" The expressions of many of the nobles in the plaza changed immediately. Gilbert's expression also turned unpleasant in an instant. Kessel V turned his head and looked at Koster. The Lord of Steep Forest City, the Duke of the Land of Cliffs, Koster Nanchester exhaled. "This child is His Majesty's illegitimate child." Thales clenched his fists tightly. "As expected, my identity, yes." Count Dagestan was the first to react. According to the Constellation Convention, illegitimate children cannot enjoy the right to inherit. The conversation on the balcony could not be heard clearly in the hall, but after the nobles in the front row who were closer to them spread the news, the entire Hall of Stars was in an uproar. Tormund I is also illegitimate. Gilbert's eyes were burning. "And he is the king of Renaissance that all of your ancestors swore loyalty to." Tormund I's greatness was not inherited from the final empire's imperial bloodline. His constellation was built through his personal struggles, countless conquests and blood. Our ancestors were the same. Don't forget that 600 years ago, many of them were illegitimate children, descendants of branch families or failed knights. They fought for their status with their own hands. Count Sorrel, whose territory was in the Land of Cliffs, said in agreement with the Duke of the Land of Cliffs. "Is this illegitimate child 5 or 6 years old? What did he do to not be bound by his status as an illegitimate child and have the right to inherit this great kingdom left behind by Tormund I like a legitimate child? Your Majesty, of course we should recognize him as your son, a Jadestar descendant. This is God's will." The one-eyed dragon's gaze was cold. But if you want to confirm that he is a prince with the right to inherit, an illegitimate child will become our next king? At the very least, I will never bend my knees and swear an oath to him. You just refuse to give up, don't you, Koshter? The Duke of the Northern Territory stared at the one-eyed dragon with sorrow and sighing in his eyes. Even if it's for Constellation and the upcoming war? Koshter deliberately avoided Val's gaze and only stared at Kessel V. Of course he won't give up. The gloomy Duke Faken has laughed dryly. He has already become mortal enemies with this child, hasn't he? Thal's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly understood what Gilbert had told him earlier. It was not a brilliant political tactic. He had just angrily rebuked Nanchester and lured out the secret organization. Then he turned to Covendier. Even though this move removed Iris Flowers from the list of enemies and planted seeds of doubt, it also completely turned the Nanchester family of the Land of Cliffs and the Great Deer Antler into his mortal enemies. If Koshter Nanchester's initial goal was to fight for the greatest interests of the noble group against the royal family that was destined to have no heir, then now the Great Deer Antler's goal had changed to not letting Thales inherit the kingdom. This was for the future survival of the Great Deer Antler. Was I still too impulsive just now? Thales secretly clenched his fists. The one-eyed dragon took a step forward on the balcony. His voice was low, but the words he said were chilling. All of you have seen that this child has a dark heart and is narrow-minded. He is still brooding over the assassination and has become suspicious of all of us. That is why he fabricated the so-called plot of us usurping the throne out of thin air. Do you think that when he ascends the throne in the future he will easily let all of you off? Let all of you, the group of people he once suspected to be the mastermind behind the scenes? The dozen or so nobles frowned at the same time. A few of them began to look at Thales thoughtfully. Koshter continued with his incisive words. There has only been one virtuous king in the history of Constellation. And the kind, upright, tolerant and magnanimous Prince Midier that all of you have met is also only one. Kessel frowned deeply. Whether all of you participated in that group that he fabricated or not, all of you are already on his list. Many years later, when he ascends the throne, are you sure that he will not remember today and all of you? Humph, the destruction of Constellation? When that time comes, when all the nobles are in danger, that will be the true day of destruction. Gilbert clenched his teeth tightly. Koshter had grasped the thing that the nobles feared the most. Kessel V lowered his head and glanced at the pale-faced Thales. Even if it is for the future and stability of Constellation, Your Majesty, are you sure that choosing such an heir will not push Constellation into the abyss of division and destruction? The other counts looked at each other without saying a word. They pondered over Koshter's words until one of them broke the silence. Count Dagestan coughed and said with a frown, "Yes. Returning to the main topic, I also feel that it is not appropriate for an illegitimate son of a lowly status to become the supreme king of Constellation. Even if the royal family and the temple have already made their decision, the higher parliament still needs to be more cautious." He looked at Thales, who had yet to recover from the aftermath of the bloodline ritual. However, his gaze was no longer rude and judgmental, but cautious and cautious. Kessel V tapped his scepter and said indifferently, "It seems that it is indeed not easy for the suzerains to come to a consensus, is it not? Then, the last step is for the members of the higher parliament to vote and decide their attitude towards this child." Thales took a deep breath. In the end, my fate is still not in my own hands? The Supreme King looked at Duke Cullen, who was being supported by someone. Duke Cullen sighed and nodded slightly. The vassals of Blade Edge Hill are not present, so there are 3 fewer votes. However, the remaining 5 guardian dukes, 11 appointed counts, and a total of 16 high-ranking vassals still have the right to make the decision. The plump duke opened his eyes slightly. Everyone, should this child become the Prince of Constellation with the right to inherit the throne? Gines, who was standing behind the king, finally could not take it anymore. She shouted angrily, "Hey! Why does the higher parliament still need to recognize the prince of the royal family?" The dukes and counts ignored her. Only Koshter snorted softly. "This is a man's matter," the one-eyed dragon said scornfully. "Madam, please be quiet. Because this child is related to the right to inherit the throne. This is a vow made on the day Constellation was founded." The old Count Caribbean spoke at this moment, dispelling Gine's awkwardness. He sighed slightly and said, "The king and the suzerains rule the country together. May the tyrants of the empire never appear again." Duke Cullen glanced at Thales with his murky gaze. According to the regulations set by Mendes III 150 years ago, it will be valid if it exceeds half, or if it is exactly half, this child will be an illegitimate son who only has the right to inherit property. Chapter 66. No. Koshter said loudly, who wants to see a chaotic constellation? Just vote yes. No. Land of Cliffs Regent Sorrel and Count Dagestan followed suit. Val Arund frowned and said, I don't know what this means for the war ahead. Sir Val, Koshter said calmly, the promise of the Land of Cliffs to send out all its troops to support the Northern Territory is still valid. The Land of Cliffs and the Northern Territory are bordering each other, and we will never watch our friends fall into the flames of war. You know, we are the closest, and sending troops to support is more effective than the royal family. But I am very worried that the future of Constellation will be destroyed in the hands of an illegitimate child whom the new vassals fear. Koshter's single eye was fixed on Val, his expression solemn. Val was silent for a long time before he finally sighed. This warrior suzerain who seemed to be made of iron said desolately, this is for the Northern Territory for Arund. In a place where no one could see, Kessel V tightened his grip on his scepter. No, the Duke of the Northern Territory said desolately. Count Zamunto and Count Fries also sighed deeply, no. No. 6 people object. Duke Cullen said expressionlessly. Gines looked at the Duke of the Northern Territory in disbelief. Thales closed his eyes weakly. Count Talon. I know that your territory is near Central Territory, and you have a good relationship with the royal family. Koshter said flatly to one of the 16 people, Count Bern Talon of the Pentagram, dukes like us are indeed not suitable to inherit the throne. But you are different. The pentagram is a branch of the 9-pointed star in history. Koshter raised his hand, his words full of bewitchment. If the king does not have an heir, I believe you are also on the list of candidates. Everyone's gaze was on Count Talon. Bern Talon was drenched in cold sweat. He looked at Kessel V, but the latter only stared back coldly. Of course, as a strong contender for the throne, will this child think that you are also involved in those so-called conspiracies? Koshter said with a smile. Thales was anxious and was about to speak, but the king held him down. Bern, just follow your heart. Kessel V closed his eyes and said solemnly, after all, a pentagram is not a 9-pointed star. Bern Talon hesitated, took a deep breath and finally said dejectedly, I'm not sure. The Talon family, forfeits. Many of the lords frowned again. Koshter smiled silently. The pentagram's Talon family was the only family among the 13 distinguished families that was not located near the territories of the 6 great noble families. Talon family was located near the central territory of the royal family and had always been a strong supporter of the Jadestar family. But now they, at this moment. Everyone looked over in surprise. The one who spoke was Zayn Covendier, who had been silent for a long time. He was the first to agree with Thales. The Duke of Iris Flowers, Zayn, who ruled South Coast Hill, stared coldly at Koshter, whose face was filled with astonishment and then turned cold. Thales stared at him in a daze, but he had no intention of returning Thales' gaze. Count Caribbean and Count Lasha nodded and stepped forward together. Aye. Looks like your strategy is still effective, Gilbert said to Thales in a low voice. Under such circumstances, you still manage to gain valuable support for us. Duke Fakenhaz of Western Desert Hill. His shrill laughter suddenly rang. Ha! I vote, I. No. Chroma and Bosdorf's voices also rang out. Amidst many people's doubts, Koshter angrily said, Old bones. Why is my vote different from Count Chroma and Count Bosdorf's? Fakenhaz interrupted him and laughed. Oh my, I am not their lord. Is it not normal for me to not be able to rule them? He stared mockingly at the other dukes. After all, the 13 distinguished families are not the guardian dogs of the 6 great clans. Many of the counts blushed and turned their heads away. However, after many of the king's supporters counted the votes, they sighed and lowered their heads. 8 are against, 4 are in favor, and 1 abstained. Duke Cullen said with a trembling voice, there are 16 people present. Since half of them are against, it looks like there is no need to continue. Gilbert sighed softly. Thales could only smile bitterly as he listened to the results. Am I still too naive? For some reason, Kessel V was still expressionless at this moment. He could only lament that he was, after all, the supreme king. In a corner not far away, Murat chuckled softly. The leader of the kingdom's secret intelligence department whispered, "It looks like even though that child's performance was very exciting, we still have to use the backup plan. Are you ready?" Raphael tightened his gloves and said cheerfully, "Even though there were some accidents, it is foolproof." Koster smiled and looked at the suzerains who had different expressions on their faces and said, "Since the results have been decided, everyone, please put away your guilt. Personally, this is for your family." Publicly, Koster glanced at Gines, who was gritting her teeth, and Thales, who had a defeated look on his face in contempt. Constellation cannot be ruled by ignorant women and children. At this moment, a chilly and mellow young woman's voice came from the far end of the hall. Ignorant women and children? There was a commotion in the crowd. The nobles on the balcony turned their heads one after another. After seeing who it was, they started whispering to each other. "However, I am ignorant." The chilly female voice seemed to have a magical power that could pass through the crowd. "And also young and childish." Thales stuck his head out curiously. "And it's a woman." Under the reprimand of the guards, the crowd parted. From the crowd, a young girl of about 14 or 15 walked out. She had beautiful chestnut-colored hair, and one could still see the tenderness of her pretty face. At this moment, the young girl's face was cold and stern as she stared intently at the people on the balcony. She wore a dark black cloak, leather boots with spurs, and a purple and black hunting outfit, which was very eye-catching. On her left shoulder was a brooch that seemed to have a blood-red crescent moon on it. But for some reason, Thales felt that the chestnut-haired girl's cold and stern expression seemed to be an act. The crowd's discussions grew louder. Many of the suzerains saw the blood-red crescent moon and started whispering to each other, while the dukes frowned without exception. Behind the chestnut-haired girl were two nobles. One of them was a middle-aged man with flaxen hair and a smile on his face. His clothes were embroidered with a golden sunflower. The other was a middle-aged man with long hair and gloomy eyes. On his sleeves was a three-tailed fish. The fish opened its mouth savagely, and inside it were densely packed sharp teeth. "But it is I, the ignorant woman and child that you speak of." The young girl walked up to Koster, who had a surprised expression on his face. She raised her head arrogantly and looked at the one-eyed man who was a head taller than her in an overbearing manner. "The ruler of Constellation, Blade Edge Hill." The chestnut-haired girl's voice turned cold. "Do you have any objections, Duke Nanchester, whom we are meeting for the first time? Your Blood Moon Tabark family." Koster stared at her in disbelief. His only eye flickered with uncertainty. "The Duchess of Blade Edge Hill?" The chestnut-haired girl no longer paid attention to him. Instead, she walked straight up to the king and knelt down on one knee. "Lina Tabark." Kessel sighed. With a nostalgic expression, he extended his right hand. "The last time I saw you was about 12 years ago. You were only 3 years old then. I remember Sonia bringing John's body back to Eternal Star. She held you in her arms and tearfully told me that you were the next Duchess of Tabark." Duchess Lina Tabark. The unsmiling young girl kissed the king's ring gently and solemnly said, "Your Majesty, I will never dare to forget your kindness to the Fortress Flower and the late Duke of Star Lake. Is this the orphan of the Tabark family whom the Duke of Star Lake rescued from the hands of the rebel army during the Bloody Year?" Duke Val looked at the determined young girl who was even younger than his own daughter and sighed. "The southwest is far and the journey is arduous. I thought you would not make it in time." "Is this young girl the orphan of the Tabark family who was slaughtered by the rebel army of the 6 southwestern cities during the Bloody Year?" Val glanced at Kessel and sighed. "This is really similar to the Jadestar family. It took some time to gather the vassals. It also took time to gather the soldiers." Lina bowed respectfully to Iron Eagle. "Please be rest assured that when the kingdom is in trouble, Tabark will definitely do his best, regardless of the sacrifices, returns and gains and losses." Upon hearing this, some of the counts stole glances at Koster. The latter snorted softly and turned his head away. "Our vow is eternal. Even if we are attacked by swords and axes, even if blood is spilled on the ground, the Blood Moon will always stand on the side of the Nine-Pointed Star family." Kessel V looked at the resolute young girl and nodded slowly. Then he watched as the two nobles behind her walked forward and knelt down to kiss their rings. "Sukater and Kisen," Kessel said steadily, "I hope that the two of you will support each other and cooperate seamlessly in the southwest. I hope that the tragedy of the Bloody Year will not happen again." "Of course, Your Majesty." Bruce Sukater, who was in the prime of his life, smiled cautiously. "Although the morning sunflower is isolated beyond the sea, it will always be attached to constellation. The piranhas will devour all enemies who harm the blood moon and the nine-pointed star, regardless of whether they come from within the kingdom or abroad. Gunther Kisen's gaze was cold as he looked around. Oh my, as expected of the constellation's general edict. Fakenhaz's mocking and unpleasant laughter rang out again along with his applause. The 6 great clans and the 13 distinguished families have gathered in the capital. This is a sight that has not been seen in 12 years. Cyril's shrill laughter continued. It would be even better if there was no war with Ekstet. Of course, if there was no war, we would not be here. No one paid attention to him. Everyone was calculating the impact that the sudden appearance of the 3 great clans in southwest Blade Edge Hill and their stance would have on the situation. Koster's expression changed drastically. He looked at Duke Cullen, his eyes full of urgency. But the old guardian Duke of the Eastern Sea did not even look at him. He only said with a trembling voice, "Coincidentally this, Duchess Lyanna," but he was quickly interrupted by a girl with a cold expression. "Cut the nonsense. Grandpa, I'm afraid that if you continue talking you'll have an asthma attack." Duke Cullen choked. He opened his mouth in a daze and did not know how to react. The Castellan of Blade City, the Duchess of Blade Edge Hill, Lyanna Tabark nimbly turned to Thales. Thales quickly coughed and put on an amiable smile. Lyanna's sharp gaze swept up and down. Thales noticed that she had a pair of green eyes. He could not help but puff out his chest and stand a little straighter. Then just as he was about to bow, "Fortunately you are not too ugly." Lyanna nodded coldly and snorted. "Just a little skinnier, a little despicable and a little short." "A little despicable? And this?" Thales also stood there in a daze. His hand, which was about to bow, was raised in mid-air before he retracted it resentfully. He exchanged glances with Duke Cullen, who was in front of him, and saw in each other's eyes that they were in the same boat. Lyanna turned around and stared firmly at all the nobles. She said loudly, "Regarding whether he can become a prince or not, I, Duchess Tabark, vote yes." Before everyone could react, Count Sukater and Count Kisen, who were behind her, each took a step forward. One chuckled, and the other scanned the crowd with a ferocious gaze. They spoke in unison. "Yes." Gilbert's hand, which was on Thales' shoulder, unintentionally tightened in his agitation. But Thales had no time to care. His heart thumped and started beating again. "She agrees?" There was another uproar in the hall. Star Plaza began to rumble with noise again. Duke Cullen sighed. "Then 8 people are against, 7 are in favor and 1 abstained. And because of the presence of Tabark, Sukater, and the Kisen family, the 19 members of the higher parliament have gathered together. So, up until now, less than half of the people in favor and against are in favor. Only Javier of the Eastern Sea, Count Amund, and an old fatty like me are left." Koster clenched his fists and his heart sank. "Damn it. That little bitch who rules Tabark, the upstart Sukater, and the rabid Kisen. Are they the spies that the king has prepared? Impossible in such a short time. Fortunately, Cullen and the 2 Eastern Sea families under his influence are still on our new star's side. If they vote against, that boy will not have the right to inherit, and we can take our time to think about it." You're tuning in to the Han Lee's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.